Okay, thank you all. Welcome to the fourth hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 5, Justice and Communities, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name's Sue Higginson. I am acting chair of the committee today. I welcome Minister Catley and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of police and counter-terrorism and the Hunter. I ask everyone in the room to please turn your mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome everybody and thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you, you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And please, can we begin with the witness to my left?
Thanks, Chair. So Kate Marr from the Premier's Department, Deputy Secretary, Delivery and Engagement Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Peter McKenna, Acting Deputy Commissioner, Metropolitan Field Operations. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Paul Pizanis, Deputy Commissioner, Regional Field Operations. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Peter Thurtell, Acting Commissioner. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
David William Hudson. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Rochelle Conroy, Acting Deputy Commissioner, Corporate Services. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Michael Barnes, New South Wales Crime Commissioner. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you all of you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. We will begin with questions from the crossbench, and I might throw to you, Mr Latham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses, and in particular with regard to the Police Command. I acknowledge and thank you for the service and outstanding things you do for the people of New South Wales, and thank you for your time here today. Minister, if I could just start with you. In May 2021, you and your office, specifically Tom Harris Brazel, circulated an information sheet headed "Why Chris Minns and Jamie Clements Can Never Run the New South Wales Labor Party." In it there were two very serious allegations of criminality for which I've received further information and moved motions accordingly in the Legislative Council. The first allegation is that Chris Minns' Sunny Seafood Chinese fundraiser for the 2015 election was a dry run for the Aldi bag straw donors, albeit with smaller amounts of money. Jonathan Yee told ICAC that the list of illegal straw donors he used for the Aldi bag and Wong Jong Mo's $100,000 was the same as the list he used earlier to hide the cash in the Chris Minns campaign. This remains a criminal offence today. Minister, are you aware that Chris Minns himself rang the Labor head office at the time seeking help on how to wash the cash left over from his Sunny Seafood Chinese fundraiser, and ultimately got the then ALP General Secretary Jamie Clements to assist him with this task? In light of this new information and your earlier grave concerns, will you now order a police investigation into what Chris Minns has done and or seek an ICAC investigation?
Thank you very much, Mr Latham. Mr Latham, thank you for starting off by thanking the police. They don't get a lot of thanks, so thank you very much for that. For the committee's benefit, I have never seen the document that you're referring to. It was not prepared by me. I did not have concern, so I have nothing to say in relation to this matter.
Did you ever investigate the fact that your staff member, Tom
My
Harris,
staff member was dismissed immediately as a result of that, Mr Latham.
And your evidence is that even though you sacked him, you didn't inspect the document
I have
for which he
never
was sacked?
seen, I would tell the truth here, Mr Latham, and the truth is I have never seen the document that you're referring to.
Are you aware of the allegations that your staff member made?
I have never read the document, and that's news to me what you have just said.
Okay, that's your evidence to the committee. The second matter concerns Jamie Clement's sexual assault of a young Labor woman in this building in June 2015. Again, something that remains a criminal offence. In light of the recent Legislative Council SO 52 on this matter, have you examined, Minister, the police file, especially in light of your earlier concerns or the concerns of your staff member in this information sheet, that yes, in fact, Mr Clements was guilty and still remains an influence over the Premier as his close personal friend? Do the police files show that Clements, Minns and Brent Thomas collaborated to say that the victim was making up her allegations against Jamie Clements to clear a career path for her boyfriend at ALP head office? Minister, in the public interest and given the position Mr Minns now holds, will you now release these files and order a fresh police investigation into the sexual assault by the Premier's best friend? My
understanding is that the police will deal with the SO 52 that has been that they're subject to. No, I have not seen the files, and nor would I.
Okay. Did you see that part of the allegation made in your office?
I have seen absolutely. No? I don't know what you're referring to. No, I have not.
You weren't aware. You were in the Parliament though in 2015. You must have known of the incident and the trouble
only what
it
I
caused.
read in the newspaper.
Only what you read. No colleagues ever spoke to you or
no
briefed you about it? Okay.
No, I'd been there for 5 minutes.
They all had. Minister, now that the Iranian involvement in anti-Semitism has been revealed on top of the Dural caravan hoax and associated attacks paid for by organised crime, can you please inform the committee what has been the most serious anti-Semitic incident in New South Wales committed by one of our residents for reasons of anti-Semitic ideology?
I think any anti-Semitic attacks are serious. I don't think one is more serious than the other. I think the summer earlier this year where we saw car bombings outside of homes, we saw a childcare on fire, we saw houses attacked, we know of people being, slurs being thrown at our Jewish community. I think all of them are abhorrent and they have no place in our community. And we have made it very clear as a government that we do not tolerate that type of behaviour. We are a harmonious community, a harmonious society, and we do not tolerate any of them. So I don't pick one over the other. All of them are as equally as abhorrent as the other.
But in terms of the incidence of anti-Semitic ideology in our community, as opposed to what the Iranian government does and opposed to what an organised crime guy hiding out in Turkey has done with the caravan and paying people to do other things, we must be able to separate those two, and what is the most serious anti-Semitic incident in our state driven by anti-Semitic ideology by one of our residents?
Well, I don't separate them, I'm sorry. I've just explained to you what my view is on this, and it is that any anti-Semitic slur, attack, incident is abhorrent, and it has no place in our society. It never has and it never should. And we as a society need to call it out, and the government did that, and I think it's important that we continue the message of peace, the message of harmony. That, to me, is what is important. And as community leaders, all of us have a responsibility to do that.
But surely there's a huge difference between foreign agents creating these attacks and say, for example, a convoy of people going from Lakemba to Dover Heights every night doing it. There's no such evidence of the latter, is there?
Again, I will say that as community leaders, and certainly as a government and as members of this parliament, we all have a responsibility to call out behaviour that is racist, anti-Semitic behaviour, Islamophobia. It doesn't matter what it is, in my view.
It doesn't matter.
All of it has to be called out. It is all abhorrent, and we must make sure that we call it out as far as I'm
But you can't
concerned.
name what you regard as the most serious domestic anti-Semitic act in New South
I've made
Wales
it clear
driven by
to
that
you, Mr
ideology.
Latham, that I think that every act, and you have to put this in some perspective. If a person feels vulnerable and feels like they are being attacked, then to them that is the most important attack that has happened in this city. So I've spoken to many people who have been personally attacked, who have been, you know, very in close vicinity of the attacks that have occurred on our streets, whether they be in the shape of a firebombing or graffiti or whatever the case may have been. They are all significantly important to individuals.
Sure, but in
and I
terms of
accept
policing...
that, and I think that it's important that we also respect the fear and the immense discomfort and horror that it puts into people individually.
But you're in charge of policing, and isn't there a world of difference, obviously, in the policing task concerning the Iranian government or some organised crime figure with some weird plea bargain agenda and an actual homegrown problem that needs to be policed on the streets of Sydney? Isn't there a huge difference between those two scenarios?
Well, the New South Wales Police obviously police domestic matters, and in the instances that we're talking about, they've done a fantastic job. They did an enormous job, and they did it so professionally and so well. And no one tells us that more than the Jewish community, who were the attack of a lot of these slurs and incidents themselves. So the New South Wales Police have been extraordinary in the work that they have done on our streets, and I can't thank them enough.
Yeah, well, we all thank the police for the work they do. Minister, will you correct your often repeated claim of 700 anti-Semitic attacks, given that the acting commissioner has confirmed at an upper house inquiry that of the 700 so-called incidents, 41% were anti-Semitic, 15% Islamophobic, and the rest classified as other. So that brings the number down to 280. And of these, isn't it true that they should be more accurately depicted as reports of incidents, as they're essentially low level, like someone calling the police to say a car with a Palestinian flag drove past and someone yelled out something, or mentions of Hitler, which, whether we like it or not, a lot of school kids engage in the dark humour about him. So will you correct the record of your claim of 700 anti-Semitic incidents?
Look, I might just take that on notice for now, but I will come back to you because I do have that actual figure. If I didn't have the figure absolutely correct, then yes, I will correct it. But I will also make this point to you, which I think is important. The number or the amount of anti-Semitic slurs and attacks on our community during that period would be way higher than 700, quite frankly. There were so many that weren't reported, and I know that because I've had those conversations with people myself when I have been out in the community. So, look, I may have had the figure wrong, and if I did, I apologise to the committee, but quite frankly, there would be so many more incidents than has been reported, and that I know for a fact.
That's always the case, but we can only go on reported numbers, and if the number is 280, can I just say, as an individual in public life, I would have had that many attacks on me in the last couple of years, but I haven't gone around whinging and inventing something called anti-Lathamism. Isn't it time to tell the Jewish community to grow up and get in the real world where they're barracking for one side in a fierce conflict in Gaza, and there's bound to be some pushback, but luckily here in Australia, with our laid-back culture, no serious signs of homegrown, serious anti-Semitic ideology are evident in Sydney.
That's offensive, Mr Latham. You're a white Australian male, so you would not know what they're feeling.
Thank you,
Well,
Minister.
I know the sort of attacks your
Thanks, Mr
man
Latham.
Mins and
Thanks,
Sweet
Mr.
Nell have put
Latham.
on me, so people get attacked.
Thank you. Minister, have you recommended or had a conversation to the police about whether or not New South Wales now needs to set up any task force or operation to deal with far-right extremism and neo-Nazis?
Well, the New South Wales Police deal with this all the time, as you know. They deal with every matter of policing. And they did a great job on the weekend. They averted, I think, probably, what could have been, quite serious nuisance on our streets. So I think, again, I say thank you to them. It was pretty full on. But police deal with this all the time. So in terms of having to...
Do you think that after Sunday and the display that we saw, and I understand and very grateful the police have confirmed they're investigating the dreadful assault on the 2 Palestinian brothers who have lost their family in Gaza right now on the train, but do you think there is cause or need for some kind of task force operation, some escalation of police response to far-right extremism and neo-Nazis in New South Wales at the moment?
So police would do that as a matter of course. That's their operational business. Regardless of whatever's happening on our streets,
Have you spoken with the Premier about it and whether or not there needs to be an escalation?
Well, of course,
resources?
we've spoken about the situation that happened on the weekend and the results of that. Look, I think though that police will purge their resources to meet the safety of the community, regardless of what the issue is or the incident is. That's what they do, and they do it extremely well. I've certainly spoken to Mr Hudson in relation to the weekend and what occurred, as well as Mr McKenna, because he was the deputy in charge of the weekend's events. The police will purge their resources to whatever is the unsafe environment that our state finds itself in at any given time.
Minister, why did you tell a caucus meeting prior to the March for Humanity that the Palestine Action Group's offer to delay the march was not genuine?
I'm sure you won't find it a surprise that I will not be discussing caucus matters with you, Ms Higginson.
I'm not asking you to discuss caucus matters with me. I'm asking you why you said a thing. I'm asking you about why you said something. It could be to caucus, it could have been to anybody. It just happened to be to caucus. Why did you say that the Palestine Action Group's offer to delay the march was not genuine?
I'm not going to discuss anything that I said in caucus to you, but that does not sound like something that I said.
Okay, so you deny saying that?
I'm not going to discuss anything that I said in caucus with you.
Oh, so is it your view that the Palestine Action Group's offer to delay the march was not genuine?
No, I can tell you exactly what happened.
I know what happened, but I'm asking you about why you thought something that you said.
No, someone's told you that's what I thought.
So are you denying you said it?
I'm not divulging to you what I said in caucus. I never have, and it's not going to be the first time.
Okay, so my information is you did say that. So what basis?
That's what I said to you. That's what you've been told.
I have been told that. And
maybe you should go and check your source.
No, okay. I'm not the only person that has been told. So
a point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm not sure that it's within the standing orders to continue with hearsay when the minister has already said that she, 1, didn't say something, and 2, that she's not prepared to divulge what is caucus practice, which is what goes on in caucus. So I'm not sure that hearsay, when the minister has said that she didn't say it, is an appropriate line of questioning.
Thank you. Can I just confirm Ms Kane's point? You're saying here and now you did not say that?
I'm saying that I'm not divulging to this committee what I said in caucus. I do not discuss caucus matters outside of the caucus room.
Okay, so do you think that the Palestine Action Group's offer to delay the march was genuine?
I think that there was a series of conversations with the police which were very productive. They were waiting for the court decision, the magistrate to make the decision. Once that decision was made, then, as we know, the march went ahead.
Thank you. Just for your benefit, Minister, I am going to table and provide you with a copy of, so that you can keep it for good measure, a statutory declaration sworn by Josh Lees, the organiser, just so you can see the depth, the breadth and the efforts that he made.
And I acknowledge that, and I just acknowledge that. They worked with the police, and I just acknowledge that in my comments.
Do you accept that the police wasted significant time and resources on that Supreme Court challenge, which actually failed? And they're consistent, and you'll see in the statutory declaration, their consistent refusal to engage in meaningful and cooperative discussions with the Palestine Action Group?
Police's responsibility is to keep the community safe. And it was their view that the risk of the march going ahead on the bridge was not going to be safe. They, obviously the court decision was made, they hold that view and I respect that view, and they went through the process that they have available to them. That's all they have available to them. They, what might be of interest to you to know is that whilst the march went ahead and was peaceful, as you know, because of the number of participants, there was serious concern for crowd crush, and I am told by those police who were there that we were extremely lucky to avert a serious incident occurring on the bridge in relation to the number of people that were there.
Can you expand a little bit on that?
Police, and part of that problem was because there was no planning on where the crowd was going to disperse to on the northern side of the bridge.
So you accept the
and
point.
I
So
think
you accept
that
the point.
I think that it's very important that we take advice
So
from
Minister,
the people
you
who have the
accept
most
that on the
experience
29th,
in
the
crowd
30th,
control.
the 31st, the 1st, and actually the 26th and the 28th of July, all those opportunities for the police to discuss with the organisers the safety issues that they had, that opportunity was completely wasted by police?
Well, my understanding is, sorry, I didn't hear all the dates you said, and I don't know in
Well,
what
it was from the
forum.
26th of July to the 1st of August. Every effort the Palestine Action Group made to organise with the police, and they refused to cooperate. It's all written in the statutory
That's
declaration.
not true. That is not true. The police
They
also made
refused.
every effort as well.
No, they refused. They
were-
went to court, Minister.
You ask a question that's reasonable, but you can't also try to answer it. I mean, I think we should allow the minister to at least
Thank you, Mr. Primrose.
have an opportunity to
I
respond.
agree. I agree. Thank you.
And
Point
to
of
the
order
point-
taken.
No, to the point of order. To the point of order.
I've ruled on it. I've taken it. It's a point of order,
further
and I've
point of
ruled on
order.
it.
No, it's, well, if you're going to do
A
that...
further
then-
one?
Yes, indeed.
Go, Mr. Donnelly.
Well, the minister hasn't been even given an opportunity to read the statutory declaration. You've gone through a series of dates. You've made a series of statements. Then you're prosecuting a set of questions, which is you're entitled to do.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. I accept the point of order. I rule on it. You're right. I'll move on. Minister, so just in relation to your statement about crowd crush, what do you say, and what have you been informed was the crowd crush potential and the moment?
Well, I wasn't there, and police would be best to answer that. However, as I was just describing to you, but you were speaking over the top of me, so you didn't hear, as the crowd were heading in a northerly direction, as we very well know, there was not any plans put in place for the dispersion of the crowd.
And whose
on the
fault's
northern...
that, Minister?
Well, there was no time to actually put a plan in place. So police would ordinarily, with a large number, even with 10,000 people in actual fact, would have sat down and worked out a plan. But there was no plan.
So why did the police not sit down and work out a plan, Minister? From the 26th of July to the 1st of August, why did they not make a plan?
So what's that, 10 days?
Why did they not make a plan?
We're talking about something that's quite significant and takes a lot of preparation, not just with police, but with transport and with other agencies as well. And there is just not enough time in 10 days to put together a very succinct plan to manage that number of people. That is just the reality
But
of
the
it.
truth is,
and
Minister...
they were told, can I please finish? And they were told by the organisers that they were going to proceed regardless of what the outcome of the magistrates was.
Well, the Supreme Court Justice actually just simply didn't make the order. Of course the people could proceed. But, Minister, why do you say that there was not... Why do you say that the police did not waste all of those days? And the fact that they did have a plan at the 11th hour, why do you say they hadn't wasted all of that time when
Because
they could
they
have...
didn't. They didn't. They did exactly what they should do, and that's to keep the community safe.
So they'll
And to
do that again?
To do that, they have to put in place, pathways for people to be able to exit the bridge, and they did not have the opportunity to do that.
Over to you, Colin.
Thank you. Morning, Minister.
Hi.
Good morning, everyone. And I also would like to recognise the great contribution that the police make to keep us all safe, and thank you for the work that you do. And I especially like to welcome back Mr Thurtell, who we didn't think we'd see again. So nice to see you again. Minister, did you advise your staff to defy a lawful summons to attend as witnesses before a committee of this House?
No.
So what conversations did you have with your staff about attending the inquiry into the Dural Caravan as witnesses?
None, but I thought that you dragging my staff before your kangaroo court was outrageous.
Minister, you didn't have any discussions with your staff at all?
No.
I would be interested to review the evidence from your staff, which I think told a different story. What apps do you use to communicate with your staff?
I use all the apps, but mostly I have conversations. I'm a bit old-fashioned like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like to pick up the phone and have a conversation, but mostly I like to have conversations face-to-face, because I think that's when you always get honesty.
Are disappearing messages enabled on the apps that you use?
Oh, I don't know. They may have them disappearing, I'm not sure.
What measures do you have in place to ensure compliance with the State Records Act?
I absolutely adhere to it as I'm supposed to.
What measures do you have in place to ensure your
I don't
absolute
think I have
adherence?
measures in place. I've just told you that's what I do.
Do you think that taxpayers' money should be spent to provide legal advice from a top Sydney firm to ministerial staffers who do not want to obey a lawful summons?
I'm not aware of the taxpayers' funding for that.
Minister, you're not aware that members of your staff have been authorised to receive ex gratia payments from your government to cover legal fees to advise them whether or not they have to obey a lawful summons?
No, I'm not. I'm not at all.
Minister, are you seriously telling us that as a member of the government, as a member of Cabinet...
This had nothing to do with me.
Ms Carter has just, with increasing volume, asked the same question that the Minister has already answered. So I'd ask that she deal with her with courtesy and move on to the next question. The question's been answered.
To that point of order, I am ascertaining that the answer I received is correct,
Well,
because I find it very surprising.
So.
And I note that that answer was given under oath.
You might be surprised, Ms Carter, but it has nothing to do with me. That was a matter for the staff and for, obviously, people that they were dealing with.
Minister, it's not a matter for the staff because the payment needs to be authorised by
Well, it's
your
certainly
government.
not out of the police budget, and that's the one that I'm interested in.
Okay, so provided the money comes from somewhere else, you have no objection to your
I
staff's
didn't
legal
say I
fees
didn't have
being
an
covered
objection.
by a
Your
top
question
Sydney
was, do I
firm?
know about it? And I said, no, I
Do you
didn't.
have an objection to your staff members' legal fees from a top Sydney firm being covered to give them advice about whether they should obey a lawful summons or not?
Well, I don't know the rules around these things, but I'm certain that if that's available to them, then that's available to them. I don't know the rules around these things.
Right. Thank you, Minister.
Minister, and good morning to you all, and I reiterate my parliamentary colleagues' thanks to you for the work that you do every single day in our communities. So, Minister, can you please tell me how many police districts there are in New South Wales?
Police districts,
Yep.
Regional, 56, is there, districts?
56?
That's combined regional packs and PDs.
Oh, that's combined, sorry. So there's two. There's districts and then there's packs and PDs.
What's the authorised strength of the New South Wales Police Force?
It is 18,000 and... I'll get you the exact number. I'll hand it to you in a moment. 18,600 and something, I think.
And that's the authorised strength. So what's the current strength of the New South Wales Police Force?
It is... So the current strength is 15,926. This was as of August, 24th of August.
15,926, and sorry, the authorised strength was 18,600 and something?
Oh, yeah, have you got that exact figure? No, it's not. Authorised.
Okay. Can you tell us then, Minister, as these numbers don't appear to be included in the annual report, how many police officers are currently on leave?
Oh, you'll have to get that information from the Deputy Director.
Okay, well, I have a number of questions in relation to that.
Oh, sorry, here it is. My apologies. It's
Okay.
authorised strength is 18,398.
398. And so you don't have to hand the number of police officers currently on leave.
If you give me a moment, I will come back to you with
And that's
that.
okay, I can provide you with a list here because I've got quite a number of these. If we could have the numbers on leave, workers' compensation, parental, long service, leave without pay, sick, including mental health.
This question's been asked before, and I'm sure there'll be clarity on that. It's difficult to answer, including mental health, so that they're not. So it's. I think you need to just say sick.
Okay, we'll say sick, suspended with and without pay, and terminated. And I do have that list so that we can provide so that it can be.
We'll give the answers towards the end. Yeah.
Yep.
You got that?
Minister, if I could just come back to
actually, the Deputy has those answers right now for you.
But perhaps we can grab them in a minute, if that's okay. Because, Minister, I'd like to come back to you about...
Well, hold on. Is that okay with you?
Yes, that's fine. That's fine.
Minister, I'd like to come back to you about the questions that I was just asking you. And so I'm just confirming that you said that you had no discussions with your staff about their appearance before the committee.
I had no discussions about their appearance, except to say I absolutely said to them, I think that it's disgusting that you're going. And I do. I think.
So you did have conversations with them about it?
I had nothing, not about the committee. I had discussions with them being, as I said to you, I said that to you. I believe that it was shocking that they were dragged in. I think if you were put in that position and it was your staff, you would feel exactly the same.
So, Minister, I'm just trying to get a clear answer. Minister, just a clear answer.
To answer these questions, like you are not.
Well, Minister, you refused to appear. That's exactly why your staff was called.
You are not allowed to force me to appear, and what you did was bring staff in, and it's shocking. And history will prove that you were wrong to do that.
Minister.
The law says otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. I endorse the comments of the Chair. The law says otherwise. And if you were that concerned to protect your staff, you had the option to appear yourself, an option which you declined to exercise.
I don't have to come.
No,
yeah.
but the law says that your staff do have to come, Minister.
Now, Minister, what I'd like to... Minister, through chapter and
Minister, you are deflecting from answering a question.
To ask more questions.
Minister,
I don't know
why
what you
are
thought
you
I was going to say.
Can I just take a point of order?
Can someone please...
Point of order, Chair. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yes. Minister, there's a point of order.
It's really for the benefit
of Hansard
to enable them to be able to take the transcript of what's going on.
Minister, can I just ask you and committee members, please, try not to speak over the top of each other. Hansard do an incredible job here trying to reflect the democratic process of these inquiry, budget estimates, hearings. So let's have some respect for them. Thank you. Carry on.
Okay. Minister,
can I just say I do have the utmost respect for Hansard staff, Chair, and I agree with you and I thank them very much for the work they do.
Thank you.
Minister, I'm concerned that you have lied to this committee because I've had an opportunity to review the transcript of evidence and your staff member, Dr. South, said, I spoke to Minister Catley on the evening that the caravan was found. My question, no, about the summons. About the summons, I'm so sorry. It would have been at the time we received it because we received it in the office. Similarly, evidence given from your staff member, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, did you have conversations with Minister Catley about whether or not you should attend these hearings? Yes. She agreed with me that we should not.
And I just told you that I said exactly that.
No, Minister.
Yes,
no, Minister. You said before that you did not advise your staff not to attend. Either your staff is telling the truth or you are telling the truth.
That is not.
Which is it, Minister?
I just said to you that I told them that I thought it was shocking that they were attending. And I do. And I say it again. However, that has nothing to do with me talking to them about them attending the committee.
Minister, I asked you as the first question, did you advise your staff not to attend the hearings?
No,
you answered no.
That's right, it wasn't advice. I did not say to them, you should
Minister,
not attend. I said to them, they should not be asking you to attend, is what I said. And I stand by it, and I'd stand by it every day of the week.
Minister, with
what
respect,
you have done is shocking.
Minister, with respect, what you have done
is
try to evade the question.
No, I haven't
you have
evaded
answered
the
with
question.
half-truths in an effort to evade the question.
No, I have not.
Right, I think the point is made, Minister, but
I
would ask you to
treat... because I'm happy to keep talking about it.
there's only a point talking about it, Minister, if you will give truthful and honest answers.
Can I raise
have
a
been
point of
very
order?
truthful and honest.
Again, I think it's appropriate that the Minister be allowed to respond to the allegations being made by the member.
Well, then I put the allegation to you clearly,
Ms. Carter,
Minister.
is I'm not saying what you want me to say. I am being honest and truthful.
Minister, I asked you whether you spoke to them.
Yes.
You said no.
I speak
The
to my
evidence
staff
from your
every
staff
day.
members is
that isn't
that
what
you
you
did.
asked. You asked if I had told them not to attend, was your question.
And then I followed up with a question
May I
about
have a
the
ruling on
conversations
my...
with
maybe that...
thank you.
I think it suggests it's still an appropriate...
I think you're right. If we could just engage in the ordinary course of questions, answers, with time to do that, I think it would benefit everyone in the room. And
I agree with you,
everyone
Chair, but I
outside
was
the
just
room.
told that I was being dishonest, and I take offence to that, quite frankly. I was not being dishonest. I was being very clear, and quite frankly, I think that Ms Carter owes me an apology.
Thank you.
We'll move on. Minister, have you appointed a new commissioner?
No.
What's holding up the decision to appoint a new commissioner?
We're just, no, it won't be announced today, Mr Latham. Nothing's holding it up. We're just going through the recruitment process.
It doesn't seem to be an inordinate delay on
No,
that?
absolutely not. The Commissioner, Karen Webb, is in her role is the Commissioner until the 30th of this month. So,
Indeed she is.
Yes. So, no, there is no delay whatsoever. We're just going through the process. We want to make sure that we get the right person for the job. It's a very important appointment.
Incredibly important.
And we're going through that process.
Okay,
There's
so
nothing
now,
unusual about it.
speaking about Commissioner Webb's resignation, what conversations did you have with her prior to her resignation as Commissioner?
She had advised me that she was thinking about retiring, and then she advised me that she was going to retire.
18 months prior to the end of her tenured role.
Oh, yeah, well, that's the date that she's
So
decided
did
to
you
retire.
or your staff ever suggest to the Commissioner that she needed to leave her role?
Oh, God, no. Well, certainly not me.
What about the Premier? Did he ever suggest it?
No, I don't, not that I'm aware of.
To you or to Commissioner Webb?
Not that not that I'm aware of.
So what about discussions that you had with Commissioner Webb after the announcement of her retirement?
What sort of discussions? I speak to her regularly.
Well, her plans for her future, shall we say?
So at she walked off 2 Fridays ago down at Goulburn.
Share a nice gin and tonic as a result?
No, we didn't. It was breakfast. So we did have coffee. So she's planning on doing what most people do when they retire, and that is taking time to think about what she's going to do, take a few holidays, and enjoy her life with her family and her
Okay,
husband.
so you've just mentioned that her Commissioner Webb's resignation is to take effect on September 30.
Mm-hmm.
So why has she not seen out her role as Commissioner until September 30?
So the Commissioner determined that date. She told me that's when she's going to retire, and she's entitled to do that. It's very normal for senior public servants to do other jobs for the government during this period, and the government has asked her to do another very important role in the domestic violence space.
So it's standard practice then for
It's not unusual.
government
Yeah.
employees to resign and yet
Well,
continue
she
on.
hasn't resigned. She's resigning on the 30th.
Okay.
She's advised us that she's going to resign.
Her resignation taking effect. And therefore, instead of fulfilling that role, there is now another role that she is doing instead. And that's standard practice.
It's not uncommon, that's for sure. Commissioner Webb is extremely, or has deep knowledge and experience when it comes to domestic violence, and the government has obviously
I would imagine that
made
she
a
also
decision-
has deep knowledge and experience as a commissioner, hence that's why she was appointed to the role.
So the government has made a decision for her to do a job for them.
Yep,
I'm
aware.
not across it, to be honest. It's obviously not in my portfolio, but and they've asked her to do that. And I think that
And so-
why
so
not get
was-
the best of the best to do something that you want them to do?
Or to continue in the role that they were appointed to. So was this domestic violence special advisor role specifically created for Commissioner Webb?
I can't answer that. And I don't exactly know what it is that Commissioner Webb is, what her job
So you
description
don't
is.
know what the role entails?
No.
Okay, are you aware of media reports stating the role was to develop a comprehensive domestic violence prevention framework, continuing her commitment to championing the rights of victims?
No, I'm not sure that I had read that, but that sounds absolutely like something that Commissioner Webb would do in spades.
Okay, and you're also acknowledging that that's a very important role that she's fulfilling in that regard?
Oh, I think anything in the domestic violence space is critically important. I mean, police attend up to 60% of their time is related to domestic violence, so it's very, very important.
It is.
Any work
so you
there will be
acknowledge
important for the police, that's for
this
sure.
role is so important, and the apparent significance of this task. Well, why is the position only for 3 months?
Well, because she's retiring on the 30th.
Indeed. So conveniently, this position has been created in order for Commissioner Webb to see out the period of which she has given her resignation date on September 30.
As I described to you, I am not privy to the details of the role and exactly what it is that's being delivered. So that would be a matter for the Minister.
Well, the Minister has been asked about this as well, and perhaps you could, I don't know, take it on notice as the Police Minister who I guess Commissioner Webb is still answerable to, as she is still the Commissioner until September 30, and she's undertaking this role for the government. So was the role manufactured to give her the opportunity to serve out her remaining time?
Oh, that's not my understanding.
Okay, a question that you might be able to answer. Does Commissioner Webb continue to be paid at the rate of a police commissioner while undertaking this domestic violence related role?
Yes.
How much is that?
Oh, I'd have to have a look. I'm not sure exactly.
You'll take that on notice
No,
and
I
get
take
back
it on
to
notice.
us?
I'll give it to you because we'll have
Great.
it's public knowledge.
Please do.
670,000 or something?
$670,000.
Well, don't take that. I'm not sure if that's absolutely correct.
Right. So approximately $670,000 being paid as the Commissioner, but undertaking an entirely different role in a different department, different jurisdiction. Does it come from the police budget?
Yes.
So she's still being paid by the police budget, but you can't actually answer to what the role she is undertaking right now until September 30.
Well, I've already told you that Commissioner Webb does not leave her post until the 30th of September. So it makes sense that she is still in her role.
So let's get back to then the idea of the creation of the role. It wasn't yours, you've suggested?
It's not in the police portfolio.
So whose idea was it? Was it the Premier's?
Can I raise a point of order in relation
Mr.
to
Primrose,
this
of
line
course.
of questioning, and that is that as per as per the resolution of the House establishing budget estimates, I mean, it's appropriate to ask the Minister questions in relation to her budget, but it's not appropriate to ask her questions in relation to someone else's budget.
Well, to the point of order, Chair, the Minister has just qualified that the Commissioner is still being paid through the police budget. Therefore, these are the questions that I'm asking, that she's fulfilling an entirely different role, but being paid for by the police budget, and yet the Minister can't answer to the role that she's currently undertaking and whether it was created in order to facilitate very conveniently the period before her resignation takes place on September 30, and being paid very handsomely.
$679,050.
$679,000 for a
I'm
special advisor.
just going to quickly rule. I think the question is.
Oh,
in order,
sorry, my
but
apologies.
thank you, Mr. Primrose. I think that was good.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Thanks, Mr.
No,
Primrose.
it's good.
It's $679,050.
Thank you for the specifics. That's great. Do you have any idea, Minister, if the DV role, given how important you've acknowledged it is, will continue after the Commissioner leaves? That role?
No, and why would I?
I don't know. You just might know what your employees are doing.
Well, the government, people go on secondment all the time. I'm not quite sure why you find this so extraordinary.
Because being
the
paid
Commissioner is very well qualified,
$679,000 and $50
Yeah, well, because the Commissioner is still
to undertake.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Ms Overall's not letting the Minister finish again. I mean, quite astounding that questions have been asked, but there seems to be no attempt to listen to the Minister give the answer. So I think if we could afford the Minister the courtesy of listening to the answer.
Do explain, please, Minister, how it is that you feel that it's not something that you need to oversee, that Commissioner Webb continues to be paid through the police budget to fulfil an entirely different role that conveniently fits within the period that she has given for her resignation.
Very easily. DCJ are the agency that is in charge of the role, not me as the police minister. So I do not step into other agencies' business. She has been asked to do something that is extremely important. She is overqualified to be able to do that job, and I have no doubt that the work she is doing will be incredibly valuable to the state of New South Wales.
Okay, Mr Latham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Minister, you said earlier on you didn't have the correct number of anti-Semitic attacks in the last couple of years. Have you got that number now?
Oh, sorry, I didn't ask for it. My apologies. I was busy getting other numbers for others.
Well,
I will, though, before.
When you do get it, can you strip out those incidents that were sponsored and instigated by the Iranian government?
Well, they were still attacks on our streets, and they were still anti-Semitic, and the police in some of those instances, or those instances, have arrested people and charged people, and in some of them are now in correctional facilities.
With all due respect, Minister, you're not saying to this committee you won't give us the number of incidents that have been sponsored and instigated by the Iranian government?
Well, the federal government announced, as we've all heard, that there were 2 incidents.
Just 2?
Well, I can only go on what I've heard.
Haven't
as
you been advised, given the information sharing between our police force and the AFP?
Well, I understand it's still 2, but Mr Hudson, do you have anything further to add to that? But my understanding is it was the 2. They were very clear on what those 2 incidents were. But they were still domestic in New South Wales, and New South Wales obviously policed them and made those arrests and charges.
Okay. Can you strip out the numbers that have been instigated and sponsored by organised crime figures, paying people to go and do this for non-anti-Semitic purposes such as plea bargaining?
Can we do that? Well, why would we want to do that? This is the thing that's so...
well, you've asked me a question, Minister. Why we want to do it is because you and the Premier have put out the notion that anti-Semitism is rampant across Sydney, dangerous, needed to sponsor the hate speech laws that many in the upper house regard as under false pretences. So we're trying to get at the core truth of what you've actually put around creating fear in New South Wales, in Sydney in particular. That's why we want to do it. Don't you think that's valid?
Well, I think your notion that we're creating fear couldn't be further from the reality. There was fear. There is still fear. And the summer of 2025 was incredibly fearful for the people of our
Minister,
Jewish community.
I'm just trying to get to the source of these incidents that you've conflated into something much bigger than what I believe it really is. You know, I don't live on the Central Coast or up near Newcastle. I live in Western Sydney, where these things are supposed to originate from, and I'm interested in the source. So can you strip out the organised crime sponsorship of these attacks where people have been paid, and when they went and did it, they obviously weren't anti-Semitic. Their relatives said they never talked that way. They had the swastika around the wrong way. They couldn't spell Israel. So, you know, it's legitimate to strip those out, isn't it?
I think for the purpose of us collating a number of anti-Semitic attacks, they are still anti-Semitic attacks, and they will continue to be counted as such.
Yeah, well, this is like telling me 2 + 2 is 4, but it doesn't assist the public in understanding the root causes of the problem that you've identified and spoken about, and the Premier's spoken about extensively, to the point of sponsoring hate speech laws in the Parliament in the way you did. So once you strip those sources of the incidents out, can you then identify the number? And the Acting Commissioner said it's somewhere obviously below 280, -2, whatever the other number is, of reports of things that were said, so hurt feelings.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Can you strip those that remain, after we take out those from foreign agents, those from organised crime, the number that remain, these incidents that have been identified, can you report to the Parliament where the incidents relate to things that were said? Reports about things that were said. Someone drove past in a car with a Palestinian flag, they yelled something out, and someone had their feelings hurt by that. Can you identify those incidents of that nature?
No, the offences, so there are 663 offences under shelter, and no, we can't, they're all offences, and 254 charges have been laid.
Right, so you
There's
can't...
currently 45 before the courts.
Right, and can you identify attacks on property, vandalism, and also those that are more serious?
Well, just read the Daily Telegraph or any newspaper for that matter, or news channel. They're obviously very well publicised through our media.
I don't regard it as an organ of truth. What about attacks on people and prosecutions?
No, it's just 663 offences.
663, but didn't the Acting Commissioner go to the anti-Semitic inquiry and provide data?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Didn't you say it comes down to 280?
Oh, I think from memory, and I stand to be corrected, what I said was of the number recorded under shelter, that if you say I said 280, then 280 were...
Well, 41% of the bigger number was 280.
Then recorded as anti-Semitic. And then there's a percentage of others that are recorded as other, which you've already pointed out. And the motivation behind each one of those is not necessarily known, so it's probably recorded as other as opposed to known anti-Semitic, but obviously there was some element of anti-Semitism in it which made them record them under shelter.
Right. What's an element of anti-Semitism? Surely anti-Semitism is someone who hates Israel and hates the Jewish people.
Well, it could have been, or it could have been something...
What's an element?
Well, it could have been like a Nazi symbol scrawled on a toilet wall, and someone might have put down other as opposed to anti-Semitic.
Right. So when some teenager, being idiotic, as some are, drives past a synagogue and yells out something about Hitler, how do you classify that?
Well, that would be up to the officer who took the report of the matter.
Right, so this is a very imprecise
that's exactly
police recording exercise.
Yeah.
Right. And in your own assessment, serious attacks on property and serious attacks on people instigated by anti-Semitic ideology by people living in Sydney, how many of those have we got?
Well, I couldn't put a
Did you take that on notice?
Well, I'm happy to take it on notice, but even taking it on notice won't necessarily give you an exact number, but I certainly will take it on notice.
Well, if you could do your best, please, because it would assist us, because we've been involved in legislation that a lot of MPs don't regard as valid. And we're trying to get to the truth of what's gone on in our city, which is very important, given the nature of this debate, which is fuelled by others on both sides of the fence. So if you can help in that regard with as much breakdown of the data, because obviously after we heard about the origins of the Dural caravan, and then we've heard about the work of the Iranian government that's been identified, we're wanting to strip it down to those that are people in Sydney acting out of anti-Semitic ideology, hatred of Jews, doing these things in a serious way. Not just driving past the synagogue and yelling out something stupid, but a serious attack on property or people. So,
can I just, Mr Latham, just say, so the figures that I just gave you were handed under Operation Shelter, 663 offences, 254 charges laid by police, and currently 45 charges before the courts.
Okay, and the Acting Commissioner is going to hopefully provide to the best of his capacity and the information available, the breakdown that I'm seeking, that I can assure you will assist our chamber at least in dealing with these questions going forward. On a separate matter, it was mentioned about Commissioner Webb outgoing on the 30th this month. Why isn't she appearing at estimates, Minister?
Because the Acting Commissioner is Peter Thurtell, and he is the Acting Commissioner at the moment.
So what's her status?
I'm not sure what the title is, but she is actually, as you know, doing a work for the government with DCJ on domestic violence.
Right, so her status is work for the government elsewhere, like gardening leave?
I don't know what the official status is, but that's what she's doing.
Minister, when did you first become aware that Karen Webb misled the public about her association with the Hopes from the Hope Estate in Colburn? Given her evidence to Leck that far from hardly knowing them, they went on holiday together to Bali, planned another overseas trip cancelled by COVID, went to birthday parties together. Mr Hope and Mr Webb were long-time business partners, and the Hopes came to Karen Webb's induction as Police Commissioner?
Mr Latham, LEC's report, Askearn report, is privileged and it is subject to a non-publication order. I will not be speaking about it. I will not breach that. I know that you have, and I know you have on 2SM, which I think is rather foolish. I will not be speaking about it.
Well, LEC had no problem the other day at estimates. I think they might have been quietly happy that the truth was out there. And I can assure you, Minister, police officers off duty come up to me and say, isn't it good that someone speaks the truth about this Commissioner who lied, and it gives them some assurance that it hopefully won't happen in the future. But when did you first become aware and read that LEC report?
I don't recall the date, but as you very well know, the legislation says that I get a copy of it, so I can't tell you the exact date. That would have been about the same date.
Can you take that on notice? And having read the report,
can I raise a point of order?
Yes, Mr Primrose.
I mean, I seek guidance from you, but I believe that this line of questioning could be in breach of the non-publication order that's been issued.
Well, it's not. We're under privilege here, and we're parliamentarians acting in the public interest. So, Minister, having read that
well, then, further,
why did you tolerate for so long the dishonesty of the
can I
Commissioner?
please, Chair, ask you to do that? Then I would have an additional point of order.
Look, I think we're straying close to unwanted territory, but I don't think we're quite there yet. Look, and we've just been saved by the bell.
Well, Minister,
Mr Latham, we've actually just been saved by the bell. That's what it's called. It's now Dr Khan's turn.
Well, can I get an answer to my question?
You can come back in the next round. Sorry, Mr Latham. Dr Khan, it is your time.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, police continue to be the first responders to mental health emergencies in New South Wales, and we have an extraordinary consensus between the police themselves, Police Association, Minister for Mental Health, people with lived experience, clinicians. Everybody agrees that this approach isn't working. I understand that there has been a working group established within government, including the police force, working on alternative approaches. I understand that that work has been underway for about a year now. What are the barriers to that work progressing more quickly?
Work is progressing, and thank you very much for acknowledging the work that police do in relation to this. And it is very cooperative and collaborative. And I've said this before in both estimates and just more broadly, that we acknowledge that often it can be the case that police arriving at a mental health incident can actually escalate the incident rather than not. So we are working towards a more health-led model. That work is progressing, and I don't think there's barriers in the way, but it's a big change from police being the first responder to health being the first responder, and we have to make sure that we get it right. We have to make sure that paramedics are also safe. So there's a lot to consider, but the will is absolutely there and it is happening. And in fact, Mr Hudson represents the police on, that's correct, isn't it, Mr Hudson? Yeah, represents the police on that committee, and we really have come a long way. Obviously, PACER is something that, which is health-led as well, but something that's occurring already. And by all accounts, out in the field, I get really good feedback on that. I hope that you have as well. But that doesn't mean that's necessarily the way forward. As you well know, we've had Kirsty Haywood, who is a police officer, but is also a psychologist, go over to England, and she had a look at what they're doing over there, and they're sort of leading the way in response to mental health, and has come back and she is informing the police on what is the best way forward. So we'll continue. It's imminent in terms of our first steps of what we'll do, and we'll keep the Parliament informed and abreast of what we're doing. At the end of the day, there is fierce agreement on we want people who are experiencing mental health incidents to be treated properly and to have the care that they need.
Thanks, Minister, and it's good to hear your support for this really important reform. The inquiry that I chaired last year into mental health made several recommendations in this space, and we looked at some existing models in quite significant detail. We looked at the mental health acute assessment team model that's operated in Western Sydney for more than a decade. I understand there's a similar model that's used by ambulance down the south coast. There's the South Australian MH Core model where ambulance only activate police as a secondary response for the safety of health workers, and it's the health workers who lead the response dealing with the person in distress. Given that those models exist and they are working in Australia and some in New South Wales now, are there any barriers to those models actually being expanded now?
Mr Hudson, I'm sure that there would be able to talk further to that, but I believe that everything is being explored to make sure that we get the best model, the best care, and deliver the best care for those people experiencing a mental health episode. Did you want to add anything?
Pardon me, I can, Minister. There's a model out for consultation at the moment, ma'am. We, Health and New South Wales Police, agree on a pathway forward, and that's gone out for consultation as of last month. So we're waiting for feedback from that. With government support, that's been gone out for consultation. So once that consultation with interested parties, those involved in the industry, clinicians, once we receive that feedback, we will tailor those responses, see if they're relevant, that need modifications to the proposed model, and then put it up for implementation. But in answer to your question, there is no barriers. Health and the New South Wales Police agree with the Upper House Inquiry's recommendation in relation to a health-led response, and that is the pathway, and that is a proposal that's out for consultation at the moment.
Thank you. And just in relation to that consultation, which the Mental Health Minister also spoke about when I asked her the same questions, how can people who are interested in this reform be involved? There's obviously particular stakeholders who must have been invited to participate, but there's very little public information available.
That's a very good point, ma'am. I'll have to double check that. Maybe we open up for public consultation. I'm not too sure, but I'll have to discuss that with Health. But that hasn't been discussed with me. There are an interested group of stakeholders that we do need feedback from, but more broader consultation I don't think has been considered, so we can certainly take that on notice and consider that.
Thank you. And just can I clarify, is it yourself that's leading this process, or is it the mental health branch at New South Wales Health? Is it Ambulance? Who's leading the consultation? on the new
Health
model?
are leading the process. Obviously we're interested stakeholders and members of the steering committee that are driving it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just on that, when do you expect the new system to be implemented, to commence?
That'll be dependent upon the feedback we receive and what modifications we might have to make.
Have you got a time frame in mind?
The transition, in my mind, will be slow. There will be some issues once agreed to that we need to work through with Health, through Ambulance, New South Wales, in relation to definition of risk, definition of threat, when police need to attend incidents in conjunction with ambulance, because that we're not going to walk away from the responsibility of some of these incidents are potentially highly violent, and we can't expose our ambulance personnel to those risks. So we're working through that with ambulance. We are redesigning the MOU with ambulance at the moment, which I don't think is too far away in relation to how we treat risk in these instances. So I think that MOU will be agreed to in the short term, but then the broader transition to a totally health-led response will be incremental as they take greater responsibility and we slowly withdraw to that, to just those incidents we're required to attend.
Thank you. Minister, you would be aware of the dreadful incident on the 27th of June where at a peaceful picket outside of SEC Plating, a manufacturer that supplied weapons plating to Israel for the use in its genocide in Gaza, Hannah Thomas was assaulted by police during her arrest, is what it's alleged, and caused her to undergo multiple surgeries and potentially be left visionless in one eye. Has a police officer been charged in relation to that?
No, that's not my understanding. Obviously that is a matter that is being investigated through the Professional Standards Command and LEC, and that matter is before the court as well.
Have you suggested that any charges against Ms Thomas be withdrawn?
No, I would not suggest that to the police. And DPP, I believe, have that matter.
Is there anybody in the police that have suggested to you that charges should be withdrawn given the circumstances? It's very, I mean, it's incredibly egregious.
Well, that's a matter for the DPP.
Okay. The whole scenario around that, the police were regularly giving updates, including Assistant Commissioner McFadden. I'll talk to Assistant Commissioner McFadden after. But
we don't have Assistant Commissioner McFadden here.
Apologies,
McKenna.
We don't. Sorry.
No, but she thinks that McKenna's McFadden.
Is Assistant Commissioner McFadden still in his position?
Yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that he said, sorry, Mr McKenna, I think I mixed you up.
Yeah, that's
I really did. I think I did. I apologise.
Taller.
Thankfully, that's clarified.
Okay,
early.
we have clarified it. Is Assistant Commissioner McFadden still in his position?
Yes.
Do you think that that's tenable, given he said that he said on in public that he had reviewed footage, body-worn video footage, and that there was no police misconduct?
I think we have to put this into some perspective in terms of, I know that you had been calling for a critical incident to be declared, but the reality is you have to...
And one has been declared?
Correct.
Yeah.
But that information wasn't available at the time to be able to declare that. So there are obviously criteria.
Can I just interrupt for 1 minute? You did know from the outset, because it was made very public, that a young woman had potentially lost vision in one eye as a result of an incident, and there was nobody else involved other than police and protesters.
Well, it doesn't matter what I knew. I don't declare critical incidents. It doesn't matter what, police make those decisions. And as I say, the criteria is very specific around how to declare a critical incident. And I think it's important that you remember a critical incident means that the, hello, Mr. Chair. Oh, Chair's here. How are you?
Thank you, Minister.
A critical incident is putting the police under more scrutiny and spotlight. So, it's not in their benefit not to do it, but you have to make sure that it adheres to the strict requirements to make that declaration. And it didn't at that point in time, as I understand it.
Okay, it's over to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. How much has the New South Wales Police Force spent on protests in the last 12 months?
Well, I can only go on, I do have that here, on what was provided. Oh no, this is just under shelter. So there's other protests, of course, as well.
Yes.
So I don't have the accurate, the absolute amount. So I think everybody has it. You probably got that. Is that your Gipper, was it? I don't know.
But if you could just give us the figure you've got, Minister.
Well, this is, as I say, though, just for shelter. So that's not fair not to give you
what's
other
the
protests.
figure for shelter?
Is that the total figure? $11,295 and $2,295,000.
Okay, so round up to $11.3 million. And
no. The figure is $11,295,206.
Thank you. And so that's what other costs should we be putting onto that to get a total figure for the cost of policing protests?
So in this city alone, there's generally speaking about 1,500 protests a year, and in New South Wales there's more than 2,000 and a bit more. They are not included, so this would only include the 110 that we have had from shelter. So it's obviously not a clear indication of how much police. But I think it's important that we remember that police's job is to keep the community safe, and that is what they are doing
Minister,
when they are attending the protests to ensure safety of the broader community and also of the people who are attending.
I just want to check those figures because those figures work out to roughly 38 protests a week. Is that correct?
Yeah, you can ask Mr McFadden. Sorry, Mr McKenna.
Sorry,
I know, I started something, sorry.
Sorry,
so,
Mr McKenna.
Minister, do you agree with the New South Wales Police?
Well, let's just check with Mr McKenna, if you would.
Well,
I would like to just...
I can ask you a question, if I may, thank you.
Well, you asked me a question, and I'm asking the answer of Mr McKenna.
I'm asking you another question, Minister. Do you agree with the New South Wales Police Association President that this places an enormous strain on the police officers?
Well, I think that we're very stretched. There's absolutely no secret made about that. We came into government and there was a serious concern from me particularly. I had no idea that we were so short in numbers. There was no plan for recruitment. There was no plan for retention. And we've had to really
Minister,
focus
you're thinking it's
on...
only a matter of the police force being under strength rather than the impact that close to 40 protests a week are placing on our police force with all the other responsibilities that they have. What impact is this having on police officers on the job, Minister?
Well, the shortage of police is having the greatest impact, that is for sure, because we are having...
Minister, are you discounting
Point of order,
the
Chair.
impact?
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry, not disputing it's a legitimate...
I'm sorry.
It's okay, you can react to it.
Sorry,
it's
Chair.
all yours.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not disputing, legitimate line of inquiry, I'm sure, except that Ms Cutter is not letting the Minister finish her answers. We're getting 2 words in.
To that point of order...
well, I didn't even finish my point of order. So I think case in point there, Ms Carter.
You've got to be quick.
Yeah.
I've heard it all before, but I'll hear it again.
So my point being that if we could afford the Minister the courtesy of letting her answer the question before we head on to the next question.
To the point of order, I'm just trying to get the Minister to answer the question that was asked, not the question the Minister wished had been asked.
Yeah, you can't get it asked.
Look, in that sense, I'll hold up the point of order because the Minister can answer the question any way she likes or not answer it, but I'd please just let her not answer it before you come in again with another question.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I answer the question now,
Well, I
Chair? Because I do actually have an answer to this.
Is this a new question?
I think it's a new question.
No, I didn't finish the last one. I really want to answer it because it's very important, and it's important that the committee members understand what's happening with our police. So, we're short, and to man the protests in this city and in this state, it's often the case that we have to bring officers on their down days back in, and they're exhausted. So it is very important that we acknowledge that it is the fact that we are short on numbers, therefore we have an overworked police force who is being called on regularly to attend any various number of events in this city. It's the biggest city that we have in the country, and they are tired and they are coming out on their days off to keep the community safe, and the thanks to them is endless.
And on notice, Minister, as you've indicated, they're coming out on their days off. What's the size of the overtime payments in the last year for policing these protests? If you could take that on notice, I'd be very grateful. And a further question in relation to costs, Minister. We've established that it is at least $11 million and likely significantly more. Do you think it is fair that taxpayers are having to pay for these protests?
Well, I go back to where I started this answer for you, and that is that the police job is to keep the community safe. I'm not sure what cost taxpayers put on safety, but they are doing their job. It is money that is out of the police budget, and I'm sure that the community of New South Wales is so grateful for our police, the work they do, in whatever form that looks like.
Minister, with respect to the issue of public safety and with respect to the protests that we saw recently on the Sydney Harbour Bridge, do you agree with the Premier in relation to that protest that it's important to be on the side of public safety and therefore that protest should not have occurred?
I think that the police's, and I've explained this to Ms Higginson, police's number one priority is assessing the risk that is involved.
Minister, if I can just say to you, that wasn't the question about police's priority. I'm asking you, did you agree with the Premier that the protest on the Sydney Harbour Bridge should not have occurred? So
I am going to go back because this is a preamble to my answer. Police's priority is to assess the risk, and they then obviously share their concerns with me, and they were concerned about safety. There is no doubt about that, and quite legitimately so. So I do agree with the police, and if that's what the Premier said as well, then he was properly informed as well.
Okay, thank you. Minister, in fact, police were so concerned about issues of public safety in relation to that protest that they took the matter to the Supreme Court in relation to the issuing of a Form 1. Do you know why, in that matter, any issue under Division 7 of the Roads Act was not raised?
No, I do not know.
Okay, because Division 7 of the Roads Act, the heading of which is trespassing on Sydney Harbour Bridge and other major bridges, tunnels and roads, that essentially provides that infrastructure named there cannot be blocked, and in fact, regardless of whether you have a Form 1, that's not going to create a waiver in relation to that provision of the Roads Act. Yet this was not raised in argument before the Supreme Court. Was there any reason why these powers that you have to stop the blocking of the Harbour Bridge were not used in relation to that protest?
Oh, look, I think that at the end of the day, we all accepted the Supreme Court judge's decision, and it was for them to give us the decision on that particular matter, and, well, we know exactly what happened after that.
But, Minister, you'd be aware that in a common law court, a judge can only decide on questions that are put before the judge, and the police did not put to the judge the matter of Division 7 of the Roads Act. Why was that? Why wasn't that power used?
Well, I'm very confident with the position that the police put forward. I am always confident with their approach to things. As I said to you, safety was paramount, which is always the case. The Supreme Court judge made the decision, and the decision was set as it was.
If the matter was run again, would you be asking the police to raise the issue of Division 7 of the Roads Act?
Let me be very clear. I don't ask the police to do these operational things.
Okay, thank you. With respect to public safety and the matters on the bridge, were you concerned about the reported display of terrorism group symbols, the image of the Iranian leader that were on display in that protest?
I understand that matter was investigated, and I'm uncertain if it's still under investigation. Do we have a status on that at all, Mr McKenna?
We've sought some legal advice on that. The difficulty is, on that particular protest, identifying individuals when it was raining, there was up to 100,000 people there, umbrellas and the like. So the police on the day were concerned about public safety, not about minor incidents, but those matters are being looked at.
And is it true that there's a consistent issue with enforcing laws in protests about being able to identify persons who may have been in breach of particular laws?
It can be, it just depends on certain circumstances. Also, people think that holding a flag up, a prohibited symbol, is an offence. It's not, it's more nuanced than that. You actually have to approach the person, ask them to put the flag away. They have to know that it's a prohibited symbol. There's lots to it that we have legal advisors to give us assistance in that space.
But terrorism symbols are not minor offences, are they? They're really significant.
Oh, I'd say any time someone is doing something like that, we take it seriously, and that's why we investigate it.
And do you think it's important that we have laws that make sure that anybody involved in a protest can be clearly identified by the police and not have their faces obscured by facial coverings of any kind?
Oh, we just follow the laws of the day.
Is that a difficulty with enforcement, though, being able to identify the people?
No, because if someone is committing an offence or we need to use powers, we have the power to make them remove a face covering.
Given the Minister's comments about being under strength, did you have the strength with a march the size of that on the Sydney Harbour Bridge to actually go in and carry out those enforcement actions against people who may have been holding up terrorist symbols?
Look, when you're getting up to 100,000 people there, our priorities do change, especially when we don't have the opportunity or the time to plan for that type of protest. Significant concerns around crowd crush and public safety, as I said, was the forefront of our thinking.
So, am I hearing correctly that if the crowd is large enough, that there is no enforcement of provisions such as 93Z?
No, that's not the case at all. And we have the ability there to take action when we need to take action. But on this particular day, I don't think that people I think people have underestimated the significance of that particular operation, the decisions that had to be made very, very quickly, the concern the police commander had and the police on the ground.
Oh, not underestimating anything, recognising the extraordinary job that the police did to keep everybody safe under those circumstances. Just concerned that we have existing laws that do not appear to be being used.
Yes, thank you. Minister, did New South Wales Police go down to Victoria to assist in the search for the alleged Warrapunka shooter?
I'll come back to that. Would you like the answers now? Because you said to wait until you come next. So can Rochelle give you the answers to your numbers?
I might go through these first, and then it's like in the last couple of minutes that I have. Thank you, Rochelle, very much.
Yes.
They did?
Yes.
Were they required?
They're still there.
They're still there?
Yeah.
Do we have an idea of the...
There's a command set up in Albury.
A command? Right. And were...
Sorry, I'm just going to give you the right detail.
Yep, sure.
It's Interlink. It's called Interlink, the command.
Interlink, okay. There's a command, Interlink. And were any of the officers required to come back to deal with the large volume of protesters and the other marathon event that was taking place in Sydney weekend just past?
No, that's not my understanding.
No, so they went down and they were able to remain.
They're tactical, yeah.
Okay. Minister, when it comes to last weekend's protests, you stated in the media that the huge deployment of officers was necessary for public safety and that it would not impact regular police work. However, the Police Association President stated, covering these shifts limits our ability to respond to core policing duties, including crime-related activity at police stations across the state. So which of you is correct?
Well, I would say that obviously the Police Association, first and foremost, can I say, do a great job, and I thank them for their advocacy and their support of the police ongoing. I am advised by the police that it does not have a significant impact on the general duties in commands around the state.
But you have already suggested, and we've heard, that police are having to be taken from elsewhere in order to facilitate numbers to deal with these huge protests. So how could it not impact?
Because as I just described to you, a lot of these officers are on leave. So they're coming off their leave. They're not getting, as you know, they work different rosters, but it could be their 5 days off. So they're on, or they could actually be on annual leave. We've even had some coming back from annual leave to do this. So it's a complex arrangement of various status of each officer.
I'm sure it's incredibly complex, but as the Police Association President said, covering them limits the ability to respond to core policing duties. So when it comes to the money for these protests, you have said that it comes from the police budget, but there's no separate budget allocation for protests specifically, is there?
I'm unaware of that. We might have to ask them. No.
No, there's not. So this just eats into the normal annual policing budget, yes?
Yes. I don't know if the word eats into is correct. Is there a special...
Well, there's no separate budget allocation for it, therefore...
The WBS number, it's a line item.
There is a line item for... It is captured. That's how we capture it. There you go.
And
well, you might be best to ask the police that. Obviously, I don't do the police's internal budgeting.
How much is the line item?
For shelter, it's
well, that's only for shelter, so that's not, yeah.
Right. So again, limited in what we have there. So how many other services, programs, policing needs are being negatively impacted by these escalating and continual protest costs? You're taking money from one area of the police budget, so clearly it is impacting other areas. So what are the other areas being impacted as a result?
Well, I'm not aware of specifically that I could point to any area that is being impacted.
Just generally being impacted, the police
Well,
budget.
I'll describe that to you again. It's the welfare of the police officers. That's what I'm concerned about. They're exhausted. And that's because we don't have enough officers, and we are working
I hear you,
tirelessly.
Minister. I fully agree with you.
Yes,
It's,
I think,
and
well,
we'll get to questions about what you're doing about it. But how
Well,
much more?
Can I finish my answer, please? So that is a real concern to me, and
It's a real concern
that is
to
exactly
everyone.
what we need to be doing, is getting more officers, more boots on the ground, and having all of our vacancies filled. There are
No
too many
argument.
vacancies, and we need to be recruiting more. And we are definitely
Agree.
working tirelessly to do that, and we are seeing some green shoots.
And wholeheartedly backing you in all of what you have just said there, Minister. But let's come back to the current police budget, the impact of these ongoing, escalating protests, on average 38 per week. How much more can be borne by the existing New South Wales police budget before the situation is no longer sustainable?
Well, again, the police's job is to keep the community safe, and this is part of policing. So that is exactly what we are doing.
So are you committing to increasing funding to the New South Wales Police in order to deal with the escalating, ongoing, protest-induced cost pressures?
Well, I'll be advised by what the police ask of the government of the day, but I will remind this committee that the police budget this year was the largest that it has ever been.
And so you'll commit to continuing to ensure?
I'll be guided by what the police
I'm
ask
sure
for.
the police will be always asking for more money to do their job as well as they possibly can. Just quickly before I hand back to my colleague, do you have any other plans for dealing with the ongoing issues of these escalating numbers of protests?
We'll continue to man them in accordance with the risk assessment that the police provide and determine, and because that's what police do.
Minister, have there been further applications for other groups to have protests on the bridge?
You might have to ask, they don't come to me obviously, you might have to ask police that.
Okay, anybody provide a quick answer to that for us?
Yes, there has been.
How many further applications have there been?
There's two, one's been withdrawn, and there's one currently.
So two further, one withdrawn, one current. Okay, thank you very much. Minister, was the uplift in the police budget necessary to fund the cost of ongoing policing of protests?
No, not to my knowledge, that wasn't
Then what was the reason for the uplift in police funding that you mentioned in the budget?
Well, because that was in line with an increase from the previous year, was in line with what we would anticipate and expect for the police to continue to do the work they do.
So the uplift you pointed to was simply inflation, it wasn't an actual uplift in real terms of the police budget, is that right?
That was it. We delivered the largest police budget that has been delivered.
But is it an uplift to provide for additional resources that the police so sorely need, or was it simply a CPI uplift?
I might remind you, Ms Carter, that it's not that they need to fill positions. They need to fill vacant positions. That's what they need. We have, as you would know, you've just worked it out from the numbers that I gave you, in excess of 2,000 vacant positions. We need to fill them.
There were 2,000 vacant positions last time we spoke, Minister.
Minister, are you aware whether an application to hold another far extreme right-wing protest has been made for the 13th of September?
I'm not aware, no.
Come back to say.
But I wouldn't be. They don't make them to me.
No, but I'm just saying, do you have anything?
How far right and how extreme?
Do you have, self-proclaimed neo-Nazis as the organisers, do you have anything, any form of communique at the moment between your commissioners in relation to such a matter? Have you got an alert system after Sunday's protest?
I don't have an alert system.
Do you think it would be appropriate to given there is so much commentary right now from experts warning about the rise in far-right extremism and neo-Nazis?
Well, if the police felt that they needed to advise me of it, then they would.
Okay, so you wouldn't, as Minister for the Police for New South Wales, you wouldn't take that initiative? You don't think that's an appropriate initiative for you to take?
Well, I wouldn't single out any group. I mean, the police.
No,
police for safety.
if organisers are
hold on,
self-proclaimed neo-Nazis.
this is important. Police for safety on the streets, regardless of who's having a protest, regardless of if it's a protest or a sporting, two sporting groups.
Minister, do you know the difference between people who espouse violence and intolerance and people who espouse peace and non-violence? Do you know the difference?
Don't be insulting, Sue.
It's a question. I'm asking you. You said police will police all things.
Yes,
I'm
right.
asking about protests and application for... I'm just curious about the approach you as Police Minister will be taking to Cabinet, given experts are warning about the rise in far-right extremism and neo-Nazis in New South Wales right now.
We will make sure the community is kept safe. I think that those views are abhorrent. As everybody does, there is no tolerance for that. But if there is a protest on our streets, the police will be there and keep our streets safe. And I might remind you of in 2024, no, I think it was October 23, no, it was Australia Day, around Australia Day, in 2024, when we had a group board a train in the northern, over in North Sydney, and the police were there immediately and averted that group from meeting up with another group that was protesting up in Victoria Park. So don't, the police will police. And it's insulting for you to suggest that I don't know the difference. I absolutely know the difference. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll back these guys every single day of the week. I'll take their advice. They are the experts. They can assess risk. They could manage crowds. And I'm so pleased to have their advice.
Thanks, Minister. We'll now break for...
apologies.
Apologies.
It's government questions.
Probing government questions.
Yes, I have.
Probing.
Apologies. It's the government
Yes,
time.
I've got two questions.
Order.
The first is a specific one, Minister, and then I'll get to a more general question. So 9 months ago, Wanding powers came into effect. Can you give us an update on how they're helping get dangerous weapons off the streets?
Thank you very much for the question. Today, you might remember that our knife Wanding laws came into being after a lot of advocacy from the Beasleys, who tragically lost their son in an incident in Queensland. They came and they spoke with the Cabinet, they spoke with parliamentarians. They had been advocating around the country for quite some time. And today, in actual fact, they are in New South Wales, they are doing some education programs in our schools to advise young people of the dangers of knife crime and the fact that it is life-changing. If you leave the house with a knife, it is life-changing. It can be life-changing for the individual who obviously is attacked, and the results are devastating for the family, for the broader community, but it ruins the lives of those who also are the perpetrators. So they're out educating people, and I can't thank them enough for their advocacy and for assisting the New South Wales government in going down this path. The police tell me that the Wanding operations that we have had, which have been many, are really welcomed by the community. They are pleased that we're proactive in this space. More than 200 knives have been removed from our streets as a result of our Wanding operations. That's 200 less knives that we have out there that potentially could have ended up in devastation, in devastating circumstances. We are seeing quite a large number on our transport networks, which is, terrible, but the police, again, there's Operation Waratah, are out there proactively ensuring that we remove as many knives as we can from those young people who have them on them. I don't understand why people leave their homes with a knife. I find it terrifying, and I think that it's the message is for all of us to portray to young people, and that is, do not leave your home with a knife.
Thank you, Minister. And there was a wide range of issues covered today, and I felt at some stages we maybe didn't get to enough of the information from you. So I wondered if you had any additional information that you'd like to add from this morning's session.
Good question.
Thank you, Mr. Latham.
Probing.
Probing. I guess unfortunately, Dr. Cohn isn't here, but the collaboration between in the Parliament with the mental health response, I think, has been second to none. And I just want to say I'm really proud to be a parliamentarian in New South Wales to address an issue that is critically important. They're very vulnerable incidents that occur, and I think I said this possibly in my first estimates, that it became obvious to me from the very beginning as being the police minister that people who are experiencing a mental health incident and it ends up in devastating circumstances is an absolute tragedy. It's a tragedy for the individual, for the family, and quite frankly for the state. And we're addressing that, and we're addressing it as a collective, and I think that's to be absolutely commended. And I'd like us to be able to do that with a lot more issues as well. And you know, this is certainly a shining example, and we've got to get it right. So, as has been described by Deputy Commissioner Hudson, it may take time, but we have to get it right, and it's worth taking the time when something is so important. Thank you, Minister.
Okay, no more questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a break now and return at 11:15. Thank you. All right, we might recommence questioning
which
with the
helps.
crossbench, and that will be... Can't hear me, sorry.
We can't hear you.
You there? Hello?
Just me.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm the one that normally has hearing problems. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
thank
think
you.
you must have just been a bit far away.
Thank you. As you may or may not be aware, Minister, in the New South Wales firearms regulations, there is a demerit point system for firearms licence holders that is similar to a driver's licence. Licence holders have up to 12 points over a rolling 5-year period, and if they exceed those 12 points, their licence can be suspended or cancelled. Could you please tell me which firearms offences attract these demerit points?
Well, I'm going to say to you, Mr. Borzak, I did not know there was a demerit system until you just
Well,
raised that with
that
me.
is
Thank you.
the point. That is the
yes,
point.
Yes, that is. Shall we ask Mr. Hudson? He might be able to enlighten us.
I'll take it on notice, Minister.
Well, I'll, just in case they've slipped your mind, they relate to unsafe storage of firearms or ammunition, failure to notify the firearms registry of a change of address or circumstances, carrying or using a firearm contrary to licence conditions, e.g. hunting without permission, failure to produce a licence when requested by police, some minor record keeping breaches for firearms dealers, club armourers or security licence holders. Have they been used at all since they were introduced?
Well, we will find that information out for you, Mr. Borzak. I would be interested to know that as well. But I have to ask you if...
Perhaps you could move your mic a little bit closer to you.
Sorry, my apologies.
I have got a reason. I've been shooting for 50 years and I'm deaf.
Is it on? Oh, yeah.
It's on.
Sorry. Excuse me. Yes, we will. I'll take that.
Take it. Okay, well, I'll keep going. Again, the next question was, could you tell me how many times demerit points have been used? Again, why do police immediately remove, suspend or charge licence holders over small infractions rather than saving the taxpayer and the judiciary time and money using demerits, finding those licence holders instead of, as was envisaged in the regulations? In other words, they just go from 0 to 100?
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, it does seem like a good system for that reason alone, that, as you quite rightly point out, instead of being, or going through the process for quite minor infringements, having the demerit system. So this is something that I think is positive, and I'm sure you would agree. I will certainly have a look at that as well, and perhaps we can have a meeting to discuss that, because as I said to you, you have brought to my attention something that I was unaware of.
Thank you. The reason I ask this is because of the avalanche of unfair charges I hear of. One farmer had his firearms stolen from a compliance safe by thieves and was installing a new, stronger safe when police arrived and charged him with unsafe storage, and he's before the courts. Another licence holder informed police his laptop and some other items had been stolen, but not his guns. They were safe. Instead, police conducted a search of his house, found 2 9mm rounds under a bed in a box, far from easy discovery, and dragged him through the courts only for his case to be dismissed and thrown out. Minister, it's not fair to say, or is it fair to say, that you are needlessly creating work for the court system and police?
Well, I would like more information about the demerit system and see how that would apply to the instances that you have just referred to.
Thank you. I asked that these questions because in the proposed changes to the regulations to the review, you recommended that fines on demerit points be doubled along with any other charges. But of course, as you rightly can see, now these systems not being used at all. We're just going from 0 to 100, as I said earlier. Minister, I ask that you look at how that demerits point system is being employed, and that you inform us why they aren't being used more often to take the pressure off the courts and the judiciary and, of course, the police.
I will look at that and I'll
All right,
report
thank
back to you.
You were meant to answer some of those questions, so I had a chance of actually going through it. Thank you.
Well, thank you too for bringing it to my attention.
I'll just ask some questions on safe storage. I've been hearing a lot of feedback from licensed firearms owners across the state, so that I'd ask a few questions about firearms maintenance and safe storage, if I can. One, within the regulations and the Act, it allows firearms owners to have firearms outside the safe for the purpose of cleaning and maintenance. Is this correct?
I would have to have a look at the regulation. But as you know, we are reviewing the regs and they're due to be finalised, I think it's August next year. So we are going through that consultative process. And also the FRCC, the Firearms Registry Consultative Committee, are looking at all of these regulations. So if you think that these are things that we could be discussing in that forum, then I think that would be a good idea, and I'm happy to speak to Kirsty in relation to that too, to ensure that happens.
Yes, Minister. I'll have a fair bit to say about that review in due course. Not here, of course, today. Do New South Wales Police's view favourably those who choose to upgrade their safe storage so that it's above compliance level required? In other words, tougher to break into.
And what was the question? Do
New South Wales Police view favourably those who choose to upgrade their safe storage so that it's above compliance level required? In other words, a level higher or more. In other words, tougher to break into. What's the police view in relation to those people?
Do you mind if I refer to
No,
Mr.
please.
As long as all the other requirements of the, if it's tough to break into, as long as it's bolted to the ground, it complies with everything else, it's in the right location. That'd be positive, I would suggest, Mr. Borzak.
Thank you. Following the recent floods, would you agree that it is necessary for some licensed firearms owners to both clean and maintain their firearms as a result of moisture and dry out the locations where their safe storage is secured?
Are you asking me? Sorry. Or Mr. Hudson? I think.
Through you, Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Hudson, would you?
I would, if they were water affected, I would have considered that reasonable. Well, I know something's coming, Mr. Borzak. So
Sorry?
I know something's about to follow that.
You know something about flooding?
No, I know something is about to follow that.
Oh, okay.
He's on to your questioning, that's what he's saying. He's on to your questioning, leading somewhere.
Oh, of course it does.
He's setting you up.
No, I'm not. I never set anybody up. I'm the one that gets set up. Is it then reasonable for a licensed firearm owner to, with all the doors and windows secured in the home and no unlicensed individuals in attendance, remove firearms from the safe, unbolt the safe to dry it out and dry the carpet and the flooring and then resecure it on the shortest time possible on the same day without breaching safe storage requirements?
Without knowing the individual circumstances to which you're referring, I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay. Is it breaching safe storage for firearms to remain in the original compliant safe before or while the new upgraded safe is being installed?
Again, based on circumstances, whether they are in possession of the licensed firearm holder at the time they're not.
Well, as you can appreciate, most of these questions are coming from live examples that have been put to us in the past and where people have been breached for, caught in the act, if you like.
Can I add to that, Mr. Borzak? Given the prevalence of our natural disasters, these are perhaps considerations that we need to discuss more lengthy because they're becoming more prevalent, these instances, and I see how people would get caught up in various breaches as a result of that, but we also have to use our common sense. So I think it might be worthwhile, obviously continue your line of questioning, but perhaps we best sit down and have a discussion around this with the Firearms Registry so that we can have a practical approach in these circumstances.
Thank you. Well, that's why I started off by talking about demerit points, because there seems to be a general approach from police on the ground where they find a prima facie non-compliance to go from 0 to 100, as I said, licence gone, firearms gone, bang, you're done, without consideration of the circumstances and using what I'd call common sense in relation to these situations, provided there's no other circumstances around it too that make it more complicated and would warrant that sort of approach. Just one more quick one. I'll come back to it. I've just about run out of time. I've got a few more I'll ask in relation to that. The bell will ring in 40 seconds.
So it's Ms. Boyd's time.
Ms. Boyd, yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister, and good morning, officials. We have spoken many times now, Minister, about the issue of police officers who are perpetrators of domestic, family and sexual violence themselves, which has quite sort of complex nuances compared to other instances of DFE and sexual violence, particularly because of that access to tools, information, surveillance systems, and the position of power that police officers have. Given that the police are still yet to implement the recommendations of both the LEC and the Auditor General in relation to separating the function for investigation in relation to DFE perpetrators who are also police, what have you done to become confident that you don't think there's more to be done in this area?
Thank you very much, Ms Boyd. Ms Boyd, I will get Acting Deputy Commissioner McKenna to take you through the work that has been done. But just to give you a brief overview, Mr McKenna has been working with the LEC.
1 in 3 wins.
Oh, we've got the races going over here. Mr Latham, thanks. Let us know what you're on.
You've got to have a bet. I don't believe all this anti-gambling thing is going on about. You know, people got to have fun.
Okay. Well, you've got your opportunity to ask me some questions about that. Back to Ms Boyd.
If I get a winner.
Okay. So he has been liaising with LEC at a very high level, and to work through the issues that you quite rightly said you have raised with me at every occasion, in actual fact, and thank you for that. They will be changing the SOPs, the New South Wales Police SOPs, in relation to this, and he can go through, and Mr McKenna can go through and give you the detail, and they'll be implemented later this month. They've worked on removing things like the perceived conflict, putting in place appropriate and transparent mechanisms. So, but I might move over to, because I think you're going to want to hear this, and also in relation to access to firearms and those issues that you had concerns about.
Because I am going to come to those as well. That would be good. And I think just, yes, I would love to hear from
Mr McKenna.
Deputy Commissioner Mr McKenna, but just because my time is limited, can we be quite specific as to whether or not the recommendation from LEC and the Auditor General has now been implemented in terms of not being investigated by one's own command?
So the situation is that we've rewritten the SOPs. They've now been endorsed by our executive team. They will be implemented later this month. I've sat down with LEC and gone through the new SOPs with them informally, and had discussions with them and a number of questions back and forth, and they've indicated their complete satisfaction now. I've spoken to the DV sector about the SOPs, albeit before they were implemented, to give them an overview of it, and they've indicated their satisfaction. The fact of the matter is that there is no way in New South Wales we can say that police from a different command have to go do domestic violence matters. Often we will turn up not knowing they're involved members until we get there, for starters. But the tyranny of distance that we have across our regional areas just makes that impractical. What we do have now, but, is a set of guideline SOPs that are both transparent and will give community confidence. So police turn up to the scene of a domestic violence incident and they find out there's an involved member as one of the parties involved. They must immediately ring their inspector, the duty officer. The duty officer will attend, and if they can't attend, the duty officer will speak to both parties and ascertain if they believe there is any type of conflict of interest whatsoever about these police officers investigating this matter. If they say either party says there is a conflict of interest and that duty officer cannot resolve that conflict of interest to their satisfaction, and we don't have to do things immediately, then we will bring in other police.
So tell me how there cannot be a conflict of interest if you're being investigated by the same people that you're working with.
Well, for example, if that is the case, that, and we have had that before as well, we still go through the motions of body-worn video, that the domestic is investigated exactly the same way as it would be for anyone else, that it is oversighted by that duty officer.
So when you say the domestic, it seems like we're talking about one particular incident. I'm talking about, for example, you know, there's been a series of incidents, there's been coercive control.
Well, I'll just go through the process first because it might answer your questions, okay? So then we'll come back to the specific.
Sorry, I will come back to you in the afternoon then if we're going to take that length of time. because I do have other questions for the Minister, but it seems to me like we've not exactly adopted what the LEC and the Auditor General...
Oh, no, the LEC are very happy with what we've had put in place so far. Okay. And because there is other processes right through to assistant commissioners having to have a review panel and ascertaining that there is no conflict of interest or it's been resolved or all the action has been taken that should be taken.
Okay. Well, I look forward to seeing those and I will come back to you this afternoon. Minister, there's also been a number of high-profile instances reported in the media with police officers unlawfully using sensitive police information for an extended period of time, with really quite serious consequences for victims and victim survivors. And in many of those cases, police were made aware of the perpetrator's behaviour long before anything was done about it. What are you doing to ensure that action's taken in every case as soon as allegations are known about these police perpetrators?
Well, the New South Wales Police don't tolerate that sort of behaviour, and as you know, the Commissioner has the opportunity to speak to those officers and to make determinations about their ongoing employment, depending on the severity of the complaint and the issue. But those being reported to senior police and action being taken within, I think, is something that Police Commissioner, Acting Commissioner Thurtell can certainly talk to. But they do take these things very seriously and they do not tolerate and have time for that sort of behaviour.
So given that we've had these incidents reported in the last year where that has not occurred, what have you done to ensure that that action is taken as soon as allegations are known to police?
I'm unclear of what incidents you're referring to.
Sure. So, for instance, Constable Jordan Weston unlawfully accessed the police database to find out information about his victim and people associated with her, including an ex-partner. Constable Reuben Timperley, who was charged with GFE offences earlier this year after previously being found guilty of illegally accessing the police database to look up his partner, and recent media reports about former police officer Mohammed Jamal Sueid exchanging information with an alleged domestic violence offender, including photos of official reports during hundreds of illegal searches of the New South Wales police system over several months, which involved looking up victim details. That's just three of them.
Okay. It might be better if we take that on notice and provide you with a response to those individual instances that you have referred to. Overarchingly, I think my initial comments are certainly what the expectation of the New South Wales Police
Thank you. And perhaps on notice, if you could tell me how many police officers by rank have been charged with offences relating to accessing or modifying restricted data held in the country in the last 5 years. How many were found guilty and how many were convicted?
Yes, I can.
In February this year, we were told there were 10 currently serving officers who had been found guilty of a domestic family violence offence, and 1 currently serving officer who had been found guilty of sexual violence offences. How many are there now?
10.
Still 10?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And are any of them under investigation to be removed?
I think they're all historical. I've got 2 have been convicted. Is that right?
2 convictions recorded, the other 8 non-conviction.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think we've spoken about this, those ones that have been found guilty but not actually convicted.
The 2 that were convicted were from 2011, both of them.
Okay.
So it's historic.
So they served some punishment for that?
I think they've all been considered by the Commissioner for dismissal and given a range of actions from Commissioners' warning notices to Deputy Commissioners' warning notices to Assistant Commissioners' warning notices. The 2 that had convictions recorded in 2011, warning notice, both received warning notices. They were considered by the Commissioner for removal and declined at that time.
Okay, I might come back on that. Minister, in answers to questions on notice that were provided in February of this year, it was disclosed that no police officer who had been found guilty of a domestic and family violence offence had had their personal firearm licence suspended or seized in the last 3 years. Do you know why that would be?
Oh, I'd have to ask the police to provide a response to that.
Well, it depends if they even had a firearm licence to suspend or remove.
perhaps you could clarify.
Yeah, we'd have to find out.
In the previous answers, we were told that we were given the figures for how many actually did have a firearm licence and just hadn't had it suspended. So if you maybe come back this afternoon as well. And finally, Minister, there's still an alarming number of misidentifications of primary aggressor in domestic and family violence matters. I note that there's an update to the SOPs. Has there been anything in addition in those SOPs to cover police incorrectly and inaccurately identifying victims when they go to a domestic and family violence incident?
Police will have to answer that directly in relation to the change to the SOPs. But I think it's important, just as an overarching factor, to remember that police will just police the evidence before them and what the crime is. But Mr. McKenna might like to talk more to that. Okay, do that?
We've done lots of work in our training around misidentification. The problem being is that no one's actually been able to tell us what the definition of misidentification is. We see there is some dispute about whether there is some self-defence or whether it's retaliatory violence, which really has to be broken down. I've had our police prosecutors branch do a review across the whole of the state. They tell me this is not an endemic issue at all, that there are some isolated cases, but where they are isolated, they actually have been line ball calls, because whether we like it or not, sometimes we end up in situations of cross AVOs. It's rare, but we do have that.
It's not rare. It's quite... mutual AVOs are actually quite...
Well, I'd have to take on notice the numbers, or you could tell me some numbers if you like, but I can only tell you what we are seeing and what I see as the corporate and executive sponsor for police.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Opposition, thank you.
Mr. McKenna, just a quick question to start. What's the name of the continuing applicant for a protest on the Harbour Bridge?
They're protesting against, Australia Unites Against Government Corruption. That's what they've put their banner up as.
Great, thank you very much. Minister, pleased that you can be with us, even though I know that you had to miss an important press conference at Campbelltown at 11 o'clock, supporting the work of the Beasleys and Jack's Law, which has been an important reform. When is your government going to fully implement what Brett and Belinda Beasley are looking for on what's happened in Queensland, and ensure that police have the power to wand anywhere, anytime?
Well, we think that we've got the setting right in New South Wales. And again, I do thank the Beasleys for their ongoing advocacy and for being in New South Wales today. It's good to host them here, and good that they're teaching young people the consequences of knife crime. No one knows it more than them, that's for sure. It's important to note that the police also have other powers in addition to the wanding laws, to, if they have suspicion, that they can already determine whether somebody has a knife on them or not, search somebody. So for that reason, we believe that we have the powers right, or have the legislation right.
And so you think it's appropriate that police should have to flag to potential offenders via a notice on a website when the wanding operations are going to occur and where they'll occur?
Well, that was, we mirrored the Queensland laws for that.
But the Queensland laws have, of course, now changed, haven't they, Minister, to anywhere, any time? Will you be following that change?
Well, it's not something that we're intending on doing immediately, that's for sure. And it hasn't been an incredibly long period of time, but it has been, we've seen successful results. And whilst we're seeing those, I think the settings are right. But we've always remained open-minded. And at this point in time, though, we think that the settings are right.
And what feedback have you received from Frontline Police or the Police Association in relation to the way that the current law is functioning?
Well, the police have said that on the front line that people are okay with the wanding operations, and they're pleased that police are being proactive.
Sorry, people being the people who are wandered are okay?
Yes.
And
The
what
community.
about police? Are they satisfied that
Well, that's
they have the flexibility to wander anywhere, anytime?
Well, that's the only feedback I'm getting, the operational outcomes.
And when will every police officer in New South Wales have access to a wand at any given time?
Well, I'm not too sure that every police officer in New South Wales will have a wand anywhere, anytime. I don't know if you've seen the appointments that police have on them. They're not asking to have another appointment on them anywhere, anytime. Wands are deployed on operational basis, and we have enough in New South Wales to
Just wanting
meet
to know if
that.
there's enough in the cupboard for operational arrangements at all times.
Well, there has been to date, yes.
Thank you.
Minister, given the campaign launched today on warning students about knife crime, obviously there are concerns. So what weapons are police finding in schools or on school grounds?
I can't pinpoint directly to on-school grounds. What this is an education program to prevent children from actually going down the pathway of committing the crime. So this is what we're trying to do is educate kids, just like we do about any type of crime, but in relation to knife crime, we're seeing more and more young people out and about with knives, and that needs to stop. So that's what this is about.
Out and about. So are there any instances of knives being cited, brought to or suspected on school grounds specifically?
You'll need to ask the Education Minister that question.
Why wouldn't I ask the Police Minister that question? Wouldn't police be called to attend in such matters?
Most likely they would be.
So can anyone answer whether there's been any instances?
Definitely there are instances, I'd have to get back to you on numbers, where we are contacted by school at a local area command or police district level, as well as matters reported through the School Safety Response Unit, which is our partnership with education, where there are instances of students bringing knives and cutting weapons to school. It does happen.
Can I say, though, that the Department of Education would keep very, very strict records on that, so that's why I thought it would be best to go to them.
But I would appreciate that, Mr Pasanos. And nothing more serious, guns? Any instances of sightings or suspected sightings of firearms?
Replicas and gel blaster type of things, yes. Again, frequency, I can't tell you, but it does happen. Or people believing they're sighting a water pistol, reporting it, and it ends up being a toy. People bring toys to school, yeah.
I would be interested to hear some more information if you're able to
we can
provide
get back to you
that.
on that. Maybe not today, but we can certainly get back to you. I'll take it on notice.
Okay, would appreciate it as soon as you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, were you involved in consultations with your government's decision to abolish the use of ankle monitoring for persons on bail?
No.
So nobody consulted you, sought the police input in relation to that decision?
Police may have. Are you able to?
No, as far as I'm aware, no, we weren't consulted on the removal of it, but I stand to be correct on that. I can find out for you.
Okay, so I suppose my next question, which is what modelling was done on risk to community safety by the police, I suppose that's otiose if you weren't even consulted.
As I said, as far as I'm aware, we weren't consulted on the removal of it, but I'll find out for you.
Do you have any concerns about continuing community safety given that electronic monitoring is no longer available to monitor persons who are on bail?
Well, it's a matter for the court to grant bail, and if electronic monitoring is no longer an option, then it's a matter for the courts to place alternative bails on. As for community concern, we're always concerned about violent offenders being in the community, but of course the majority of those people have some sort of condition on them which the court imposes if they're subject to charges.
Given the novel bail conditions that we've seen the court developing, have police been given any extra resources? I imagine it's much harder to monitor hourly selfies than it was to look at a control board with all the ankle monitors being registered on it.
Can I just make the point, though, that police didn't actually monitor them? So,
of course, Minister, you're right. It was paid for by the criminal. It
Yeah.
didn't come out of the public purse. So what's happened is we've taken something that the criminal paid for, and it now becomes a matter for the public purse because of other enforcements. So given this move to the public purse from the private criminal, does this create a resourcing problem for police?
Sorry.
can I just, by the way, that example that you have just given, that has been appealed and upheld, so that is no longer able to take place, that practice.
So in that one instance, it was appealed, but does that mean that your government has also prohibited that as a bail condition? Because they're separate things, aren't they, Minister?
Well, Mr Hudson will answer that.
I think there were two instances where that particular bail condition of the offender having to purchase a mobile phone, provide it to the OIC and take a photo, a selfie of himself every hour and send it to the officer in charge. We appealed both and we won both of those. They are no longer part of those individuals' bail conditions.
They may be no longer part of those individuals' bail conditions, but there is no reason to believe why a court in future couldn't order those bail conditions, is there, Mr Hudson?
And we would appeal that too.
It sets a precedent.
Have victims of crime been notified when accused individuals are no longer being electronically monitored?
Well, the police don't notify victims of crime.
So who is responsible for notifying victims of crime and helping them monitor their personal safety while alleged offenders are on bail?
I think DCJ, we need to ask the Attorney General.
So that would be a matter for corrections even for people who are
I said the
pre-hearing?
Attorney General.
Okay, thank you. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. Minister, there was recently a petition that was presented before the lower house. Did you contribute to or attend the recent debate on the 10,000 signature petition in regards to a missing persons inquiry?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
Well, I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Do you recall the presentation of the 10,000 signature petition in regards to missing persons inquiry?
No, I don't receive those directly.
So clearly the House was sitting. Where were you that you weren't able to attend the debate?
Well, I would have perhaps been in meetings. I don't know. I don't know.
So you're not aware of this petition into a potential missing persons inquiry at all? No, I know that there was one, but I don't know if there were several. I have no idea what you're actually referring to. I'm happy to table that, Chair. 5th of the 6th, 25. Petitioners of New South Wales, wide-ranging and systemic issues surrounding missing persons. So you as the Police Minister are not aware of this petition?
Point of order, Chair.
No, I said I was.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Ms Overall's tabling a document, which is appropriate, but it's also appropriate that we then give the Minister time to at least have a look at the document being referred to.
Hold the point of order, please. Give a copy to the Minister.
And with enough time for her to actually...
And address, and also the rest of us. But,
sorry, I only have one there,
Can you
Chair.
come, yeah, it's okay. Can you come back to that?
Yes, I can. It's fairly brief there. You would like the rest of the committee to see it?
I'd like to see it.
Yep. Okay, fine. So I'll go to a quick one then while we pass that around. Can you tell us then, Minister, the funding that was allocated to the Blaney Police Station, how much was that?
8 million?
8 million.
I think it was, or 7.2.
8.695 million, actually. How much was spent?
Well, I assume it was all spent. It looks fantastic. You should go and have a look. In fact, the police on the ground there are very happy with it.
I'm in the area regularly.
Well, I
Minister,
extend an invitation to you to go and have a look, and the
so
police
you're
there are very
suggesting
happy
that
with
the
it.
$8.695 million was all spent?
Well, I'd have to check with police.
Police?
That's not my understanding. I don't think there was that much spent on it. That might have been allocated, but I don't know that was spent. I'd have to take that on notice and get back to you with the exact amount that was spent.
Was the exact amount spent 2.05 million?
Yeah, it was somewhere around 2 million, I think you're right.
And so it was an upgrade rather than a new station?
Yes, it was an upgrade. An excellent upgrade.
So where's the other 6.645 million? that you committed to, Minister?
Well, I'd have to ask the police what they intend to spend that on. But as you would be aware, the police have a very broad property portfolio, almost 1,000 buildings in actual fact, and I'm sure that they would be putting every cent that they get to very good use. That has been my observation.
I'm sure that they will, Minister, but in the 23-24 New South Wales budget, there is a clear line item for major works, Blaney Police Station, $8.695 million. So that's a $6.645 million difference to what you stood there and opened. So you can't account for where this remaining money is currently or where it will be going. Perhaps it might be going to manning protests in Sydney.
It will stay in the property portfolio, I would think. But what I will say to you is the work that was done for the 2 point whatever amount of million that they spent.
2.05 instead.
Well, the amount that they spent on that was money very well spent, and what a waste of money $8.65 million would have been. The
Minister, you committed to it.
The state and the police came up with an innovative idea, and I want to thank them for that, because they make, as I say, a little bit of money has to go a long way in the New South Wales Police property portfolio. And the buildings that we have, a number over 100 years, the heritage buildings we have are costing a lot of money to keep maintained.
They are indeed.
But can I say to you about Blaney?
The
Blaney Police Station, the building itself has such good bones, and what they did in there to bring that up to a standard that is acceptable today with all of the technology that is required is second to none. So I applaud the New South Wales
and an
property
upgrade
arm
is very
and
different
thank them
from a
very
new
much
station.
for the work they did and saving the taxpayers' money. What a wonderful outcome.
Have we been able to take a look at the document on the missing
No,
petition?
I still haven't got a copy. So,
Well, I have another quick question while you're waiting, Minister. Minister, are you aware of probationary constables having to live in hotels because there is no housing in the bush for them?
No, I'm not, but I'm not surprised if that's the case. But no one has actually brought that to my attention.
Is that something that concerns you and that you're prepared to investigate?
It concerns me across the board that housing in regional, rural and remote areas is very difficult to find. It's not something that is just relating to New South Wales, of course. It's right across the country. It's important that we have our essential services right around the state, and it's something that we all need to, I think, work together on and work harder on.
You've identified already the difficulty with police numbers and the fact that we are, and we remain, at least 2,000 under strength. Isn't housing for probationary constables in the bush critically important to ensure retention of these staff?
Well, we are building more education and police housing. In fact, I was out just recently in Coonabarabran looking at some new homes that were being built out there, and they were fantastic. 4 new homes out there for families, so they're all occupied, which is fantastic. So the government is certainly increasing the stock that we have, but of course there's more to be done, but not just for police, for all of our frontline services. And that is something that had not had any attention for a long period of time, certainly none under your government. So we are definitely opening more. We are doing maintenance on homes that are specifically for police out in our remote areas. And that is certainly, they are all occupied, is what I can tell you, those that are fit for living.
Great. As we're still passing it around, I appreciate the copies. Minister, how would you describe the risk of terror attacks in New South Wales today?
Well, our terror risk is at probable.
What's the authorised and current strength for the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command?
I will get that to you. I do have it, but it's in my big folder, so I'll just pull it out. I'll give it to you before we finish.
Thank you. What's the specific budget for counter-terrorism operations?
Again, that is something we'll have to get to you.
Okay, can you confirm?
What do you mean by, do you mean for the unit?
Yes.
To pay for the staff in that unit? Is that what you're saying?
Specific budget for counter-terrorism operations. And I don't know, perhaps any of you might be able to address that. Is there a specific budget allocation for counter-terrorism?
Ma'am, there's a counter-terrorism and special tactics command.
Can we add special tactics to it then?
I don't know the exact numbers. It's
Got it there. Counter-terrorism
somewhere over
special
600.
tactics command is what I mentioned in the first
About
instance.
600 strong, which
600.
there's a variety of units, including the Tactical Operations Group, the Rescue and Bomb Disposal Unit, Public Order Riot Squad, plus countering terrorism and investigators, Security Investigations Unit and other bits and pieces, protective operations, and so on and so forth. Each unit has a budget which is combined up to make the counter-terrorism and special tactics budget.
And so that is a separate allocation as
It's a
such
separate
in the
allocation of
budget?
that command. It's one of the 6 commands that sits under me, yes.
Great, thank you, appreciate
So you have
that.
those answers now, I don't have to provide them?
No, I'd like to know what that figure is. And Minister, what actions have you taken to identify any other, not what's already taken place, any other foreign agents of influence active in New South Wales?
Well, I would have to ask the police if they... But as you would well know, the New South Wales Police work very closely with our other law enforcement agencies, both in other jurisdictions and in the federal space as well. So they would be best placed to, and I'm certain that it's those federal agents that would be taking action to determine other foreign interference, but the police would certainly work with them in relation to that.
And yes, that's of course what I'm getting at, that it is about the New South Wales Police operations in this regard. So we've heard, and I will be interested to hear that figure about the budget. You'll be advocating, of course, if you aren't able to tell us what sort of foreign agents of influence may be active, what they're dealing with. You would acknowledge that if there's a probable risk, the instances are potentially increasing.
Well, I'd take advice from the police.
Okay, so let's then round it out to say the opportunity for you to advocate for a comprehensive budget for the Counter-Terrorism Command, that is Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command, would be one of your priorities.
Well, the whole of the police budget is a priority. Everything is important, like so is domestic violence. The domestic violence
In the
registry is
circumstances in which we are currently placed and finding ourselves with foreign-backed interference, including in New South Wales, is this a priority for you and the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command budget?
The command does an extraordinary job, that I can tell you. They haven't indicated to me that they're underfunded, but my priority is safety across the board. Everybody, regardless of your postcode, regardless of who you are, where you are,
so you
what
will
your
commit
sex
to
is,
advocating
regardless of everything,
on those
my
grounds.
priority is safety, and these are the people that keep us safe, and I thank them for it every day.
Minister, thank you. I'm continually informed by licence holders with immaculate personal histories, both of firearms ownership and in terms of their interaction with police, who've had special conditions put on their licences, usually because of family members. The special condition used most of the time is to prohibit the storage of firearms parts and ammunition at the address where that relative resides or frequents. In the situation where no other reason than Commissioner's discretion is cited as the justification and no evidence is cited in the letter to the licence holder, how do the Firearms Registry actually justify these special conditions?
Well, Mr Hudson can talk more to that, but I think it's important that we do note that the safety around issuing fire licences is important to the community more broadly, and we all agree with that. And it would only be if there was, I would think, only be if there was an instance where the registry believed that that safety could not be upheld or in fact would be breached. But Mr Hudson might have more to include in that.
Yeah, thank you, Minister. I think you're right. Each individual case is different, Mr Borzak. If someone is a licence holder is residing with someone who suffers from mental health issues or some other issues which would cause the Firearms Registry concern, then certainly special conditions would be appropriate to be placed on that licensee, so that to secure, so that the firearms are appropriately secured and kept safe, and that the overarching intent of the Firearms Act in protecting public safety is maintained.
Thank you. Minister, do the Firearms Registry use a risk assessment matrix or methodology when handing out conditions this way?
I'd have to check with Mr Hudson if it's referred to as a matrix.
As I said, sir, it's very... Each case is different and is treated on its own merits. I know that the Firearms Registry, in conjunction with the Police Area Commands and Districts, explore each individual case before imposing special licence conditions. So there are criteria that they look for in relation to what would trigger a special licence condition. I don't have those with me, whether you'd refer to that as a matrix or not, or a risk assessment.
Well, I suppose, you know, what recognised or scientific methodology did the Firearms Registry use to assess risk in general? Or just a come by chance situation, is it?
It's not a subjective test, sir. There are guidelines that the Firearms Registry issue for consideration, and they are taken into consideration when making those determinations.
Could you give us a copy of those guidelines?
We can, yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you.
We'll take that on notice.
Every other department uses risk assessments and they use a matrix approach. I'd like to follow up on this now. Numerous licence holders abruptly find themselves having to explain their eligibility to retain their licences for health problems they've never ever informed the registry about. Would you say the Firearms Registry is a law enforcement body or an administrative authority?
Sir, are you suggesting that the registry has requested medical evidence from a licence holder which hasn't been declared by the licence holder?
Well, what I'm saying is that is in relation to medical related items. Would you say that the Firearms Registry is law enforcement or admin? How is it acting in that particular circumstance?
Well, I think it's a mixture of both. The overarching intent of the Firearms Act is to maintain public safety and ensure that gun ownership in this state is a privilege, not a right.
Look, with respect, I hear that all the time.
Well, it's in the Act,
and I hear it every time,
yep.
But that's only a catch-all. In reality, the police must conform with the law.
I totally agree, and you know that being a privilege to own a firearm and the overarching intent of the Act being public safety of the people of New South Wales is in the Act, so we are abiding by the law.
Well, if it acts as an administrative body, and you've just said that it does, why is it accessing private health information provided to Service New South Wales purely, for example, for driver's licence purposes?
I wouldn't say, I don't know if that's correct, sir. We take into account individual circumstances of people and their capacity to secure and maintain their firearms. There's many people with health conditions that have licences that have fulfilled their obligations and provided their ability to maintain their firearms licences and maintain the firearms that are allocated to them, including many disabled individuals, as we've discussed here previously.
Look, there are plenty of circumstances where we've seen that there's no way that the New South Wales Police could get access to the sort of medical information that these people have held privately for themselves, but have been disclosed to to Service New South Wales for driver's licence purposes. And my question is this: do the registry seek permission of licence holders before they access medical details on a person's driver's licence through Service New South Wales?
I'd take that on notice, but medical information is protected.
It certainly is, Commissioner, and there are plenty of circumstances in our view where that seems to be in breach, and we can't ever get to the bottom of actually how that happens. And are you aware that this breaches Section 11P9 of the Privacy and Personal Information Protection Act 1998 and the Health Records Information Privacy Act?
I'm well aware of those acts, sir, and we abide by those. I will check to ensure that we're not breaching those particular acts. But I would also suggest that you're basing your questions on individuals who have provided information to you. And
I'm happy to provide privately information in relation to those people If you want to have examples, I'm sure we can get their permission to provide that to you to talk about it, because
Well, that's,
it seems to be happening far too frequently.
That'd be more useful, sir, than generalisations, I think.
Thank you. Just on another matter, regarding the Firearms Club's portal process, where is this up to in the implementation of the portal?
I'll have to check the latest status on that. Obviously, it's a desire of us to get better coordinated with the clubs, and including the ability to record and document those individuals that shoot at ranges and clubs.
And can you tell us, or maybe take on notice, you wouldn't know that, but offhand, but what has been the cost to date of this project?
The portal project by itself, the club's portal project, or the overall gun safe project?
Well, the overall gun safe project, obviously, I know, but certainly the club's portal is one that's been talked about and been going to be implemented for a long time, but it actually hasn't happened yet.
Well, it's in development. It's you know, there are other priorities that we're trying to put in place in gun safe that are, and it's been a journey, an incremental journey over the last 5 years, as you're aware, and we talk about. Licences and permits to acquire were the priority. Interstate transfers were a priority to block a hole that was facilitating the grey market in illicit firearms permeating through New South Wales. So incrementally, our priorities have been public safety issues. So some of those other more desirable functional areas have had to wait. The club's portal is one of those. But
okay,
it's
thank you, Commissioner.
For the project.
Just to turn now to Tenterville Police Station, a station that requires 8 police officers has been reduced to 4. Why?
They have been advertised, those positions, and they're unable to fill them. But we did have some good news on that recently. I think they got a couple of the probationary constables that were going to go there, but I will have to check that unless, do one of you know?
No, I don't know.
Okay, I was with Mr Holland and he was talking to me about it because we were talking about it specifically.
So you're saying the strength is maintained at 8, but you just can't fulfil the extra 4?
Yeah, that's happening quite a lot right around the state, unfortunately, Mr Borsak. There's vacant positions that are unfilled, have been advertised time and time again and are difficult to fill. People are not applying for them.
So there's no way that people can be taken from within the existing...
Well, that's what I was just saying. So the command received a number of probationary officers, and I'm pretty sure, but I want to check before I don't want to mislead the committee, that at least one of the probationary officers were going to go there, or they were thinking about putting a more experienced officer who was at another police station within the command, transferring them there and backfilling that position with...
okay,
yeah.
all right.
But I'm happy to come back to you on that and just get clarification.
Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Oh, hello.
Minister, 18 months since the Early Drug Diversion Initiative came into force, data obtained from my office, which is New South Wales Police data, shows that just 7% of almost 19,000 people caught in possession of a small quantity of illegal drugs are offered the chance of speaking to a health professional instead of being diverted to being sent to court. Are you, as Police Minister, committed to seeing people receive the health supports they need as opposed to going through the criminal justice system?
Yes, as I've said before, and we thank you. We are, as you know, this was discussed in the Drug Summit, and that review has been provided to the government, as I understand it. Health are leading it, and the government will respond soon. But I said to you then, and I'd say it again, that we are committed to the EDI program, and some of the things that we are looking at is to, I think we talked about this, having if you have another drug on you, then you can't.
This is the eligibility criteria in terms of relaxing those?
Yes, yeah.
When you're saying some of the things we're looking at, are you
Well,
looking
we're
at
looked
that?
at, I should say, in the drug summit, and
Right, so this is a question post-drug summit, because post-drug summit, the data is still as bad as it was pre-drug summit. So in fact,
well, that's
the
because,
data
but we haven't made
in
the
terms
changes
of
yet.
diversion.
We haven't made the changes yet.
Right.
Is not the point that I'm making, though.
Yes, but
until that comes back, and I'm anticipating that there will be some changes, because that was certainly what was discussed with police, and the collaboration between police and health in relation to some of the issues that we discussed at the drug summit. I feel confident that there will be some of those elements included in the response.
So some of those elements into the, so are you saying that, because at the moment, again, 19,000 people, just 7%, are you saying that the police discretion in the EDI scheme is part of the issue and is something that is going to be scrapped?
Well, I know that's an issue for you. And
clearly it's an issue for the scheme in its entirety.
Yes, no. Well, I'm not going to predict the outcome of what we will see, but what I can say is I do feel confident that there will be some changes made. In relation to discretion...
Do you think those changes will be made before the end of the year?
Well, it's not in my portfolio to deliver the response, and I'm not sure if you asked those questions of the Health Minister or the Premier. I'm unsure.
I actually did ask questions of the Health Minister, so I just wanted to confirm
I don't
with
know
that,
the timeframe.
The Health Minister seemed to think that everything was in your bailiwick, actually.
Oh, that sounds like the rest of
the Health Minister. The Health Minister said that, in fact, that he's had discussions with you, but to be fair, this is driven by New South Wales Police.
Sorry, but what's the context of these comments?
Eddie, pretty much the same questions.
Yeah.
He said it was with you, and you're saying it's with him?
No. I'm saying he will deliver the response. It will be in the response. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so is the Health Minister speaking with you about this scheme and in terms of making changes to it as part of the response to the drug summit?
Yes.
You're working together?
Yes.
Okay, that's good
So
to
I'm
know.
saying, sorry, I wasn't trying to pass the buck. I'm saying he will deliver the response on behalf of the government, and I anticipate the changes.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll wait and see probably within the next month,
I would share more with you if I knew, but it hasn't been to Cabinet yet, so I can't do that.
Yes. Minister, I want to turn to music festival laws. So since the government made changes to music festival laws last September, has New South Wales Police reduced the fees that it charges music festival organisers for the privilege of having police, drug dogs and strip search tents?
So the police have they call it a user pays policy, which you would be familiar with. The changes that have occurred since in that period of time is that police now internally go through a process which it's 3-tiered process. Mr Thurtell will be able to talk further to this. And that's a matter of negotiation with the providers of the festivals, the festival providers. They continually look at the requirements, or obviously the police will look at the risk factors first and foremost. They'll negotiate with the providers of the festivals what that policing element looks like. So it goes through those 3 tiers first. They mostly land on a agreed position at the end of it, but as I say, Mr Thurtell...
Is that different too? So just in terms of overall government policy though, one of the most significant factors leading to the cancellation of music festivals in New South Wales, according to music festival organisers, has been the exorbitant police fees in comparison to other jurisdictions. So has there been, since the music festival reform laws, the laws came in place last year, has there been a policy direction from you as Minister to the police for them to reduce their fees? First up, don't worry about all the appeals, all of that process internally, to reduce their fees first up.
Well, the police, we're looking at this more holistically than just, me giving them direction to do anything, and which is, as I've said many times, on policy, of course we do, and it's the policy itself that we talk about, not a specific, not a specific direction for police to reduce their fees. No, they still have to look at the risk. They still have to balance the risk with the entertainment aspect of it, and that is exactly what they're doing. So
is it riskier
the policy
than Victoria
has
or
changed.
Queensland? What happens in New South Wales?
Well, the policy in New South Wales is such that police have introduced an internal mechanism, which I've just described as a 3-tiered process through negotiations, and then, as you know, then it can go to the Minister for a final appeal. But the police go through that process, which they hadn't had in the past, and they're doing that now. Now, can you...
I'll come back to that this afternoon with the for the detail.
Yeah, Mr Thurtell will be able to take you
through.
to
my colleague now.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Minister, where is the toxic culture review, the review into police toxic culture up to?
What toxic culture review?
There's a review being undertaken by somebody independent looking at the...
I don't know of any toxic culture review.
Okay, well, I thought that this was what we discussed at estimates last time, that there was maybe it's not referred to as the toxic culture review. That's what is referred to out there.
I haven't heard that.
Deputy Commissioner
you are talking about
Pizanis is nodding his head. You're aware of it?
No, it's just the language that was used, I think, in terms of toxic. I was nodding, that's not what it's known
Oh, what's it known as then?
It's a cultural review.
Oh, a cultural review. Apologies. People ring me, say, where's the toxic culture review up to? So I apologise.
Changes the name of the organisation.
That's what people out there are referring to it, including ex-coppers and people.
Well, I don't know about toxic cultural review. There is a review that was commissioned by Commissioner Karen Webb.
Yes.
A cultural review, not a toxic cultural review.
Right.
And people out there don't refer to it as a toxic review. Somebody that spoke to you may have.
More than one person, yeah.
The police officers out there that are participating in this and have had an extensive opportunity to contribute to it certainly don't refer to it as that. However, that review is still ongoing.
All right, and I just merely want an update, that's all. Is it what's the anticipated time frame? When will it report back? Have people had an opportunity to participate? And have they had an opportunity to participate with confidentiality and those
Yes, all
parameters?
of that. So Kristen Hilton's the name of the lady that's running the independent review. There is a survey that has gone out to our officers. There was questionnaires sent out to our officers. A number of officers have been given the opportunity for private reviews to discuss with the team, their independent team, and that is still going. And we anticipate by, I think it's February next year, but certainly by the end of this year, there'll be an interim recommendations, and Kristen Hilton is very positive about the review.
Thank you. Minister, are you aware on the 22nd of July, a New South Wales police officer pushed an Aboriginal woman to the ground, causing her to hit a pole, leaving her with sustained injuries, fractured ribs, severe concussion and a cut to her ear, requiring ear glue? And there was a video of the event that circulated fairly widely. Are you aware of that incident?
I can't say I'm familiar with that.
I wrote to you about it.
Well,
you don't read my letters. Okay. Have you expressed any concern about that incident after receiving a letter, or you're just not aware of it?
Look, I think when we talk about use of force more broadly, that is certainly not the intention of the police. But I think it's important to remember when police are policing, there are decisions made in split seconds, and sometimes they're not great decisions, sometimes they're great decisions. So I just think it's important that we have some context, that's all. But no, I mean, of course we don't want people injured in circumstances like you've just suggested. But I don't think these are intentional. I don't think police go out to intentionally injure people.
Opposition?
Thank you, Minister. Just following up from your discussion with Dr. Conn earlier in relation to the developing of the new approach to persons suffering
Mental
mental
health
health
response,
distress. What role is the Police Association playing in the steering committee developing that response?
Mr Hudson's on the steering committee, so you're best to ask him.
What role is the Police Association playing?
In relation to...
Are they a member of the steering committee?
No, they're not.
Why not?
They'll be part of the consultation process.
So why aren't they a member of the steering committee?
Because their views are appropriately reflected in the steering committee. I'm aware of their views.
Who's reflecting those views?
Well, I'm totally aware of their views,
Okay.
as is
No, thank you, that's fine. Thank you.
Minister. Oh, can I just come back to you? I've got those figures for you. So there are in the, sorry. Oh gosh, I just had it in front of me. Anyway, there's
That's
seven.
okay.
Oh, here it is, 700. No, that's not it. Sorry, go on and I'll come back because I've just had it in front of me and now it's disappeared.
Okey-doke, we will.
Oh, yeah, no, I've got it. 792 positions in the counter-terrorism and special tactics. And the budget is 115.7 million.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Now,
I've also got for you, sorry.
That's
just
okay,
so
we'll get to
keep
those.
you
I
up
know
to
you'll
date.
get to those other
Yeah, but I know
ones.
that you never come back to it.
No,
and
no,
it's
I will.
important.
I promise you I will, but I want to
All
get
right.
through
Did
these
you hear
ones
that, Mr.
first.
Chair, as a promise?
Exactly. So I keep my
Promises always
promises.
kept here.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm going to
From
make
Nicole
sure of it.
Overall they are. Now, we've jogged your memory of the more than 10,000
Yes,
signature
yes,
petition.
you have, and yes, I am familiar with this, yes.
You are familiar
I
with
didn't
the
know what you were referring to
call
earlier.
for a missing persons inquiry. So you didn't contribute to or attend the debate about the petition?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I had meetings.
So you know that families came from as far away as Western Australia, and you didn't take the time to meet with any of them about this really important
No, I
issue.
did not.
Will you make any time to meet with families so impacted and raising this really important topic?
I meet with families of missing people in my line of work.
Will you meet with these families
Well, they haven't
who have
reached
put
out
forward?
to me.
Okay, so we may need to qualify that. Have you met with Sydney Search Dogs and the Centre for Missing Persons?
I've certainly had correspondence with them. I don't recall meeting them.
Okay, so they have requested a meeting with you.
Yeah.
Will you agree to meet with them?
I'll make that decision when they make another request.
They've got to make another request before you'll consider it.
Well, I don't need a broker. If they want to meet with me, I'll make that decision.
They have made a request, Minister.
And I said to you, yes, I'm aware of that.
But you haven't done anything about it, and they've got to request it again before you will.
I'll make that decision.
That would probably help them immeasurably. Will you then agree to an inquiry into missing persons as has been put forward in this petition of more than 10,000 signatures?
Was that one of the inquiries? I don't think it does say that in the petition, actually.
Immediately commences a parliamentary inquiry into missing persons investigations.
Where are you reading that?
Second paragraph.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. Is this the one? Well, look, the Parliament will make that decision.
And will you back it, Minister?
Well, I'm not in your house, so I'm not sure. Is it a Legislative Assembly petition?
Will you advocate, will you provide any support to, considering you're not even meeting with these clearly still bereaved and struggling families?
Assembly one.
Can I? I'm sorry?
It says Legislative Assembly.
Oh, well, I haven't been approached for that. As I said to you, that is incorrect for you to say that I don't meet with families of missing people, because I absolutely have. And
Well, how could you possibly say that you haven't been aware of a potential for an inquiry into the lower house when you have admitted
well, I was aware
that
of
you
one
are
in the
aware
upper
of
house.
the
I
petition?
was aware of a request
That is an
in the upper
entirely
house.
different matter that is being looked at in the upper house. But we'll move on with your non-committal answer. How many murders are currently listed as unsolved in New South Wales?
I can give you that. The homicide squad, 739 unsolved cases.
And how many of them relate to young women?
All over my lap.
I'm not sure about that, Mr. Lake.
Okay, you can take that on notice.
Yes.
Can you advise us of information relating to historical murders that's been mixed up or lost altogether?
Well, what I can tell you, I don't know. What are you exactly after? What do you mean? Like, do you have names?
I do, and I don't know whether that would be appropriate for me to mention specific examples.
Well,
that
how
have
am I
been
going to know?
Presented.
How will I know?
Okay, let's talk about then Mr. Paul White and Mr. Steve Smith, who are residents of the Miranda electorate.
Yeah.
In relation to their murdered
And what's
partners.
your assertion? That they're
Mixed up and lost evidence relating to these historical murders.
Okay. So one of the outcomes after the SCOE report was that record keeping was undesirable, wasn't quite up to speed, and the New South Wales Police have done a full audit on that and have really increased their evidence record keeping, so that has been certainly a positive. And
so that's been completed?
Yeah, I believe so, yes. And it's all in one place now. It's been moved because it was in quite a number of different locations. So it's been collated together, and that is certainly... And in fact, the evidence that has been found and used in some of these unsolved homicides has now solved some homicides, which is a positive thing. So I think that's important that we note that police never stop.
I'm
searching.
aware, I am very aware, and we do know that the reactivation and reinvigoration of cold cases can lead to great successes, and that's what we're talking about, ensuring that these matters are looked at appropriately. So you're confirming that a full audit has been done
I'll just double check that's
and is
been
now
complete.
in place.
So, as a result of the Special Commission inquiry, there was a full audit of exhibits held across the state in relation to unsolved homicides, and that audit has been completed.
Right, okay, thank you.
Minister, we've talked, I think, too often in these hearings about police stations being used as what's been described as kiss and drop zones for prisoners, and police being asked to babysit prisoners. Is that situation resolved, or are police still being asked to take care of prisoners?
Police are speaking with corrections and in relation to transportation of prisoners. And Mr. Pizzanos will be able to speak to you more about that. And my understanding is that they are making some improvement. Can I say, though, this is historical? It's certainly around, this is something I've inherited, another thing I've had to fix.
I agree, Minister. I was about to say we had the same answer last estimates, and I'm just wondering where we were at with this issue.
That's not considered historical, but 12 years is certainly historical. So, Mr. Pizzanos, did you want to add anything to that?
Perhaps I can come to you this afternoon because we're running short of time. I'm just looking to see, is there any movement on this issue, or are we still in exactly the same place we were at the last estimates hearing?
Well, they're at the table talking, which they, I don't know if they did that under your government, but they've certainly trying to iron out some issues and coming up with solutions to address the issue.
And what impact will the introduction of the bail division have on this problem for police?
On the bail division?
Yes, so you'd be aware that now that all the bail hearings are AVL, and there's a cut-off time of 10 a.m. on weekends and 12 noon on a weekday. If a prisoner is picked up at 11 o'clock on Saturday morning,
well, there are provisions.
Where are they held for the bail?
There are provisions that they can ask for that to be heard, just so that's clear. Look, I think, it's early days with this program, and we need to give it some time to deliver us some evidence to suggest that it is working. But I think it's important that we do that. It's technology is going to become very useful for policing. We've said that before, and this is an example of that, and for the courts.
What input did you have into the design of this bail program with respect to the likely impact on police resources?
Well, the police would have to answer that for you. Obviously, I'm not a police officer, so operationally, it's operational. It's operational, Mrs. Carter. Would you mind answering that, please?
Sorry, as the Minister, you had no discussions with the Attorney General when all of this was being designed?
Well, certainly not in design. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a police officer. So we're best to leave those things to the experts. And we do. That's what we do all the time. Everything we do, we take expert advice.
So just to confirm,
we did discuss that the technology, which is important, and we talked about, and as you know, we've been rolling out the AVLs around the state, which is important. But in terms of detailed design, I'm sorry, but I would prefer to
Above
take
your
my
pay grade.
advice from the experts.
Okay. So in terms of rollout of AVL, is there AVL available in every courthouse in New South Wales?
Oh, you'd have to ask the Attorney General.
And in every police station?
Not every, but certainly, I'm pretty certain I can say in every police command and PAC. District, yeah.
Okay. As part of the Moree response and the action plan that was one of the key milestones of that response, what actions have been allocated to the police under that action plan?
We'd have to ask Mr Pizzanos the actual actions.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of the work that police are doing up there, it's extraordinary. They are...
No contest about that. I'm really looking at the specifics of what is changing because of the Moree response.
So certainly I can talk to you about the after hours response from the PCYC,
yes.
From the
So
SHAE...
how many extra hours is PCYC operating because of the Moree response?
Up until 10 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And then the SHAE Academy is doing till, I think it's 1 or 2. And
what evaluation of that program has occurred?
Well, that's a DCJ matter.
So it's a
They'll do the
program the
evaluation.
police are running, but you've got no
police have
involvement in
input
evaluation?
I don't think... Police are not... Hold on a moment. Let's just take you a step backwards here.
Mm-hmm.
Police are not running these programs. Police keep our community safe.
Mm-hmm.
Police are part of the response.
Sorry, Minister, I understood you to identify PCYC and SHAE as things that police have been asked to do under the action program.
Well, they're
they're police responses.
Oh, well, you didn't understand correctly, because that's not what I was saying.
Well, then what did you say, Minister?
Well, police are part of the PCYC and they are there doing programs through our youth command, doing programs with the children on that are participating in those programs.
But they'd be doing that anyway, Moree response or not, is that right?
Well, not to extended hours.
Okay, right. What are the normal hours of operation?
Well, you have to check with PCYC, but it's certainly they extended their hours as a result of getting more funding from the government in the Moree solution.
And you talked about SHAE Academy. What about the SAY program? Is that something the police are running in Moree?
I'd have to check with Mr Pizzanos.
Okay. And what about youth action meetings? That's a police responsibility, isn't it?
Yeah, but that happened before.
I understood that part of the Moree action plan was that youth action meetings would be extended to 9 additional police districts.
It was already in Moree. We extended it to others, which were identified also as hot areas, areas of high criminality, which has also been very successful.
Yeah, and so you've got an evaluation of those you could share with us, do you, Minister?
I can check with the police in relation to evaluation.
Yes.
What is it that you want to see in an evaluation?
Well, for example, Minister, you just said that that had been very successful. I'd like to know on what basis you made that judgment.
Well, what I can tell you is anecdotally, the report that I got back from one of the YAMs is that now they are not just focusing on the youth that has committed the crime, they are now focusing on their siblings, because what we're often seeing is their siblings are following their older sibling. So this is something proactive that they're doing. I personally see that as a good thing. So yes, I see that as success. That means that we're preventing people from going into the justice system. I know you might laugh at this and think it's a joke, but...
Excuse me, Minister, why would I think that preventing young people from a life of crime was a joke? I do not understand how you would draw that. I was not laughing at that, Minister.
Yeah, you and your colleague were.
I beg your pardon, Minister.
Well, I can only say what I'm viewing.
Order.
So, I think... I apologise.
Come on, we've all been friendly.
Please proceed.
Calm it down.
Thank you. So I consider that very, very successful.
Minister,
in other areas in Wagga Wagga, they too are partnering with, they already partner, as you well know, with other service providers, but they have extended that, and the service providers themselves are also now part of the monitoring and advising other service providers of the missing gaps in young people's lives, and collaboratively together they are really coming up with some good outcomes.
Great, thank you very much, Minister. And to your question about what we're looking for in an evaluation, we're looking for exactly what the Moree response was meant to do.
But police
be a pilot program.
Police are not responsible for the Moree response.
Which is why my first question, Minister, what were the actions allocated to the police under the action plan? But perhaps we can move on to something else.
You know what the problem is? You constantly put the police, you want the police to be everything to everybody, and it's impossible. You know, you have to please acknowledge that the police have to do what they have to do, which is police.
Thank you, Minister. Perhaps we can go on to questions. Under the Work Health and Safety Act, the police force has a duty of care to its employees to address health and safety risks, including psychosocial risks. What are you as Minister doing to ensure that the police force is complying with this Act and that there is a psychosocially safe workplace for police?
So police have set up the Wellbeing Command, and we're fortunate enough to have the commander of that command here with us. And I know that you'd love to talk about that, and so tell the members of this committee exactly
Great.
what the
We'll
great
come to
work
that in the
you're doing.
afternoon. Our time with the Minister is limited. Look forward to that this afternoon. Thank you. The question was, what are you as Minister doing? But
Well, we set up the command.
Thank you.
Okay, Minister, you can hit me with those figures
good.
now.
I got
Thank you
them.
very much, because as I said, I keep my promises.
So
Far
sick
away.
leave?
Specifically.
410. Parental leave? 347, unless something's changed. Okay. Workers' comp? 1,286. Long service leave? 159. Other leave, which is rec leave, and probably some other leave, 1,319. Suspended with pay? 21. Suspended without pay? 4.
Terminated?
Oh, I don't have terminated.
Okay, you'll get that for me, I'm sure. Thank you, appreciate that, and I'm sure you appreciate me coming back to it as we agreed. Now, you have said earlier a number of times that we continue to have an officer shortage, that figures say we're
Sorry,
still...
I didn't hear you then. Something...
The officer shortage
Oh, yeah.
that you have discussed earlier this morning, and that we're still short of the authorised strength in police numbers. So why are there fewer classes attesting per year under your leadership at the Academy?
Well, the police make that decision in relation to the availability of teaching staff, the availability of working in with the university. There's many factors that come together to determine that.
So you don't have any input into classes?
No.
Nothing at all?
Just to try and promote police, try and promote people
So you're
to
a publicity officer rather than a minister?
To try and promote new people being interested in joining the police force,
So are
getting
you
out and, around the state.
advocating with the police, who are doing a marvellous job, for more classes to be reinstated?
I'm advocating for more students to attend, which naturally would equate to more classes.
Okay, so you're suggesting that you will reinstate more classes once you have more students?
There'll be I can't wait to have that problem.
I'm sure you can't. It's the job, isn't it? How many recruits started in class 366?
314.
314? Can anyone want to correct that? Is it 314?
That's who were tested.
Started.
Sorry, you say enrolled?
Started.
Oh, I don't know the number. Oh, sorry, that was attested. My apologies. Yeah.
So 340, do we have confirmation of that? Thank you. And yes, so you've just said that 314 attested. So what happened to the other 26 recruits?
Oh, there's a whole host of different reasons. They may not have...
Do they specify when they move on? Or why they don't...
What do you mean? Who specified?
The recruits that don't continue in the program.
Yeah. Do they specify why they didn't?
Yeah.
Well, yes. Yes, they do know why.
Because
they
you just said that there's a range of reasons. So do
and
they?
I was just going on to say them, but then it can be the case that they did not meet the physical requirements. They may have not met other requirements.
So you're suggesting that they're already there, they're not meeting the requirements, it's not them voluntarily saying, actually, we're pulling out, we're not continuing?
Mostly it's due to the fact that something has... they won't meet the requirements to
right.
attest.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. That's all I was looking for on that. Do they still receive the $30,000 training fee?
Yes. It's not a training fee. They are paid to attend the college.
And so regardless of whether they complete the full course?
They're paid while they're there, that's right.
While they're there. Okay, thank you. My time's up.
Thank you, Minister. Just getting back to Tenterfield again. After 5 p.m, please simply don't go out unless it's an absolute catastrophe.
I'm sorry, Mr. Borzak, I didn't hear that.
Sorry, I'm just going back to the questioning in relation to Tenterfield Police Station.
Yep.
Again, after 5 p.m, please simply don't go out unless it's an absolute catastrophe. Residents ring the police, the station at Glen Innes answers, and they refuse to send out police who are on call. Instead, they say it'll take an hour to send a police officer from Glen Innes, and so they don't turn up. Local criminals are not stupid. They wait until 5 p.m. and do their crimes outside of office hours. Minister, why are officers on call in a town not responding when residents need them to?
Well, that is news to me, and I think I've spoken to the same person that you've spoken to in relation to this example, because
May well have.
I've heard this
May well
exact
have.
story. So I will follow that up with the commander of that command, but that is news to me. I am told that there's a 24-hour police response in every police district, and that is how that's the police model. Can I add to you too? There aren't 2 extra positions. There was 1 extra position filled, so 5 of those positions are now filled in Tenterfield.
5, okay.
Of the 8, yes.
Can you tell me what the strength at Glen Innes is?
I'd have to check for you.
You take that on notice?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thanks. Is it practice for the New South Wales Police to pay officers to be on call and then not have them turn up?
Well, they would be working at another station. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Well,
they're on call to come from Glen Innes to Tenterfield.
Okay,
We'll
have to ask the police. I wouldn't think so.
No, that's it's a little confusing the way you've put that, but the reason we have officers on call is so that if there's a call out, then those officers on call go. If a response is able to be facilitated from a nearby police station, then it's facilitated from the nearby police station. And obviously in the Tenterfield Glen Innes example you gave, there is a travel period between Glen Innes and Tenterfield. And if the situation's more urgent than that, then obviously the Tenterfield officers would be recalled to duty if and when required.
Right, okay, so you're saying the recall relates to officers that are not actually there at the time?
Well, they're not actually on duty at the time.
Yeah, okay, that's what I meant. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sue?
A report released by Redfern Legal Centre and Harm Reduction Australia analysed 10 years' worth of police data regarding strip searches and drug dogs. The findings indicate that only 6.43% of total searches resulted in a conviction for possession, while only 1.43% of total searches resulted in a conviction for supply. In 86.5% of strip searches, no illicit substance was found whatsoever. So 9 out of 10 searches being unnecessary, potentially unlawful. Do you, Minister, agree that a conviction rate for supply of just over 1% means that 99.9% of strip searches did not lead to a conviction for supply?
Look, I think that we have this same conversation about strip search all the time. Police have advised me, and I support their use of strip searches for as part of their policing and part of them being able to keep the community safe. They have given me enough examples of where strip searching has, in actual fact, or could have ended up in a very different set of circumstances had that have not been the case. I know that you've got your data, and I know that
it's
in
not
many
my
instances...
data.
Oh, the data, sorry. And I know that in many instances you've referred to that strip searching does not equate to finding anything.
99% of the time.
If that's the data that you have. I'm told by police, and I certainly accept their view that strip searching is an important part of them being able to do their job.
Do you only take advice about policing from police?
No.
Who else do you take advice from about reform of policing in the public interest?
I speak to stakeholders, you know that, Sue. But it makes a difference too as to, what's the context of what you're referring to. Like, we have to tell the whole
The
picture
strip
here.
searches can be unlawful, unnecessary, harmful,
Yeah.
create trauma,
Are these
really
people in
cruel to
custody?
young people.
Are these people in custody? I don't know.
No, these are just strip searches. They
Well,
can be done.
Done in custody.
Yeah, but are they done in custody?
Some are done in custody, yeah.
Half
In
of
police custody, yeah.
Half of them.
Half, yep, yep. Minister, if you recall, the Police Commissioner Karen Webb said police should not be responsible for closing the gap targets. I think she provided some explanation around that, and there was some understanding. But do you still stand by that position, and what are you doing in relation to meeting the closing the gap targets that police are responsible for?
Well, we certainly, I had a meeting with the Coalition of Aboriginal Leaders just a few months back. Listening to them, I think is important, which I do. Working towards closing the gap is very important to this government. It's important to every one of us. And the figures are not good at all. But we have to keep trying. But, there are big social problems out there for our First Nations people. And I see that particularly when I'm out in remote areas of New South Wales. And those societal issues are what need to be addressed. Police are at the pointy end of all of this, of the arrest end, once the crime's been committed. We need to stop the crime being committed in the first place. That's how we solve the problem, and that's how we close the gap. And in some instances, it's about making the family home a safe place, because in many instances it's not. The home is not a safe place for children to go home to. It's not a safe place for women to be in. Like the disproportionate number of domestic violence cases against women, First Nations women, again, is a horrifying statistic. Sexual assault, a horrifying statistic. They all are, there's no doubt about that. But they are deep societal problems that if they were easy to fix, they would have been done before today.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Government questions.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to check again, we've traversed a lot of ground in this second session this morning. I just wanted to check if there was anything that you'd like to add or clarify regarding anything we've touched on today.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I didn't realise it was nearly over.
You're in it.
I was just starting to get warmed up.
Move extension of time.
That's right.
Stay all afternoon.
I'm happy for you to keep going for another half an hour.
Well, I didn't realise. I was surprised, but thank you. I do have a few things to clear up. Operation Shelter costs. I just want to make it clear. Earlier I stated the costs for protests related to Operation Shelter were a total of approximately 11.3 million. I just want to clarify that that figure also includes the costs of extra patrols in Sydney's east and other high-profile locations over the summer of 24 and 25. So it's not just protest related, it is also keeping the community safe. Now, as you very well know, we had pole air out, we had the dogs, we had every possible police resource out, keeping our community safe over that period. So it's important to note that that $11.3 million included that as well. Also, in relation to the Mental Health Command, I mistakenly called Kirsty Haywood, the commander, who's undertaking the work for police. I called her, Kirsty Haywood. Her name is actually Superintendent Kirsty Hales, and I want to thank her for the work she does and apologise to her that I got her name wrong. But you might have missed it. We didn't. Sue got Mr. McKenna's name wrong as well, so it's been a day for it.
I did.
In relation, Mr. Latham, to the anti-Semitic incidents in the community, you were asking about the total number of incidents in the community. I just wanted to advise that in addition to police's reported incidents of anti-Semitism, there are also those from the CSG. They also have a large number of incidents, and I did refer to you as those who are unreported to police, and they do often report to CSG. So I think it's important that we clarify that as well. And I'm sorry, in relation to police housing, I earlier said that I was at Coonabarabran, but I was actually at Coonamble. But I did go through Coonabarabran as well, but it was Coonamble where the houses were. So just wanted to clarify that too. And apart from that, I think I'm good. Thank you very much for asking.
Thank you, Minister.
No more questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
for coming this morning, Minister.
Thank you.
And answering questions as best you can. We'll now take a break and come back at 2 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Latham, have you got any questions for the Commissioner? Commissioner Barnes?
Oh, the Crime Commissioner.
Yep. No? Okay. I think we have some questions, but I've come from the opposition, Commissioner Barnes, so but we'll
We're on.
yeah, we're on. No, we're on. Yep. So we'll start with Mr. Latham. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the officers who've returned to the afternoon session. Why have the New South Wales Police failed to solve the Wanda Beach murders when, at budget estimates 2 weeks ago, the Premier and a Cannabis Party MP indicated that they could, through an upper house committee made up of MPs with no policing experience? What's gone wrong?
Well, firstly, the Wanda Beach murders, as you pointed out earlier, are over 60 years of age, but I will hand over to Mr Hudson, who has some information about the inquiries that we've conducted since.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Wanda Beach murders, the murders of those two girls has been the subject of constant reviews by the Unsolved Homicide team looking for new investigative opportunities. It was extensively investigated at the time. No new leads have been determined upon review of the unsolved homicide case. It does come up intermittently. There has been interest recently from one of the upper house members in relation to the potential or the question as to whether convicted murderer Ivan Milat was responsible for those murders. We did those inquiries, undertook those inquiries, negated the possibility that he had committed those homicides based on the fact that at the time they were committed he was in custody for other criminal offences. There was a photo fit picture that the upper house member indicated bore a striking resemblance to Ivan Milat. Inquiries through that case file indicate that that photo fit was one of 5 that was completed in relation to the Wanda Beach investigation. That particular individual, who it's alleged bears a striking resemblance to Milat, was never a suspect. He was seen in the vicinity on Wanda Beach the day before, and during a canvass, witnesses came forward and that photo fit was developed from that. But he was never firmed up as a suspect in that matter. He was seen in the vicinity the day before. We don't think that the matters are linked, and we're ongoing in relation to review of unsolved homicides and long-term missing person cases within New South Wales, and that'll continue, and the Wanda Beach murders will be part of that review.
Right,
ongoing.
thank you very much. Deputy Commissioner, that's very helpful, because did you by chance happen to see the Premier's estimates with Mr Buckingham, where they're speculating about this photo with, as you say, the photo fit there, the one on the left, and then a picture of a young Ivan Milat? Did you happen to see the Premier's estimates as they speculated about the, well, it was sort of implied that that photo fit, it was a suspect, and basically in the words of Buckingham, that is the murderer. So did you see that where the Premier gave encouragement to this theory?
I didn't see that, sir. I did see certain media reporting about it,
Right.
but we've previously clarified that with Mr Buckingham in relation to...
You have, right, okay. It was quite a show, and the Premier seemed to be under the impression that the photo fit, and he said, he used words similar to a remarkable similarity to Ivan Milat, but they seem to be talking about the presence of that individual in the photo fit at Wanda Beach on the 11th of January 1965, the day of the murders. But you've just given evidence that he was seen the day before.
Correct.
Right. And the Buckingham theory then, that on the 11th of January, Milat skipped the detention centre at Penrith, stole a car, drove all the way to Wanda, murdered the 2 women and drove all the way back to Penrith. Couldn't be true if we're saying this person is Ivan Milat on the basis he was seen the day before, and there's no evidence of this person being at Wanda on the 11th of January, the day of the murders.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's correct. That's the evidence. There's no evidence of the person contained in that photo fit being present on the day of the murders. and there's obviously irrefutable evidence that Millat was in custody at the time. They were
Irrefutable? You've checked the logs or the roll call?
The unsolved homicide team has, on my behalf, yes.
Yeah, well, that was my next question. After Belangolo and the horror of those backpacker murders, wouldn't the police have worked backwards on Millat to see what other murders he would have committed, a reverse chronology to see where else he could have been and to check the time he's in custody, time he's out, and look at similar murders? So what did that exercise show as you work backwards from Belangolo?
So there was a very detailed intelligence probe at the time by Task Force Air, which was the name of the task force that did the Millat investigation. At the time, in relation to long-term missing persons and unsolved homicides that potentially could have been committed by Millat based on MO, based on times in custody, based on his known work movements at the time and locations. There were a number of missing persons and I think 4, from memory, homicides that potentially fell within that scope. They were investigated and have been excluded.
I've got a lot of respect for Clive Small, who I knew from Liverpool and Campbelltown days, and he, of course, did an outstanding job in identifying the Belangolo murders and arresting and ultimately convicting Ivan Millat. But he's on the record saying he's only able to identify one other possibility where Millat has murdered someone. Is that the conclusive view of the police today, given that Clive Small is obviously out of the service?
Clive Small would have the best knowledge of that investigation. Unfortunately, his health is not that good at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
But we have, and we continue to do extensive reviews of what could have been possible, and that included, up until Millat's death in custody, numerous visits to him in jail, seeing if he wished to tell us about further matters. But as we know, he's now deceased. Those inquiries can't continue, but there is no physical evidence to link him to any other matters that we can prove.
Right. Another Buckingham theory about this is that John Marsden, who was Millat's solicitor for a while in Campbelltown, it's not unusual in Campbelltown, every second person used Marsden's solicitors, and ultimately Millat sacked him. But the Buckingham's theory is that John Marsden is still alive. When we attended his funeral in 2006, the box at the front of the Catholic Church in Campbelltown was empty, and Marsden's still alive in Turkey. And Marsden, back in the day, was actively assisting Millat with these crimes and running cover for him at the police board. Would you dismiss that as crackpot theory?
The allegations that have been recently made, the first I've ever heard of them, and there's no evidence that I'm aware of to support those.
Right, so the police look at this solely on the basis of evidence, and is there any evidence you can find that would justify an upper house inquiry into these particular matters, especially given the motion that's been circulated would be the committee would be receiving direct government funding from Chris Minns to do this work, presumably dragging it away from hospitals, schools, policing in New South Wales. Is there any evidence, open leads, possibilities that would justify non-police investigation of the matters that I've just raised?
So if we thought as an organisation that an inquiry would provide comfort to those relatives, surviving relatives of long-term missing person cases or unsolved homicide matters, we'd be supportive of it. But I don't think there's any chance that an inquiry would resolve these issues or solve unsolved crimes. It would also divert resources, most likely the limited resources of the unsolved homicide team, to assist that inquiry, which would take them away from other work with a greater chance of success.
Thank you. On a separate matter to the Acting Commissioner, if I could, now that the appeal against the sentence for Christian White has failed, and obviously we're going to have a new Police Commissioner shortly, Can this young man be reinstated to the police force once his 2-year community correction order has been completed? Shouldn't it be recognised, unlike the media coverage, that White's police colleague at the nursing home that night, early in the morning, equipped with necessary protective gear, was unable to disarm Mrs Nolan, and only then did Mr White take the action for which he was convicted? Yes, he made a mistake, but given the extraordinary circumstances, should this be a lifetime ban from the police service and employment if Mr White at the end of the 2-year period wanted to be reinstated?
No, he won't be reinstated, and no, he can't be reinstated. He now has a criminal history for the offence of manslaughter, which there's not much more significant offences than that. So he would be precluded under our current policy of being reinstated to the police.
Is there any exception to that policy that can be made?
No.
No, it's blanket. Thank you.
Okay, Sue.
Thank you. Acting Commissioner Thurtell, can I just ask you, going back to the matter of Hannah Thomas, the young woman who was injured at the protest, I just want to go back to the circumstances around that in terms of the police communication that took place after that event. Again, Assistant Commissioner McFadden, who's not here, did say in the media quite forthrightly that he had reviewed the video footage and that he saw no police misconduct or untoward police behaviour. Do you think that there is other... Did he see different video footage to what the lawyers of Hannah Thomas saw?
He may well have. I'm aware that there's multiple body-worn videos, but footage from different individual officers in existence. I don't know what one's Assistant Commissioner McFadden viewed. From memory, what he said was, at this stage, there was no evidence of misconduct on the police part, but the footage he viewed may well have been different to the footage that Ms Thomas's solicitors viewed.
Would you be able to, for the benefit of this committee, take that on notice and provide some clarity about whether we are talking about different video body-worn footage? Because where I'm coming from is a concern about such a forthright statement being made and being so inconsistent with another statement that, I think has a lot of credibility to the latter statement that there was evidence of police wrongdoing.
It's hard for me to take that on notice. What I can say is that there is a critical incident investigation and there is a complaint investigation being conducted by Professional Standards Command. And if that critical incident investigation identifies any issues, procedural or otherwise, outside of the actual incident, then it would be a matter for that critical incident investigation team to either make a recommendation for that to be examined and or to look at it themselves.
So I think what I'm asking though is slightly different to that. I appreciate that these matters are being looked at and the critical incident means that the LEC will have oversight. This is more just about Assistant Commissioner McFadden's statement that he made to the media and that a lot of people relied upon, and whether you would be able to take on notice to ask him whether he viewed footage that is separate or different to the footage that the lawyers of Hannah Thomas viewed. It's quite a straight. It's quite a. Yeah,
I get the question. We can certainly do that. Find out what footage was viewed by both parties.
Thank you very much.
But it does form part of the investigation.
I do. I understand that. I understand that. If when you go back and inquire, in order to provide an answer, if there is advice that that is material that is under investigation and that question itself is under investigation of some sort, then obviously that's the answer. But it may well just be a discrete, completely independent component of and that's the question I'm asking, that can just be answered. Yeah. If there is sensitivity around it, of course we understand that.
I'll take it on notice.
Thank you very much. Increasingly, and again, that incident in particular highlighted this view and the words that just kept coming from the New South Wales Police who were relevant and were commenting publicly around protests. And every time a statement was made about that incident or that event on the 27th of June outside the SEC plating company, it was always said that it was an unauthorised protest. The protest was unauthorised. This notion that a protest has to be authorised is something that I think most people know is just not a real thing. Why does that happen? Why do the police, every time they issue a statement about a protest, include the worst word, sorry, not every time, often and more often than not, and in the case of that one, it was all the time, did they, every statement refer to the protest as an unauthorised protest?
I would have to go back through what you're talking about, whether they are official releases from the New South Wales Police or whether an individual officer or officers use that term when being interviewed. But a protest is only unauthorised if there's other breaches of the law that a Form 1 should have been put in for. But you're right, apart from that, it's a protest.
It's a protest, yeah. Do you think, is that view, from your understanding and your position, do you think that's something that is quite known through the force in all of its geographic locations? Do police officers understand that protest is lawful and people can protest, as you say, as long as they're not committing offences, they're on public land and they're just not obstructing, that protest is lawful and it doesn't have to be authorised? Do you think that that's commonly known?
Yes, I think so, because we get protests, as the Minister pointed out earlier in the day, 1,500 alone in the city, plus more across the state. But apart from that, just little gatherings outside Member of Parliaments, officers and things like that, we don't view those as unauthorised illegal protests. The police often go there at the request of either a member of the public or the particular members' office or whatever, just to make sure that the protesters are being reasonable and not obstructing traffic or anything else like that. And we don't take action against people. We realise as an organisation, and our officers do as well, that people have the right to protest. It's only in certain circumstances where that could be problematic.
Thank you. Is there anywhere, if a constable, a new probationary constable, and as they're moving through the ranks, if they're in the regions or if they're in the metropolitan area, is there somewhere is there documents or internal material that talks about protest?
It certainly would be in our police handbook. I stand to be corrected on that, but I think there would be. But particularly as I said before, the majority are in the Sydney City area, the CBD, and our officers are well experienced, and there's a lot of senior officers that have got extensive experience in protest monitoring and policing, etc. So they don't have to go too far before they can ask a question about whether something is being properly conducted.
Thank you. Just sticking with the protest at the end of June at the SEC plating place in Belmore, the police, when they were communicating, the police originally cited the emergency riot powers in relation to charges against Ms. Thomas. Do you know how that happened? How such an inaccurate use of protest or riot powers and charges could be invoked?
My understanding was that was ill-informed action on behalf of the officers that did that. That was contrary to the advice they'd been given.
And was that Assistant Commissioner McFadden?
No. That would be the responsibility of the officers in attendance. And so, is that something that you're aware of happened? Is there
Does that happen often?
That was subsequently corrected. And when you say often does something happen, if a police officer uses the wrong law part code in a matter before the court, then obviously we once we realise the mistake, we will change it. So when you say does it happen often, I would suggest no, but it does happen.
And did that one concern you? That I just think that there was that particular instance where we saw police rock up and think that they had move-on powers, which they didn't, and then said to the public and the media, through the media, that it was riot powers, and then said that there was no misconduct or poor performance on the part of police, and we've later learnt that perhaps a police officer is responsible for nearly blinding a woman. And I accept there is a critical incident, but do you accept that this is a problem, a real problem?
In relation to this particular incident, as you just mentioned, yes, it is the subject of a critical incident, and that will be part of their review.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Opposition?
Thank you. Thank you. I might start with you, Mr. Barnes, if that's convenient. Look, curiosity, I suppose. In the last 2 years, how much has the National Crime Commission confiscated?
Crime proceeds confiscation has increased very significantly in the last couple of years. The function has been restructured organisationally, the personnel have changed, but more importantly, the philosophy behind the capability has been reconsidered. We now see proceeds confiscation as a frontline disruption strategy. I think perhaps in the past it's been seen as a mechanism to impose a cost of doing business on criminals. We now see that restraining their assets, preventing them getting access to things like luxury cars, is itself a primary disruption strategy. So it has more effect. Crooks involved in organised crime to get money and to get the trappings of wealth that particular parts of the community seem to particularly enjoy. So it's changed in what we're seizing. We've unfortunately now got many second-hand high-end sports vehicles.
Good to
We've got
know.
lots of expensive watches, and that creates problems. Our colleagues in New South Wales Police help us store those, but it is an ongoing issue. But more to the point, we've got lots more money from them as well. The 10-year average is about 30.1 million. Last financial year, we confiscated 80 million. We've got another 160 million restrained, and that itself is an achievement because it means that people who previously had those assets and that wealth can't use it in the meantime.
So that 80 million, is that 80 million in cash or 80 million in cash and value of assets that you've seized?
That is the sum total of the orders that have been made forfeiting property.
Okay.
The cash is easy, it goes straight into the confiscated profits account,
Yes.
proceeds account.
Yes.
The real property and the fancy watches and fancy cars has to be sold by the public trustee and guardian.
Right. And how long does that process take?
Longer than it should. The trustee and guardian is not expert at selling luxury watches or cars.
Yes.
The real property is fairly easy to liquidate usually.
Okay. Is there room for rethinking the way in which it's sold, like whether that's appropriate to have an auction house that is more familiar with selling this type of goods involved?
That is certainly something that could profitably be explored. Some of these commodities, for example, there are some very expensive wristwatches that can't be even valued in Australia.
Right.
A police officer has the burdensome task of flying to Singapore to get them authenticated and valued. And you can imagine you can't just sell that in a lost property auction along with the push bikes and everything else. So
Yes.
it does pose a problem for trustee and guardian.
I'll do the push bike.
Yeah.
You do the watches.
Where does the money go?
Into a discrete account set up under the Criminal Assets Recovery Act that can then only be used for specified purposes. Sometimes it seems the Treasurer likes to see it's all part of consolidated revenue, but the legislation that creates it says it can only be spent for law enforcement, victims of crime, drug prevention, education and the like.
Right. And do you have any oversight or awareness of how much is sitting in that fund and how much has been dispersed on those statutory aims?
Lots of our law enforcement functions are funded by it. We indeed got an uplift for our IT system a couple of years ago through that fund, but it has a balance of about $100 million at most times.
Okay, that's a significant amount that's sitting there.
Yeah.
And so perhaps a question for you, Acting Commissioner, do the police, can they make application for use of that fund for various programs, or is there a relationship between you and the Crime Commission about those funds?
Yeah, and I'll ask Mr Hudson to answer
Sure,
that. He's
certainly.
chairman of our one of our boards
Watchers
relevant
Fund.
to
Yeah, thank you. We do make application directly to the Treasurer through the Minister for access to that account. We funded certain technological capability 3 years ago in relation to the analysis of mobile phones through that. But ongoing, our recovered assets pool fund, which is $5 million a year and $2 million for crypto currency, is funded through that account, and through that account is what we conduct our controlled operations. Our activities governed by a controlled operation authority that allows us to buy drugs or to conduct undercover operations or online investigations, and that's funded through that account.
Okay, thank you. If I can come back to you, Mr Barnes, that $80 million last year, of course, doesn't include any money realised from Mr Obeid and his proceeds of crime. Are you certain that tracing money through Mr Obeid's accounts is beyond the reach of your forensic accountants?
As you're aware, the offences that generated that tainted money occurred 2010, 2011 and came to the Crime Commission in 2013. In 2015, the Commission came to the view there was nothing they could do to recover the money because of the complex discretionary trusts, corporate trusts into which the money had been paid. After Mr Obeid was convicted and his appeal was dismissed in relation to the offences that gave rise to that tainted profits, we again reviewed the matter. It's not so much the tracing of the funds, it's more of the other obstacles to proving what needs to be proved under the current legislation. There is also a significant risk that the defendant, Obeid, can say that he's been disadvantaged by the length of time and that he would apply for a stay in the court, which would have a reasonable prospect of success, and there is all the other complicating factors. There's one of the more likely opportunities, rather than trying to seize individual property, is to look at unexplained wealth. That has a 6-year limitation. We've made submissions to government that should be removed. Were that to occur, that might provide another option for seeking to recover the funds.
So when you say other obstacles, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you could trace the funds, but you don't believe you could recover them because?
We can trace money into some accounts and we can trace some money coming out of those accounts. Proving that's the same money is very difficult when lots of money has come into those accounts. But if we're only looking for unexplained wealth, then we don't need to be as precise in showing the way through. But currently that is limited by a 6-year statute of limitations.
In terms of the comment you made earlier about a change in philosophy and seizing of assets being a major criminal disruptor, it appears that the lesson that certain white-collar criminals may learn from Obeid is hire a really good accountant and you can retire well. Does that worry you?
It's very concerning that the more successful a criminal is, the more advanced or mature or sophisticated technical advice they can get. There's no doubt that organised criminals are big adopters of technology and big acquirers of high-end legal and accounting advice. It's very concerning to us that there are lawyers and accountants out there that are willing to provide services to people they must suspect, in our view, are engaged in crime.
So what can be done about this? Because what everybody's seeing every day while Mr Obeid gets to enjoy the proceeds of his actions is you can get away with it.
I'm not sure he's enjoying it when he's banged up, but nonetheless, you're right that the money hasn't been recovered. I'd prefer not to talk in too much detail in a public forum about what can be done and what the barriers are, because we don't want to necessarily alert people to ways that might defeat applications in future. But we're reasonably confident there are opportunities to act against people like that, engaging that activity. You know, also the Tranche 2 AML CTF amendments come into effect next year. Query whether that'll affect accountants and lawyers who are prepared to knowingly act for crooks in any way. It puts an obligation on them to do that, but whether or not they'll comply is a different question. It will make it easier to get those people out of the professions, which will make it harder for the crooks to gain access to the advice they need.
But Mr. Obeid keeps his cash?
I'm not prepared to give up on that at this stage.
Okay, all right, that's good to know. Thank you. Perhaps, if you would direct these acting commissioner where you believe they best belong, just a couple of more things in relation to protests, just to clarify some things from this morning. There were reports that there were terrorist groups, symbols, flags, and certainly chanting of protest slogans on the bridge. Is anything being done to follow up if there was any unlawful activity in anything connected with that Harbour Bridge protest?
I will hand over to Mr. McKenna if he's got any specific information, but let me just say this. With such a large crowd and what you've termed reports of these things happening, firstly, it's got to be cited by a police officer if at the time he was expected to take action, and/or filmed, and/or somebody identifiable in amongst a crowd of 90,000 people that may have committed an offence for investigation, which is all problematic. Let's face it, in such a large crowd during a protest operation, although we had a lot of police on, compared to the crowd number, they're fairly well dispersed amongst that crowd and amongst the area. But in relation to that specific protest and what you're talking about with the specific symbols, Mr. McKenna, I think this morning did say that that's being looked at, but I'll pass you over to Mr. McKenna just to give any clarification.
I'd love to come to you in a minute, but if I could just ask a follow-up question. What concerns me, I acknowledge what you just said about size of crowd, size of police attending, and I think there were similar explanations given in relation to the Opera House vigil that was interrupted by a crowd that marched on the Opera House in October 2 years ago now. The answer that I heard, and please correct me if I'm misstating, is that if the crowd of protesters sufficiently outnumbers the police attending, there is just no way that police are able to enforce particular breaches of the law that happen on that occasion.
No, that's not the case at all.
Okay.
If a protest crowd will always outnumber the number of police.
Yes. Yes.
However, if police in attendance identify an offence happening, or a potential offence that's happening, the police in attendance will attend to that. If subsequently something is brought to our attention, then we'll attend to it subsequently, and that may well be reviewing video footage, reviewing statements made by people, etc., etc. Just as it happened with the Opera House protests, the same could happen in any other protest where subsequently we examine footage, audio, video, visual, witnesses, etc.
And how many arrests were made in relation to the Opera House protest?
Well, none, but we did explain that at the time that there was
I believe it was
no
inability
evidence
to identify any one particular person who had committed what was seen to be breaches of law, but we couldn't identify individuals. Wasn't that the case?
Yes, that's the case.
Yes. I guess that's my point, really, isn't it? Yeah. Mr. McKenna, have you got anything to add?
Yeah, just certainly a couple of things. Going forward and into these operations that we police in 2025, We have our police operations centre running. We have legal people in those operations centres. When police on the ground see and observe someone holding up a certain flag or symbol, often they're not very straightforward to us what they might be. They're photographed, videoed, sent straight back to the operations centre. The legal people look at them on the spot, and they tell us if there is an offence for that being a prohibited symbol or otherwise. If it is, then our stance is we will move forward and take the appropriate action. As I said, just holding a flag up is not necessarily an offence, because the law says you must warn them, they must take it down. If they then place it up again, they are committing an offence, and we will take action. There were a number of flags on the Harbour Bridge when we went through that process. They did not fulfil the criteria of being a prohibited symbol or offence, even though the media reported that way. There is one matter where we're still trying to identify a person, and it relates to subsequent footage that we've seen. And that is all there was. So the police were under no illusions that even though that was a reactive protest that we had to pull together pretty quickly, that still does not give people a right to commit serious offences. What we do say is we have a level of tolerance in protest. We have a level of tolerance for people's passions, for people's heightened emotions at times. We don't have any tolerance for serious criminal offending. It doesn't matter what the size is.
So was there an Al-Qaeda flag being flown in the bridge protest?
We've got no evidence that an Al-Qaeda flag or a flag that was a prohibited symbol was flown.
So I have a photograph here from a news website where it said that it's an Al-Qaeda flag.
So some of the flags, and we see this all the time, are just slightly changed, and when they are changed even slightly, they no longer fulfil the prohibited symbol legislation.
So if a swastika is slightly changed, does that still not convey the same message to those people who are seeing that symbol painted on a wall, for example?
I can only tell you what the law says, ma'am.
Okay. So are you saying to us that we need to consider changes to the law so that if something is perceived to be a terrorist symbol, as well as being an actual symbol, that it should be prohibited?
Well, that's a matter for politicians.
Okay, but are we hearing that stops police enforcement of what could be terrorist symbols and could be perceived by other people to be terrorist symbols?
Well, all we can say is that it's either an offence or not an offence under the law.
Okay. And if somebody is walking across the bridge with a hoodie that says death, death to the IDF, is that permitted?
Again, we'd take legal advice on that.
And did you?
I'm not aware of the situation you're talking about.
I've got a photo of it here.
Well, I'd have to take it on notice if the police saw it or didn't see it.
Okay.
I know there are times where the police will interdict and tell someone to take a shirt off because they can see the potential for a breach of the peace for other people being offended by it. You know, so we're using discretion where we can. We're trying to be as sensible as we can, understanding that people have a right to protest. People have passions, people have heightened emotions, but the law is the law, and we have our legal advisors sitting right next to us, right next to the police commander to say, yes, they have now committed an offence, or no, that does not constitute an offence.
So what training do frontline police have so that they can recognise flags and symbols of listed terror groups?
They're all briefed about those prior to going out to the field. They're shown photos, PowerPoints. All of our public order and rights squad police, who are subject matter experts in this area, are all well aware of that. And of course, we have the experienced legal officers in the Police Operations Centre with us.
And does that include training about flags and symbols and prohibited terrorist groups under Commonwealth law as well as state law?
Absolutely.
Right, okay. And what about chanting a slogan, from the river to the sea? How does that sit, for example, with relation to 93Z of the Crimes Act?
Once again, we would seek advice at the time from our legal experts as to what is considered an offence or not an offence.
And did you seek advice about that?
Well, I'm not aware of that chant being... I wasn't in the Police Operations Command, but if there was a chant like that...
There was?
Well, it would have been considered by the legal people if the police were aware of it.
So why would the police not have been aware of it?
I can only say to you that as I sit here now, from the briefing and the debriefing of that operation, the police were well aware to look for prohibited symbols, those flags, chants that might fulfil the hate crime criteria. I don't sit here now saying that I know that that is a chant that would fulfil that criteria or not, but our legal people would give us advice on that.
Perhaps on notice, you could provide advice from your legal people about whether that chant does fulfil the criteria, especially in light of the statements of the Prime Minister that were made in relation to the proposed recognition of Palestine, and his statements that clearly the Hamas slogan "From the river to the sea" envisages the non-acceptance of Israel as a state.
Well, it's got nothing to do with what the Prime Minister has or hasn't said. It's either,
that's the meaning of it, isn't it?
An offence at law or not. So we can certainly take on notice if that chant is an offence at law.
That doesn't colour the meaning of it? Make it clear what the meaning is?
It makes no difference to us whatsoever.
Okay. What about images of the Iranian leader being displayed?
Once again, if it's not a prohibited symbol, it's not a prohibited symbol.
Okay. Is it true that because of the Harbour Bridge protest, a pre-planned Israeli hostage vigil had to be cancelled?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, I have information that that's exactly the case, but my time's expired. Thank you.
Sue, do you want to ask?
I just want, before Commissioner Barnes, I'm just curious whether you think there is a role for the Crime Commission to be looking at the rise of far-right extremism and anti-Semitism. And the rise of neo-Nazis in New South Wales right now. I know that it's not kind of generally within the work that you scope and that you're undertaking at the moment. But do you anticipate that there may be a role for the Crime Commission?
It depends what individuals with that ideology were to do. If they're simply sitting around thinking evil thoughts or even saying horrible things, I can't imagine that the Crime Commission would ever get involved. If they commit crimes, overt crimes of a serious nature, we would, in theory, have jurisdiction. But you appreciate we're a small organisation, 150 people. There is, regrettably, a lot, perhaps even escalating, serious and organised crime occurring in Australia generally, and so the competition for our resources is intense.
I was thinking more in relation to that, you know, the rise and the mobilisation of that neo-Nazi far-right extremist agenda, and more thinking of your intelligence function around that and whether there's any role for that. But yeah, I do realise how constrained your resources and capacity is.
We haven't to date been involved in any of those matters.
And so if there was, would that come through the management committee that you have? Is that how it would come to you if there was?
In theory, it's more likely it would be generated by one of our law enforcement partners who would request our assistance or the assistance of our intelligence analysts or access to our hearing power.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, no. Thank you, Commissioner. We can now grant you early release. You're bailed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you.
I don't know whether you had any questions on notice, but if you did, the Secretariat will be in contact with you. Thanks very much for your time. You've got a few more?
For these guys, and then.
Then it's yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Latham. It's yours.
Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thank you. To the Commissioner, I've been around politics a little while and always fascinated by this debate about the extremes of what's going on and dangerous people out there. Generally in Australia, you'd find we're a fairly laid back, to the point of apathetic nation, she'll be right sort of attitude about politics and everything else. And would I be wrong in saying that out there, people who need to be monitored, people who might be dangerous, maybe on the far left there's probably a dozen Maoist communists who want to go on another long march and cause violence and trouble, and at the other end a dozen so-called neo-Nazis? These aren't big groups, are they, that take up a lot of resources of the police, and talk of them emerging, increasing, media hysteria about it. there's more hype, isn't it, than the reality of what we find?
Well, I think it's fair to say that they are of such concern to us, the emergence of these groups and the rise of some individuals within these groups, that we have our engagement in hate crime and our counter-terrorism command and our state intelligence group are constantly monitoring the activities of these groups, and we have obviously investigations in place as required into some of these groups, but I will defer to Mr Hudson, who's in charge of our counter-terrorism engagement and hate crime.
I'm just trying to get it in perspective of reality.
In relation to neo-Nazis, we've been monitoring the National Socialist Network for some time, well before their behaviour at North Sydney on Australia Day last year. Very much monitoring them and their affiliations with a similar group in Victoria, where they seem to be more high profile than they are here. We've tracked them. They have training days where in suburban areas in Sydney, where they basically show up in their blacks and perform calisthenics with a high police presence. We do monitor them. They had a protest here outside Parliament in July, I think, where they declared themselves as a political party, White Australia, that they were renouncing the National Socialist Network. That hasn't come to fruition. I think they needed 1,500 names on a petition to become an electoral party, which maybe they haven't achieved, I don't know, but we don't see the issues here in New South Wales like they do in Victoria, where the group emanated, but we're certainly mindful of them and monitor them. But the divergence of the threats that we face in New South Wales and broader Australia are really diverging from the religious base to different types of ideologies, far right, far left, mixed, sovereign citizens. As we've seen, that result in violence down in Victoria recently, whether that's purely that individual's purely sovereign citizen or other mixed ideologies in him as well, because they're not normally violent, but it's a very clouded threat picture out there for us at the moment. But luckily, they are limited numbers. We do have the known entity management system, which we monitor a number of individuals through 4 tiers, and they move through those tiers depending upon their escalating behaviour as to what level of attention they get from police, and we'll continue to do that. But it's certainly a different environment in New South Wales and Australia than it was, say, 10 years ago.
Yeah, but there's something in the water in Victoria where it's more prevalent. But isn't it also true to say that since 1945 there's been Nazis involved in different types of politics in every country all over the world? And I can remember Ross May, the Skull, shamefully a St George supporter, but he also ran for the seat of Werriwa, my old seat, in 1974 against Gough Whitlam and got about 100 votes, if that, maybe 80 votes. So they've never got off the ground in registering parties. Well, he ran as a candidate then and got a feeble amount of vote. But is this politics or mental illness? Because you'd have to be completely deranged, wouldn't you, to think that the Third Reich was a raging success that anyone needs to repeat in any sane form of society and political activity. These are people who are not the full quid, aren't they? The Third Reich. I mean, how crazy would you be to go around thinking, well, let's do it again?
Someone's ideology and what ideology they follow, others who follow other ideologies would consider bizarre, but for them it's probably quite real, and whether that's mental health driven or whether that's just a belief system driven.
But in your monitoring of them, is there a mental health dimension? Like, obviously, Islamic terrorists who want to blow this building up or whatever, they've got to be mentally deranged as well. This is at all ends of the spectrum. And do you find that this is a healthcare issue as much as a political one? And at one extent, how are these people allowed on the streets?
Well, I think the issue of mental health in terrorism generally is something that we've pushed here in New South Wales through the Commonwealth to get greater focus on. The Islamic terrorist threat, mental health was never raised as a defence by a terrorist because it diminishes their commitment to their cause if they claim that, so it was never properly explored. We're doing a lot of work now with academics and others in relation to the mental health aspect because of the divergence of ideologies, but also because of the radicalisation of youth to religiously motivated violence, which was the catalyst for the emphasis on exploring the links between mental illness and terrorism offences because of the radicalisation of youth. And, a number of individuals that have come under our attention, some resulting in diversion, some resulting in prosecution, depending upon the level of planning that they've entered into. And we're talking young people that are radicalised quite quickly, who were suffering from some form of autism.
Well, I just in closing, thank you for the work you do. As you say, it is a more clouded, complex environment than it's ever been before. We're a lucky country in this space, touch wood, in large part because of the work you do in this complex field of policing. So hopefully you get all the resources and government support that you need to continue the track record you've established. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sue.
Thank you. Acting Commissioner, I mentioned to the Minister this morning about on or around the 22nd of July when there was fairly clear video footage of a New South Wales police officer who pushed an Aboriginal woman to the ground, causing her to hit a pole, leaving her with sustained injuries, a fractured rib, severe concussion and a cut to her ear requiring ear glue. Are you aware of that? It took place in Bungendore.
Bungendore?
Yeah.
Yes, which is Mr. Pizzanos's area.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
Is there, and you've seen the footage?
Oh, I have seen the footage, yeah, it was posted.
Yeah. Has the officer in charge, has the officer that was responsible for that been investigated? Are there any charges that officer is facing?
The matter definitely was referred to the complaint management team for Monaro Police District, which is where the officer's attached to. I haven't an update for you, ma'am, in terms of today, but definitely it was referred in there just to have a look at the use of force and the overall circumstances.
Did you not think from when you saw it, with your assessment of what you saw, is that not a circumstance that would warrant an automatic stand aside?
Look, there's definitely interim management actions available depending on circumstances with matters such as this, where there's, whether it's a use of force or other matter. Like in terms of it's a decision that's made locally by the complaint management team in regards to interim action, whether or not the officer should continue to perform duties. So, so
at this point, that officer is still a officer performing duties?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, absolutely, yes. Yes.
And do you think that that's acceptable?
I'd say it's the decision rests with the local commander in terms of the risk of the officer continuing on duty. The matter's got to be reviewed in all its circumstances.
And what about the victim of the assault? Do you know anything about her, and is she getting the support she needs?
Ma'am, I'm unable to. I don't know.
Okay.
So I can't respond.
Thank you. So just in terms of the, Commissioner, where would you say that police cultural awareness training in New South Wales Police Force is right now?
In specifically what culture? Aboriginal culture we're talking about, or multicultural training? Or?
No. Specifically First Nations culture, given they're still over-policed at rates?
We have cultural awareness training conducted for our probationary constables at the academy, or our students, I should say. We have cultural awareness training conducted for our officers. We have induction programs in police districts where new arrivals to the district are inducted into the local Aboriginal cultures. So we've got extensive training on cultural awareness.
Would you measure it as extensive?
Extensive availability of cultural awareness training, yes.
So in terms of, and I'm just, that's good to hear it's extensively available. So in terms of a mandatory component or the uptake of that, would you say that it's a high level?
I have to take on notice the mandatory nature of it. Certainly for our student police officers, that's obviously part of their completion of their course. And certainly it's strongly encouraged in a lot of areas and mandatory in others. But I have to take on notice the mandatory training, compulsory training component.
Thank you. If you could, please let the committee know. I mean, if it's available, what the cultural training is available, it might be an easier way to take it on notice. And then, yes, that mandatory component. And then whether there is like a continuing professional development component for people who have been in the force for quite a long time.
Look, as new initiatives come to light with cultural awareness training, etc., it's not only people that haven't completed something that do it. Obviously, officers, it doesn't matter how long you've been in the job. You know, I know we've got training going at the moment that only a couple of years ago there was a number of assistant commissioners went to that training. So, you know, as I said, as new training becomes available or new initiatives come to light within our organisation, then often our officers are engaged in that training.
Thank you.
But just on the point of the Aboriginal cultural awareness, it's also important to remember that the vast majority of commands that have what I'll call significant Aboriginal communities within the district have all got Aboriginal liaison officers, and they are in touch with our officers on a daily basis. They're in and around the station. That's where they work, and they talk to them about cultural issues all the time.
Just so I'm aware of that, but a lot of that work gets reported, and I'm not sure if you've seen the latest independent Aboriginal-led report on closing the gap undertaken by Jumbana, the institute at University of Technology of Sydney, but they talk about the cultural load those individuals have to carry, and the burden is far too much, and actually the only way we're ever going to have genuine cultural awareness is not by those individuals alone carrying the cultural burden or the cultural load that it's referred to.
Yeah, from an education perspective, certainly they don't carry the significant burden. I'm not saying that there is not a burden on our Aboriginal liaison officers. They get pushed and pulled from all directions at times. But we don't rely on them solely for our Aboriginal cultural awareness within the organisation.
On the 17th of April this year, the LEC released its final report on the bail compliance checks that included the component looking at bail compliance checks, and it concluded that there is a powerful argument that the police practice of entering property to check a person on bail without obtaining a court-imposed enforcement condition or having a reasonable suspicion of a breach of bail is unlawful. What's the position at the moment? Has the force implemented the LEC's recommendations from that report about bail compliance checks?
The LEC report is contrary to our advice from the Solicitor General, which says that we are operating within the law and we have the lawful right to do that.
To enter into people's premises when you don't have a court order to do so?
To ensure that court-issued bail conditions are being complied with.
And so with that, sorry, Commissioner Hudson, did you want to say something on that?
The Solicitor General's advice was about implied licence and our lawful right to enter the lands to conduct a check.
So so just on that, sorry, you've just got my legal brain ticking. So if the person put a little note on the door saying any implied licence is revoked, you can't come and check my bail, then that would revoke that implied licence, yeah?
I'll have to get Solicitor General's advice.
Advice, that's right. We should talk to the Sol, Jen. Interesting, very interesting. And so at this point in time then, it is the current New South Wales Police position that you are legal and able to walk up to. So your advice would be you're able to knock on the door but not enter the premise. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's, without putting words in Alex's mouth, I think if they had a firmer view on it, they would have put it in a stronger way in their report. I think they are aware that there is that legal right of us to conduct compliance checks for court-issued bail. But I don't talk on behalf of the Law Enforcement Conduct
No,
Commission,
of course. Thank you. And so with that, though, and that LEC report, has there been any impetus internally to look at what perhaps a risk assessment tool would be within the police force about when you would, given it's such a hot area and it's a significant area to go to somebody's premise to check on them, because the assumption has to be they're complying, then is there something that officers undertake as to make a decision whether to go or not?
I can answer that. Look,
Thank you.
A bit of work. We've definitely taken on board the LEC's position. I concur in regards to the interpretation of the implied licence common law right to enter at this stage. Under, say, for example, Operation Satire, which, as you know, I lead across regional and including metro operations, definitely enforcement conditions are sought in appropriate cases. I can't be specific about numbers, but I've certainly spoken to the prosecutors as recently as yesterday. And it's definitely a matter of policy for us to seek enforcement conditions where appropriate. But we are reviewing our bail compliance check SOPs to make sure that they align with best practice in terms of how we are approaching bail compliance checks, recognising that that implied licence is still alive and well, but that an enforcement condition in the appropriate circumstances is definitely ideal in terms of enforcing those conditions around curfew, non-association, residential, etc. Recognising there's limitations in those enforcement conditions too, that we can't force people to comply, but it gives us a tool for compliance. Bearing in mind that that implied licence exists for more than just bail checks. It effectively gives the police the right at common law to enter a property to make legitimate inquiries for a whole range of things that there might be non-specific power under statute to do. So it's a right that we have, and that's why the Solicitor General preserved it.
Can I just say, the issue of implied licence, we do have training every year for our officers, and some of those training subjects are what we call mandatory training. And last year, the issue of implied licence was a mandatory training subject for our officers. So we have significantly improved, I would argue, the manner in which we do bail compliance checks. They are more directed as opposed to random and more intelligence driven. And there has been a significant decrease over the last few years in the number of bail compliance checks that we are doing.
Thank you.
Opposition?
Oh, okay. Just a couple of follow-ups. Perhaps this is to you, Mr. Hudson, but please redirect it. We got the Operation Shelter costs, which we understand includes protests, but also other activities that were related to but not contained in. Is it possible to give us figures for the cost of policing all the other protests not included in Operation Shelter?
I might.
Yeah, it's not me.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I might answer that. As we've said it several times here today, that the majority of protests occur within the Sydney area, and obviously that's Sydney City, which does a significant part of those. They are generally supported, if they're necessary, by officers from within Central Metropolitan Region, whether it's be their enforcement squads or their high visibility policing units or whatever.
Yes.
Most of those are conducted as on-duty policing operations, and the commands within that area are appropriately resourced to taking into consideration that workload that they do have for monitoring protest activity. So when you talk about costs, they are ongoing costs because they are done on an on-duty basis. The officers are rostered, the protest takes 3 hours, then they'll taken out of a particular shift for 3 hours and dedicated to that duty, and or put on for a whole shift to do that duty. So it's very difficult for us to break down the cost of policing protest activity when it's often part of their paid shift.
Okay, so I think you just said they might be put on for a shift because of the understanding that protest activity was occurring.
Yep.
If they're not doing a shift for that, then presumably they'd either be off shift or the shift would be for some other policing work. So is it possible to determine how many shifts were specifically arranged? I'm sorry, I don't know the right verb.
No, we can certainly take that on notice.
Yes.
The number of shifts that are dedicated to protest activity per year, I suppose, is what you'd like to know.
Yeah, that would be very helpful. And perhaps also, I'm very conscious of the strain on police officers and the number who are called in off duty or when they have a reasonable expectation of rest. So if you could also look at overtime, people called in for duty.
So if I use shelter as the example of that, when you have that amount of money for officers that are engaged in those shelter protest activities over the last couple of years, those officers come in effectively on a cancelled rest day, but they're not forced to come in. Usually the officers put their hand up and say, I'd like a bit of extra money, and yes, I'm happy to work on this particular day to come in and do the protest work. I'll just go back to the issue of the number of shifts. The difficulty with giving you a financial figure on that is that we would have to then go to the pay scale of every individual officers. I think the best we could do there would be estimate based on a mean value.
Look, I think I'd be very happy with that. It would be good to have a firmish indication without wanting to put you to extravagant amounts of work. Thank you. And I don't know whether this is for you, Acting Commissioner, or whether this is for you, Mr McKenna, in relation to the flags that might be prescribed or might be close to prescribed. I was reminded that we'd actually drafted legislation which we were hoping to bring to Parliament. Just wondering whether anyone in the police was asked to advise in relation to that draft legislation.
I certainly haven't been advised of that. If anyone, it would have been our legal people.
Okay.
So we could take that on notice if you want us to.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be great. No, I'd appreciate that. Yeah. And to the same thing, is there a sort of a standing police view in relation to a chant such as From the River to the Sea? Are there sort of lists of prescribed and okay chants?
No, it's more about does it fulfil that new hate crime legislation?
Yeah.
And that's, again, we would take our legal advice on that, and they are subject matter experts on it.
And is there standing legal advice in relation to some of the things that are commonly encountered at protests?
No, they would, unless there's precedent, of course.
Right. Yep.
Certainly that would be, but otherwise everyone's taken on its own merits.
All right, thank you.
Deputy Commissioner Hudson, if I could ask some questions of you, please. Mr Thurtell has raised constantly monitoring groups and the potential for terrorism threats. Are you able to provide figures of perceived terrorism threats that have been registered by New South Wales Police Surveillance 2023, 2024 and so far this year?
I could take it on notice. We can provide the investigations conducted under the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, the Terrorism Investigations Squad and the Security Investigations Unit of Counter-Terrorism by number, which deal with threat at varying levels.
Okay. Well, can I also ask, please, that you, again, to probably take on notice, how many potential attacks have been prevented by New South Wales Police surveillance in those same 3 years, 23, 24 and 25?
Yeah, we've done preventative investigations, made arrests which have prevented significant incidents, and it's quite frequent, but
yep.
We can provide those details as part of that investigative.
Thank you. And possibly, you know, again, a bit of a breakdown in that, how many individuals have been arrested in relation to terror offences in those time frames as well?
Certainly.
That would be great. Would you just, very generally speaking, and again off the top of your head without having the figures to hand, generally hold that they're increasing, these figures?
I think they're diverging away from what we've historically seen as religiously based violent extremist threats to a more diverse set of threats, whether it be left-wing, right-wing, mixed ideologies, and a range of different threats that we are seeing, including an increased radicalisation of youth online. So the threat landscape is certainly different than it was 10 years ago.
So much more complex in all of that, and so difficult to and challenging to deal with.
But we still see a lot of religiously based violent extremism as well. I've actually challenged our people as, do we find that a lot still, because that's what we're good at looking for, because that's what we're used to looking for over the last 20 years. So, however, getting very adept at finding and detecting other threats within our community as well.
Okay, and so earlier this morning we talked about the figures for the Counter-Terrorism and Special Tactics Command Unit, and you advised me that the numbers are 792.
Yeah, there's a number of different units under that, including the Security Management Unit, which I always forget. Unfortunately, we only just recently inherited them back. The special constables that guard this premises and
God bless them.
Everywhere else. Yeah, God bless them. But they're included in those numbers as well. Tactical Operations Group, Public Order Riot Squad, the investigative component, and the intelligence function are the ones directed directly at the threats that we're talking about, and it's just probably 130 individuals that are focused on that.
Okay, so the 792 is the holistic figure for all
command,
of those
yes.
units. Yeah. So, and that's the current strength.
Yes.
So what's the authorised strength?
They do have vacancies, but probably not as many vacancies as the front line does. Most of the vacancies within our organisation gravitate to the front line because people apply for, after their tenure's finished, they apply for progression to different areas of the organisation. While some of those transfers are held up because of shortages in the front line, where there's classes that graduate from the academy, they are released. So we do have vacancies.
Do you have an idea of those numbers?
I don't have that in front of me. We're normally occupying 85% full occupancy, but I'd have to check where we are currently.
Okay, that would be helpful if you're able to do that as well, but that's where it's normally at. And given the divergence, the growing complexity around the situations that you're dealing with, if there are these vacancies, is anything being done specifically in attending to this, addressing how that might be better complemented in order to reach the authorised strength?
As I said, to fill those positions totally, you'd have to take them all off the front line, and
so
that's
they're essentially not taken from anywhere else except the front line.
Oh, some transfer in from State Crime Command, and then the State Crime Command positions get filled by the front line. So it's there's a lot of churn throughout our organisation as people look for further development opportunities and different diverse careers within the organisation. One of the benefits of being in the police is the diverse careers that you can have, from forensics to investigative to general duties to dog unit to mounted unit to a variety of different things. People look for different things at different parts of their career. We don't have trouble recruiting individuals to the Counter-Terrorism Command. There's not, but you know, obviously we're recruiting off other units within the New South Wales Police Force. So there's always a staged release of individuals from the front line or from other commands, and that's managed. And if there's disputes between commanders, then it's a dispute panel that resolves those. But we don't have trouble filling vacancies, or recruiting to the command. But you know, it's always there's always going to be churn going through it, which is healthy for the command as well.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Hudson. Appreciate that. Back to you, if I can, please, Mr. Thurtell. Still going on numbers, how many full-time equivalent police officers do we have in New South Wales Police as of today?
I think those statistics were read out by the Minister earlier this morning. About 15,300, I think it was, full-time officers, actual officers, as opposed to authorised numbers. Yeah, 15,960.
And sorry, and I'm just confirming that's full-time equivalent. That whole figure is full-time equivalent.
Is that
FTE?
Yep.
Yep, it is. Great. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that part of the information. Thank you. And how many new recruits were sworn into the New South Wales Police last calendar year, 2024?
It was approximately 1,000, Michelle, is that right?
And while you're
about 1,000, I'll just clarify that, the exact number. 735.
735. And how many officers left in 2024?
We have an attrition rate, Michelle will get you the exact numbers maybe, but we have an attrition rate of approximately 7% at the moment.
7%. And is that an increase? Is it stable? Is that an over?
It's an increase on some previous years. I think it's starting to go down, but it's not unhealthy for an organisation to have an attrition rate of somewhere around 5 or 6%. So we're in the ballpark of what the attrition rate that a healthy organisation has, of people leaving and changing careers, etc. Yeah, I think at the moment it's approximately 7% and falling slightly.
And so that's the 2024 figure that you're looking at into 2025 as well, still around that 7% mark?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Are there specific regions or departments that are facing more acute shortages of police personnel?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
More specific regions or departments within the state that are feeling shortages more acutely?
I think it's fair to say that the frontline commands are the ones that are feeling it the most because their workload, in fact, no workload has gone down. But our police districts, our police area commands probably feel it the most acutely because they're the ones that provide that 24/7 police coverage right across the state. As for whether there's some commands that are experiencing it worse than others, yes, that is the case. There are some commands that, particularly in police districts, that find it hard to attract officers, experienced officers from within the organisation to go out to some of those.
So regional areas specifically?
Yep, some areas. I mean, we've talked about Tenterfield this morning with 3 out of 8 remaining unfilled despite the fact that they've been advertised. So there's examples like that of where commands are, those frontline police are probably bearing the majority of the burden.
And so what's happening with smaller stations? And, you know, I'll just go from my own area, Monero, so Bungendore, Captain's Flat, Nimitabel, etc. I mean, they only have one officer attached to those stations. So are we finding that the regional rural areas, that stations are having to be closed because we don't have officers able to be attached?
Look, as a general rule, and Mr Bazanos is in charge of regional New South Wales, he might add something to this, but as a general rule, those lock-up keeper positions, which is what you're referring to, come with the police residence, and young people are attracted to those because they come with a 3% rent, which is effectively your accommodation has been provided for you, and it's an opportunity for them to save some money and change their way they live down the track. So as a general rule, those lock-up keeper positions are filled. But I'm not suggesting that they're all 100% filled all the time. There's obviously areas that struggle, but...
Yeah, I think there was quite some time where Delegate, for example, didn't have anyone and they were crossing over the border, so there were cross-jurisdictional problems with that as well. So you'd suggest the same, Mr Pisano, how that's tracking?
Yeah, look, I think that's a fair statement. There's 329 individual police stations, lockups across regional New South Wales. So
that's just regional.
Yep, that's a significant footprint. And I think it's fair to say that it's well known around this group that it's based around a very old model where the police stations were roughly one day's horse ride apart. And it's literally the footprint that we're still maintaining.
I love the history, but...
It's a great history, but it doesn't help our communities. So what we do is we effectively, we deploy our police based around the risks, the workload. We offer the incentives. I know in some locations where we're actually adding the incentives money, further money to what would otherwise be attached to them. That's within the scope of our HR commander and particularly our Western Region commander to actually add additional cash incentives for getting people out to remote locations, as well as Mr Thurtell said, the rental advantages. But the reality
so that's working, but obviously not as well as we would like it to be working.
Well, it's subject to the same staff shortages, the whole organisation. So we manage those deployments, and I know every time a class attests, there's a lot of work goes into actually looking at the allocations. And it's a really consultative process, more so now than ever. And it's about really identifying where we need to get those police out to in terms of both metro and regional. So it's based on crime, community need, topical issues, cop in your hometown recruitment, your First Nations recruitment, getting, First Nations police, which is good numbers of First Nations police in every class, back to places that they want to work. So there's really, it's very consultative and a lot of science goes into where we're putting our police based around need, but sharing and clustering based around where community need is at the moment is really critical. Working with our local mayors, our MPs, etc. So a lot of thinking and a lot of work, and your region commanders, assistant commissioners advocate really strongly, very passionately in fact, in terms of it becomes horse trading. I want an extra 5, I'll give you 5. So it's an interesting process at the moment, but it's getting better. And I think it's close to 5,000 hits in terms of recruitment. Rochelle, sorry for taking your thunder here. Since 2023, when the actual offer of payment commenced, there's just under 5,000 individual hits and recruitment applications as well as interest shown in policing. So it's a significant piece of work there, and it is a really good sign. And our professional mobility, as in people coming in from other jurisdictions, is rising due to the pay rises and everything like that. So it's pretty positive signs.
Thanks, Mr Passant. I really appreciate that.
A last question.
Another quick one.
A last question on numbers, probably to you, Ms Conroy. Are you able to give us the numbers of FTE working police, not authorised strength, per police district?
Yes, I can. I
Thank
can
you.
read that out at the region level if you'd like.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you.
That's 56 readouts.
Oh.
Do you realise?
I can just read it at the region level if you would appreciate that.
We would like it per district, per police district. Are you able to
56.
provide it on paper perhaps? Is that possible?
7.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Miss Grafton Dogs tonight, is this right?
Dr. Coe?
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got a couple of questions about Task Force Atlas.
Yep.
So my first question was around recommendations 10 and 11, the unsolved homicides. Can you provide an update on where that work is up to?
Okay, so at the start of when Task Force Atlas was formed, there were 213 matters that were yet to be reviewed. A significant number of those have been reviewed. I do have the stats in here. I'll turn to those in a minute. And at last count, 3 of those matters had been referred to the Unsolved Homicides Unit for reinvestigation. But I will get that. But a significant number of the 213 have been reviewed.
Thank you. Look, I appreciate you might be about to take numbers on notice, but how many of those 213 have yet to be examined?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'll get that for you in a minute.
Thank you. I understand as well that Task Force Atlas is looking at training relating to the hate crime unit, so specifically how to identify a hate crime, when to engage with the hate crimes unit.
Yep.
Can you provide an update on the status of that?
Yeah,
work?
so there was, in junction with UTS, there was training established for the hate crime unit and specific officers within the organisation. I think last count we put through 100 officers through that 4-day training, significant training. We have also are designing training for our officers in general. There is a component will go in the student police officer training as well. We have created our LGBTIQ plus A plus consultative committee, which has an assistant commissioner in charge, and they meet 4 times a year, similar to our other multicultural advisory committees and our Aboriginal consultative committees. So there's been a significant number of significant amount of training for our officers in relation to that hate crime.
Thank you. And of those 100 who've completed the more extensive training program, how were those 100 officers identified?
I think it was self-nomination.
Unsolved too.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
For the hate crime course,
Yeah.
UTS, unsolved homicide team, and the engagement hate crime unit, different components of the counter-terrorism command. We've also had officers from interstate want to engage with it as well. They've registered for it. I think it's close to 200 have completed it now.
And is there any evaluation of success or otherwise of that training program, noting that it's very new?
There will be. After the first cohorts have completed it, we'll look at the impact that's had on the organisation. But the hate crime training is significant across the organisation anyway. There's a package online that had to be completed by all officers within the organisation, which has been done last financial year. So the UTS program is additional to that for those specialist areas that deal with this environment more frequently. So many officers from say the eastern suburbs of Sydney have also completed it because of their exposure to anti-Semitism behaviour, anti-Semitic behaviour or whatever through their normal course of their daily duties.
I'll just stick with Task Force Atlas for now. There's obviously significant community interest in the progress of that work, and I know there was a specific recommendation around the progress on some of the recommendations being made public earlier, and I was able to access that information on your website. More broadly, when will you report back to the public on the progress that's being made?
Government reports back. Mr Thurtell took the lead on that in his former role, but because of the independence to my commands, but I think it's government reporting back on it. We report to government on it.
Yeah, that's correct. And there's independent reviews being conducted annually by somebody nominated by the government. But can I just take you to one of your previous questions? So of the 213, 114 unsolved homicide cases have been assessed. 29 of those have been assigned for re-investigation. To date, 13,000 New South Wales police officers have completed the hate crime and awareness training, which is obviously online. And as I said before, and Mr Hudson confirmed there, 100 officers have completed the 12-week policing hate crime course through UTS. And obviously, Task Force Atlas continues to operate and will continue for years to come to make sure that the recommendations of the Special Commission of Inquiry are complied with, and that our organisation doesn't lose focus.
Thank you. Just in my last 30 seconds, I asked the Minister this morning about the progress being made towards a health-led response to mental health emergencies, so notwithstanding that this may not be a police responsibility moving forward. I understand that there is a current New South Wales Police mental health division. What are the priorities for change from that division at the moment?
Yeah, the Mental Health Command was established a little while ago, not quite 12 months ago, led by Superintendent Kirsty Hales, who was the individual that went to the UK and identified different models. Probably the biggest progress so far is in relation to training, general training for all New South Wales Police Force staff, apart from engaging through the working groups with health to develop a new model. But the training is that's to be delivered to all staff is quite revolutionary in relation to having lived experiences from individuals, also having the families interviewed of the families of people who have lost their lives from their engagement with police, and it is quite a strong message that's sent through to the individuals. We've presented it to Commissioner of the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission, who asked us to present it to the entire Law Enforcement Conduct Commission. So Kirsty undertook that role because of the message and the strength of that training, and that's being delivered and rolled out to all of our staff across the commands, delivered by the education officers.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Okay, we'll now take a break and come back in 15 minutes.
We might get started again. Thank you.
I was going to give bail.
Thank you. Commissioner, we've heard most recently that the ISIS brides are now being smuggled back into Australia by the federal government. Does the New South Wales Police have a role in this repatriation at all?
I will hand over, without deferring the question, I will hand over to Mr Hudson because he has had some communications in relation to that, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. We are still working through that issue with the Commonwealth. The roles have yet to be finalised between what New South Wales Government, including the New South Wales Police Force, and the Commonwealth's roles will be. No doubt we will have a role, as will broader New South Wales Government, as we have done with previous returning brides of foreign fighters and children of such.
Yeah, that was my next question, was going to be, if so, what role? What role would you normally have? I mean, there's certainly been things like this in the past. What sort of role did the New South Wales Police fulfil in relation to these type of matters? Security
of their return, but in conjunction with the Australian Federal Police and other Commonwealth agencies. But as I said, the roles of each agency have yet to be determined. If the AFP don't play as significant a role as they have previously, we will. We'll have to work that out, which we've got some meetings next week in Canberra, aligned with the Australian New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee meeting, where I'll try and explore that further. Obviously, New South Wales Government have a huge role with justice and health and education and everyone else in the reintegration of these individuals back into New South Wales society, as we have done previously. Yeah, well, that's right. Now, obviously other branches of the New South Wales Government has a role. You'll probably have a role too. Would that role actually encompass surveillance as well? Not necessarily. It depends on what threat is posed by these individuals. That'll be an assessment, or is an assessment that's underway at the moment, whether there are charges that should be preferred against individuals. That assessment's being made at the moment. Well, that was going to be my next question. Are you aware of, and do New South Wales Police have any role in enforcing charges against them, if any? Potentially, bearing in mind it's an offence to be in a conflict zone in Syria, where many of these individuals have been. Whether that's proven or not, whether we can prove that, whether we can prove that they have previously been members of a terrorist organisation or are currently members of a terrorist organisation, I don't know. We need to work through all that. I don't think the repatriation is imminent. I think we have a little bit of time before it's proposed. I think it's caused by the closure of the internationally displaced person camp in Syria by the Americans. It's been shut down, so occupants of that camp have to be moved, and the proposed individuals are Australian citizens. Maybe this is not a question for you, Commissioner. On a more mundane matter, if and I suppose it happens all the time, or on a pretty regular basis, that New South Wales works for or with the Federal Police, do you actually get reimbursed by the Federal Government for that time and materials?
Yet again, I'm going to have to defer to Mr Hudson, because there are some joint investigations from terrorist-related investigations, etc., where I think there's a joint funding arrangement. But as a general rule, if we investigate a federal offence, for example, no, we don't get reimbursed by the Commonwealth. If it's a terrorist-related investigation, I'll ask Mr Hudson to give information on that, but as a general rule, no. No, okay. Unless it's an emergency, there's some sort of emergency related funding. Yeah, so unless there's specific funding for that particular investigation that provides some budget for you that you can claim, that's what you're really saying, isn't it? We don't charge the AFP for our time, or offences. I think historically there has been some charges for petrol for the Nemesis, our police boat, when they've used it exclusively for a Commonwealth operation, nothing to do with us, but that's a long time ago, I think. Just getting back to our line of questioning earlier, talking about firearms owners again, are the New South Wales police officers permitted to search a firearm owner's home at any time, day or night, to establish safe storage
without proof of other criminal intent?
No. As a general rule, no. We don't search somebody's home. If to establish safe storage, it's generally through negotiation of an arranged time and/or over electronic devices. But we don't go in and search someone's home for compliance with the Firearms Act without due cause.
Okay, thank you. And is it the practice of New South Wales Police to use highway patrol officers to persuade licensed firearms owners to gain access to inspect their firearms storage?
In some regional areas, some of the firearms storage inspections may be assigned to highway patrol officers purely to conduct while they're out and about. But as a general rule, most storage inspections aren't conducted by highway patrol, but I'm not saying that they don't conduct any.
So that would be but still conducted under the same sort of general guidelines and rules that you mentioned
exactly the
earlier.
same. They're police officers with the same powers, the same authorities, the same compliance, the same policies.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Mr. Latham?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Could I just come to Mr. Hudson back on the question of the anti-Semitism? The Minister earlier today said in relation to the involvement of the Iranian government, she thought there were 2 incidents identified by the federal authorities, but I saw a report that they left open there could be more than just the 2. And what sort of information can you provide the committee in that regard? This foreign agent that seemingly pays no hope as desperates here to do these things on their behalf.
I think the incident that was nominated by the Director General of ASIO relevant to New South Wales was the Lewis Continental Kitchen, which he named. And in addition to that, the synagogue in Melbourne. We don't have evidence, and bearing in mind that ASIO deal in a different environment than we do. We deal with evidence and put it before the court. They deal with intelligence assessments. So we're proceeding with our charges. The attacks that were investigated under Pearl and Kissinger have matters before the courts, and we'll continue to prosecute those matters. But we're unaware of any other, or security agencies haven't declared any other incidents to us that are potentially subject of their assessment.
Right, with the Dural Caravan hoax, was it ever established how many other activities, so-called attacks, were funded by this Krim who's hiding out in Turkey? Because, certainly in the media coverage of it, I remember saying to my eldest son at one point, I said, you could go over to Dover Heights or Bondi and just put a bit of random graffiti on, and they must sit back the next night and think, oh, geez, I'm the lead item on the news, which, in the psychology of some of these clowns is something they do. So did you ever establish in the Caravan inquiry and out of it how much of that was happening, that people were just being paid to go to do these things, almost like an attention-seeking exercise, not genuine anti-Semitic ideology? Our
investigation would suggest that they were very well coordinated through a group that was directed by the individual responsible and who's admitted on television interviews was responsible for the Caravan, who was providing that information to the AFP as a source until that source was discredited, as we've indicated previously in this room. But whilst he admitted on an ABC interview to being responsible for the Caravan, it's our belief he was responsible for all of them.
Right, and for the purposes of your investigations and the classifications given to these various incidents, how do the police define anti-Semitic ideology?
Anti-Semitic ideology is a hatred of Israel and the Jewish people.
Does it have to go to Israel? You can sort of have a geopolitical view of the Middle East that, it'd be a better place without Israel. It's not my view. subscribed to the opposite all my adult life, but does it have to go to Israel or just the Jewish people?
It depends. People define. It's a very difficult definition. It's not an official definition, but anti-Semitism is a hatred of the Jewish people, which can extend to the State of Israel as well.
Thank you.
Ms Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure who to direct this to, so I will just direct it generally, and you tell me who to
redirect it if
give it
necessary.
to. So I wanted to talk about the police's use of facial recognition technology, which we've discussed in previous estimates. In response to some questions I put on notice, I was told that there had been, so although New South Wales Police was using a commercial product from Cognitive Systems, there have been updates that New South Wales Police Force didn't subscribe to, and then you said in February 2025 a decision was made to disable this capability within the suspect identification system. So I understand that the Cognitech software is integrated into PhotoTrack. So can you tell me exactly how you can turn off that facial recognition component within the software?
Well, unless Mr Hudson has an answer, I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay. Do you know if Cognitech technology is still being used in some form in the PhotoTrack system?
No, I'd have to take that on notice as well.
Thank you. I understand that in 2018, New South Wales Police Force employees that were attached to the Strategic Intelligence Capability Command internally adapted an existing open source facial recognition system called FaceNet, and the system adapted for use by Facial Recognition Unit was internally branded as NYX. Is there some form of facial recognition being used within FaceNet or the NYX systems within the police force?
Oh, look, I apologise, but that's another one I'm going to have to take on notice.
Okay. Do you know, just on a more sort of high level basis then, if facial recognition is currently being used within the New South Wales Police Force in any form?
We do it.
Yeah, you want to answer that?
I can, Commissioner. We've used facial recognition capability within New South Wales Police since 2012, I think, in different forms. It depends upon what you're talking about. The facial recognition unit will compare photographs to our criminal history photos, photographs taken at the time of charge, and we've had some success with that for those on records. We don't use it for, we don't run it against broader databases, only what we currently have on record from offender photographs.
I think I raised it a couple of years back because there had been research showing that Cognitech in particular had a racial bias built into it, and so that was the reason for asking about its use then. I know from the answers that we were provided then that New South Wales Police was using it. Are you able, and I understand if you need to take this on notice, to let us know exactly why it was suspended? Was it because of the racial bias? Was it because you moved to a different product?
I think we moved to a different product, but you must bear in mind that it's not, whatever product is generated through facial recognition is not evidence. We use it as intelligence. There needs to be a human factor in it. It might give us investigative leads that need to be pursued, but it's not used as evidence before a court to say that photo in that CCTV capture is this person on our records, and therefore we prosecute that individual just based on that evidence. We need, obviously, it's a line of inquiry provided to investigators which they can pursue.
Can you tell me about the police's use of 5Cast's Onyx platform?
I can't, but we can take it on notice.
Thank you.
It's a product that the State Intelligence Command do use, but I'll have to get back to specific details.
I understand that 5Cast Onyx is currently being used by the Trump administration to scrape and analyse open source data, including social media, to assist ICE agents in detaining people that the Trump administration has decided should be detained. This is a predictive, broad analytical tool. 5Cast say that they have
built it in collaboration with Australian authorities in order to build persons of interest networks. Is that what the New South Wales Police are using it for?
We use a range of products available in the intelligence function to generate intelligence and link individuals. But as I said, like all intelligence, it's not used as evidence. It's used to give investigative direction to certain matters. We don't use capabilities without human intervention. It's part of our ethical framework. So whatever leads that intelligence capabilities might deliver to us, they still need to be humanised through an investigative focus.
Did police have to get legal advice from the Premier's Department on the use of Onyx?
I've taken that on notice. I'm unaware.
I understand that New South Wales Police is also using FaceNet, which is a military-grade open source intelligence platform used to detect sentiment and emotion, trawling through people's online activity in order to predict when they might commit a crime. Is that something that New South Wales Police is using?
I think there are products where we have trialled in relation to trying to assess public sentiment in relation to protests and other matters, but that's I don't think we've landed on a product or landed on a policy in relation to that.
Okay, that's interesting because I know we asked a couple of years ago about the use of predicting emotions in, I believe it was the gay Mardi Gras. We were asking, we got sort of told that perhaps it was being used there, and we did ask questions about whether it was being used. Do you remember if it was being used then? Maybe take
as I
that
said,
on
we've
notice.
trialled a number of different things that at different times of our organisation's history in relation to getting products that can assist us in ensuring public safety, but I couldn't tell you which ones at what times at this stage.
But you're using Fivecast to predict protest?
Well, we're using, I'm not too sure what components of Fivecast we're using. The company produces various different capabilities, like most companies do in the intelligence field. I think we are a client of Fivecast, but I'd have to be more. I'd have to get back to you on the exact nature of that relationship.
Okay. I understand there's been quite a lot of criticism of the use of mood and sentiment analysis in surveilling like protests and things, and that it's not actually a very good tool. I'd be interested to see, perhaps on notice, if you could let me know sort of where it's being used and on what basis it's being used. As you say, I'm sure there are other, it's not the only thing that you use in order to before you take action, but it's interesting to know. To the
we
extent
wouldn't
it's being
take
used.
action, whatever we're trialling at different times or having a look at to see if it's beneficial to us. We would not be taking action based on purely an outcome from a technical product. As I said, there's human intervention in everything we do, a human lens placed on everything, including facial recognition and in the other product.
Could you also just let me know if the agreement that you have with Fivecast, if you are using Fivecast, also allows them to use the data that you are collecting in the use of that for their greater sort of database?
I can't be surprised, but we can clarify that for you.
Thank you. I will just come back to the domestic and family violence questions I was asking earlier. If I could, Mr McKenna, we were talking about the misidentification, and I said I'd come back to you about that. I'm just looking at the figures from the New South Wales Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research, who was saying that there was 64% of women brought before the courts on DV charges between July 22 and June 23, so just that year, were previously known to be victims of DV assault. That doesn't indicate they were possibly misidentified, but it is an alarming sort of number of people, especially when you then pair it with the Lex report that talks about the misidentification of victims, the primary aggressor remaining an issue, the DVDRT reports in relation to the misidentification of women who have then gone on to be victims of domestic homicide. What is the police doing to upskill police officers to ensure misidentification doesn't occur as commonly?
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, DCJ has a working party on this that I've been liaising with, and they concede that they still haven't been able to land on a definition of misidentification. They concede that the issue about retaliatory violence versus self-defence is still a live issue. They have given us some information, but it has been redacted to the point that we can't actually say that it is a case of misidentification or not. So despite all of that, we still, in our SOPs and our training, not only coercive control training, but our DV fundamental training, DV course, we all have components of identifying the DV offender. I suppose we don't use the term primary aggressor. We don't use the term of misidentification. It's more about who is the actual DV offender in the situation. And it's about gathering all of the appropriate evidence at the time, at the scene, whether that be physical or otherwise, to make sure we're doing thorough investigations so we get it right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Commissioner, just wanted to come back to the issue of prisoner transfers and police responsibility. And I'm just conscious this is an issue that we have raised on a number of occasions. Is it soluble, or is the problem that corrective services don't have the staff to manage prisoners if they're, for example, at a week's hearing at a location that is a long way away from a corrective services facility?
That's basically what it comes down to, yes. Corrective services don't have as many locations as we do, and don't have people at every court. Traditionally they have relied on the New South Wales Police Force to assist in that role, but have acknowledged it's primarily their responsibility.
Can we do anything to lift the burden on police? Is it being more keenly felt because it's occurring in areas where police strength is low, or is it also occurring in areas where police strength is at the authorised strength?
Yeah, no, the actual strength of the police district or police command is really irrelevant to the issue, apart from the fact that, as you've pointed out, it places a burden on them when they're short-staffed, but that still places the burden regardless. In relation to whether it's better or worse at some locations, yes, it is worse at some locations because of it might be the frequency of hearings or the frequency at which police are engaged. The solution obviously is that corrective services take over or put more personnel in towards the roles that they've acknowledged are primarily their roles. And part of the push has also been the fact that it's fair to say over the last 40 odd years or something, the police have started to creep into every single nook and cranny because we're the only 24/7 organisation that can assist in things. And we are relied upon heavily by a lot of organisations to do things. And we're trying to back out of that sort of things, and particularly areas where it is somebody else's responsibility, we're trying to get out of that. And obviously, as I said before, with correctives acknowledging that's primarily their role, we're hoping that they will take over more of that burden.
So you're hopeful that there could be a solution worked out in, let's say, a year's time?
Yeah, both DCJ and corrective services are committed to putting a business case forward for additional resources and funding for them to reach further into regional areas in particular, to do those prisoner transfers and prisoner transportations and court guarding.
Great, thank you. And the bail division, all the bail hearings via AVL, does that need to be included in that same business case? Because what's the impact of that on police resources if a the person is apprehended and there's a bail application, but they come in after the cut-off?
Look, that only started in July. It's a little bit early for us to judge the success or otherwise of the AVL court, centralised court. But yes, there is a court cut-off, and I don't have the stats for up until present. But I remember in the first couple of weeks of the operation on it, there was 16 effectively requests for late admission into the court, and 11 of those were granted. So there was only 5 of the 16 that weren't granted, that were obviously required to be kept in police custody overnight. So as I said, I don't have the results, but there is facility for the police to make application to the registrar of the court to get late entry. It's not as if the courts stop at midday. They just don't accept the applications, but there is a facility, and we do have, as Mr Hudson mentioned earlier, Assistant Commissioner on that working group as well, and she puts any concerns from the organisation to the working group, and I haven't been briefed as late that that there's any significant concerns at the moment, but it's still way too early to evaluate how well it's going to end up going.
Right, thank you. I'm hearing some concerns that, for example, in a place like Corindi where there is no AVL link, that a prisoner with a bail application needs to be transported to Tamworth where there is an AVL link. Does that create the same sort of burden on police that prisoner transfers create on police?
Yeah, it would do. Quindi, you mean?
Corindi.
Q-U-I?
Q-U-I-R-I-N-D-I.
Yeah.
About an hour out of Tamworth.
Yeah. So they obviously would, regardless of the AVL, if they had a prisoner, they would have to take it to Tamworth.
Right. Okay. Great.
And the AVL just means they take it to Tamworth for the AVL. Yeah. But they wouldn't have, as far as I'm aware, they don't have holding facilities.
Okay. And when you say that generally the police are trying to be able to focus on your core responsibility, is that the case with respect to the discussions that have begun about PACER or what a new model of mental health response might look like?
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Oh, so I'm aware that there are discussions as to between, I understand it's between police and health and perhaps other parties, about the best response to persons exhibiting problems that are related to mental health. The current model is commonly PACER, but there's a discussion about a new model. And is that the philosophy of the police, that you'd like to be not the first responders to mental health crises?
Oh, certainly. I think it's well known that police should be the last person that somebody with significant mental health issues should be dealing with, unless, of course, they pose a risk to themselves or a risk to the community. But yes, ideally, the police are used in fewer and fewer circumstances involving people with mental health issues. It's best for police and it's best for the person involved.
As a practical thing, though, if you get a call for assistance because of a person who's, I don't know, might be running around with a knife or something, how do you know it's a mental health issue and how do you know it's a policing issue, or is that just an insoluble problem?
Yeah, well, we would respond to that regardless, because it's either a safety issue for the community, a safety issue for the individuals, and if ambulance were sent to that, even under a new arrangement, we would still go to that to protect the ambulance officers, because we're the ones that are properly trained and equipped to respond to that sort of thing. Yeah,
so it always needs to be a combined response, but the issue is how that works between the agencies.
Yeah, it's about better assessing the actual individuals and what they're experiencing and what the incident is, so that we go to those ones which you gave a good example of. We go to those sorts of things regardless, but the ones where somebody's just talking to themselves and wandering up and down the street or whatever, ambulance would attend to those sorts of things, and or some other New South Wales health provider.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of questions about RBT. Who could answer those for me?
Depends what they are, possibly me.
Okay. Just wondering what percentage of, this is RDT, random drug tests and random breath tests have returned positive results each year since 2020. If you've got those figures and what the direction they're heading in is.
All right. So just in terms of drug-involved, if I can start with drug-involved fatal crashes.
Yes.
Over the 5-year average up to 2023, which is how we in transport work across that 5-year average, 24% of fatals had a drug-associated factor as being involved. So cannabis to the tune of 69%, methamphetamine to 43%, cocaine 7%, and ecstasy 5%. That's to that total of 24% involvement in fatals for that 5-year average. And alcohol obviously played a significant role as well. 41% of fatals over that 5-year average involved speeding. Now, in terms of our RDT random drug testing, we're tracking again towards 2 million plus tests for this year. We're well on target, and we still have a strike rate of 1 in 10 tests leading to a positive reading for some prohibited drug.
Right.
So that's the current statistics from Traffic Highway Patrol and Transport.
Okay. Mr. Pisano, did you have the figures for alcohol-involved fatals?
Yeah, I do. Would you just
certainly.
Forgive me for a second. I'm just going to have to skim my notes here. I've got a bit of a summary here. Just give me a moment.
I'm happy to get it on notice if that's more
I've
convenient.
definitely got it here. I can come back to you with it.
And because the other thing, perhaps this is also on notice, is what are the KPIs or the benchmarks to evaluate the effectiveness of police road safety operations in New South Wales?
Yeah, look, we have a multifaceted approach. RBT is one significant factor of what we do. We certainly work largely towards 3.5 million tests. That's where we're tracking again. Plus targeted speed enforcement, plus random drug testing, certainly following the intelligence around regional and metropolitan locations where we have hotspots for serious collisions and fatals. One of the big things that we're seeing emerging as a theme is generally driver behaviours, and particularly around novice drivers and young drivers and speeding, some of the significant speeds we're seeing. So that definitely forms part of our targeting in terms of the way we're enforcing, certainly recognising the strong general deterrence of random breath testing on the side of the road, but understanding that we're certainly targeting certain locations. So 70% of fatals occur in regional remote roads. We definitely have targeted enforcement in those locations to track those areas where we are seeing those serious collisions and fatals.
And what's the ratio of highway patrol officers to vehicles on New South Wales roads? And how has that changed? Are we trending up or trending down or static?
Well, as of September 2025, we had 7,441,475 registered vehicles on New South Wales roads, which is an increase of 1.5 million vehicles since 2022.
Wow.
And that includes, in terms of New South Wales licence holders, 7,082,123 licence holders across the spectrum in New South Wales as of September 2025. That's an increase of 156,000 since 2020. It's an increase of 439 licensed drivers, permit holders, heavy vehicle licence holders since 2022. The Highway Patrol Command obviously is, in terms of staffing, I'll come back to you in a moment, but it's currently, like everywhere, carrying some vacancies. But the command is spread out right across New South Wales, performing a whole range of tasks.
Okay, thank you.
Mr Thurtell, can you let us know how many probationary constables are leaving within the first 12 months?
I can certainly take it on notice.
Okay.
Maybe, Rochelle, do you know that?
I don't have those.
No. We'll take it on notice and get back to you for sure.
Thank you. And when recruits are coming to the academy, is there an analysis done on where they're coming from, their previous backgrounds, if it's not school or uni graduates?
We may have that. I'd have to get back to you as well, but you've only got to go to one of the graduation ceremonies to see the diversity of,
Yeah, and we
racial
love
diversity
to see
of the people that are there.
Yep, and it's great to see that they are coming from backgrounds that are very diverse, and a range of them. The question that I'm getting to with this, and coming back to your point about corrective services and the additional pressure of other roles on police, do you have an idea of how many former corrective service officers are moving into the police force?
No, we'd take that on notice as well. I'm not sure it's even a statistic that we would capture, but from my experience, not a whole lot.
Okay, it's just that I note, and it's back in Queanbeyan where I live, so the regional media there is reporting on the fact that there do seem to be a number of corrective services officers moving into the academy now. Again, so I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but obviously corrective services is also suffering significant staffing shortages as well. And where I'm going to with this is then the additional impost that can levy on the police, and specifically the examples of regional prisons like Goulburn being locked down because of staff shortages in this regard. Can you tell us, does that impact the New South Wales Police in any way, whether it is those prison transfers or holding prisoners longer, etc.?
That certainly was, I know for a fact that corrective services are just like us. They are struggling to recruit the numbers that they need. And yes, when, particularly in regional areas where people go off sick or whatever and they can't support the role that they are supposed to do, then often the police will be called upon to assist, whether it be prisoner transfers or prisoner guarding or whatever, or even just their absence at a police station, which is a holding area for corrective services, might mean that the police have to do the care for the prisoners. Yeah. So it certainly impacts on us, for sure.
Yes, and so that's right, they're struggling. Police are also struggling. When you have the crossover, it's great, but still leaving gaps that need to be filled one way or another. So you might be taking those on board, but literally robbing Peter to pay Paul in some ways.
Exactly right. And we're not the only organisation, the military as well. Like somebody who might have traditionally gone to the police might now go to the military. All those sort of organisations, we're all fighting for a very limited resource pool.
Okay. Mr Pisanos, could I just come back to you quickly, please? We mentioned earlier about the detection of weapons at schools,
yes.
Specifically. Are there protocols in place between New South Wales Police and the Minister referenced Education, the Minister for Education, so between the Police and Department of Education for responding to potential or perceived threats or sightings, etc., when it comes to schools?
There is.
There is, and can you tell us a little bit about that?
Look, we second police officers to the School Safety Response Unit, and there is an escalation model that applies where there's direct contact across to the police. Again, like many things based around the threat or the risk of a particular situation, so and can culminate in a shutdown, lockdown of a school.
And has that occurred in recent times, so say the last 12 months?
I'd have to get back to you, but
okay,
look, certainly there's a history of schools being locked down, us being notified, not necessarily police being part of a lockdown decision making. That's obviously made by the school leadership. but generally we're notified through the MOU, through school safety and response, to respond, generally, or a 000 call, generally based around risk.
And I would be interested in hearing those figures of when that may have occurred or
Now,
been...
can you be more specific, just so I know what to come back to you with? What are you actually after in terms of the number of lockdowns over what period?
Say 12 months.
And for a particular reason, or?
Because of information that we're attempting to determine through this about that protocol between police and the Department of Education and how that might be undertaken. And more specifically than that, are they consistent across all public and private schools, or do these protocols apply to public schools only?
Yeah, it's a question I'll have to come back to you with. I can certainly speak to private schools, but I think it might be more inclusive than that. I just need to come back to you.
Yeah, okay, that'd be great. And sorry, could you just refresh my memory from when we talked about it this morning? You suggested that there was an increase in occurrences of sightings, or what they believe were sightings or potential threats when it came to weapons, whether it was knives, guns, etc., that may be misidentified, but there is an increasing number of cases of that occurring?
Not sure if I mentioned an increase, but I certainly said there are instances that we've been informed of, and that has been, that's throughout, that's not just now. There's a well history of us being notified of matters involving risk at school of someone that may be armed and police responding accordingly. I'm not sure as to what we're looking like over the last 1 year, 2 years to 5 years, but...
Has that influenced the campaign launch that occurred today, is where I'm going with this, about bringing awareness to kids, school kids, because there are growing concerns around this area?
I think it's an issue of, it's well publicised that knife crimes and young people carrying knives and machetes and that out in public places is an issue. So we've got the law for that reason. I think whether it's in school or outside of school, I think it's about an awareness campaign to a cohort of young people as to the dangers and risks of carrying weapons and the legalities or illegalities around carrying knives, machetes and other things around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner, do New South Wales Police have any officers who identify as trans women?
We have got a couple of cultural.
Good question. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I can certainly find out.
If so,
trans women...
a biological man who's...
a biological man who is identifying or transitioning to be a woman.
We used to.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Any sworn officers?
I don't know of any off the top of my head.
And what about the opposite, identifying as trans men?
I'm aware of one, but I'm not so sure if there's others. We'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, one. Okay, thank you. Are there any special arrangements made in relation to that person to do their duties?
I'd have to take that on notice as well.
Okay, thank you. Are there any applicants in the academy of either category at the moment?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Would a trans woman or a trans man be able to be recruited, and would they meet the physical requirements if they were coming in from the start?
Yes, they would be able to be recruited, and if they met the physical requirements, then I don't think there's any barriers to recruitment.
Thank you. And if so, is there a quota for either group?
No.
No quotas. And is there a quota for males versus females in general in the force?
No, there's not a quota. Obviously, our female officers are the minority, and we would like to recruit as many female officers as we can, but there is no quota per se. But we strive to recruit as many of both.
Provided they meet the requirements of the force?
Yes, yes.
Does the New South Wales Police practice DEI?
Sorry, what's DEI?
Diversity, equity and inclusion policy?
Yes, for sure.
It does?
Yep.
Okay, so you're failing the test for that then?
What's the test?
Well, the test is that you should be a diverse organisation with fully equitable and inclusion all of the people you're talking about. So you shouldn't have a preponderance of white males like I see sitting in front of me here now.
Well, we, as I said before, we strive to recruit a diverse range of people from diverse communities, and men and women, as many men and women as we can get. That are suitable for our organisation. We will recruit as many as we can.
What about races?
Sorry, Karen, we didn't quite.
Oh, we don't have
Are there quotas for
quotas
races?
we don't have quotas on races, but obviously the New South Wales Police Force reflects the community, and the diversity that within the community is the diversity we want within the organisation as well.
And are you achieving it? Have you got goals have you got goals, timelines?
We don't have specific quotas or goals of numbers of people from certain communities, but as I said, any organisation that reflects the community and services the community needs to understand the communities that they come from, and obviously the way of doing that is recruiting a diverse range of people.
Thank you. Mr. Latham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We hear a lot of talk, directing this to the Acting Commissioner, we hear a lot of talk in this building about workload for teachers. Unfortunately, not as much conversation about the growing workload for police officers in New South Wales. And I just wanted to get your assessment on this, that, you know, whether it's right or wrong, over the last 20 years when politicians and to some extent bureaucrats have got a problem that is largely insoluble, a really difficult problem, there have been two dumping grounds to say, well, schools or the police can go look after it and give the impression publicly that something's being done, anything's being done, it's off the desk of the political leader and shoved out to schools or police to run various programs. So, you know, your role now extends to social work, counselling, school programs, mental health, domestic violence, positive consent, to some extent toxic masculinity, coercive control, hate speech, flags, political protest. Are we getting to a point now where it's time for the police to send a clear message, enough is enough? We're at the tipping point where if this pattern of extracurricular activities continues to grow, then we're going to continue and radically diminish the proper role of the police in investigating crimes against property and person, the thing that the community would genuinely expect to be the core of your activities here in New South Wales.
In terms of enough is enough, we don't use that terminology. What we say is that you can't arrest your way out of any social or community problem. This is a multi-agency approach, so usually the best way to go in all approaches. And we like to engage with other government agencies and organisations to achieve that. We can't achieve, apart from arresting people, but we can't achieve. We can't solve society's problem as an organisation.
Are you at a tipping point that you're getting away from your core functions? I mean, the old mates here, the Greens, that have you out hugging trees and guarding wombats and all this sort of thing. Like, I mean,
exactly. A wonderful world that would be.
But should you sign me up as your media officer to say enough is enough?
We're on our way, Mr. Latham.
Straight talking approach and get the message clearly to the cabinet.
Oh, look, as an executive, we have been fairly forthright, I think, in saying that the New South Wales Police needs to concentrate on New South Wales police-related activities, and any of that activity that we've that a bit of mission creep has we've gone towards.
Mission creep,
we are trying to get back out of that. We've been upfront with the community about that. We've been supporting the association, and they've been supporting us with that same messaging.
Good. Well, you've got my support, which is the death knell for the proposition, of course, but we'll regroup and try again. On another workload matter, across my desk, seriously, in the last couple of months, there have been some very disturbing reports of electorate officers, state electorate officers, using the police in ways that are questionable. One of them was from the Premier's office, sending police to knock on the door of a woman making insistent complaints about a workers' compensation matter, and she took this to be intimidation to sort of stop her being what the electorate office might have seen as an over-persistent constituent. And in the seat of Sydney, a fair bit of evidence that the Surrey Hills Police Station is kind of a private militia for the local member, that any trolls, social media comment, offensive words, hurt feelings needs to be reported to the police. And there's a whole stack of complaints along those lines. Do we need some guidelines to say to MPs, you only utilise the police essentially as a last resort, where there's a suspicion of a crime having been committed, not to fob off an over-persistent constituent, not to engage in reading every single thing on social media. If I read everything on social media, you wouldn't get out of bed, would you? So, you can go overboard here in thinking everything that's being said about you is a matter for the police. Do we need some guidelines here to put a line under this? It might be a minority of MPs, but it must be a nuisance in certain police stations.
It's not our job to establish guidelines for MPs or anyone else in the community. Our job is to establish guidelines for our officers, and we do have well-established guidelines for our officers as to what we respond to and what matters we would tell somebody is a police matter or another type of response from another agency. And we do have those well-established guidelines. We've got training for our officers, and we have a hierarchy where if an officer's unsure, they can go to a more senior officer and see whether it's a matter that the police should be responding to.
Have you spoken to the Minister about it? Because I think the police are in a very difficult position. Because whether it's the seat of Sydney, Cog or anywhere else, they must have the feeling if I don't investigate what the politician wants me to do, they'll probably go complain to the Minister, or they go in Parliament and scream homophobia or some other phobia, and we're treated in a negative fashion in that environment. So the politicians got the whip hand, haven't they? And isn't that a difficult catch-22 for the police to deal with?
Well, in answer to two of your questions, no, I haven't spoken to the Minister about it. Yes, it may be for a younger officer, they might feel compelled to do something about a call, but that's, as I said before, we've got a hierarchy at which they can seek advice, and at the end of the day, any response that they do in relation to a job has got to be in accordance with our policies and practices and the law. And if somebody thinks that they can use the police as a tool for themselves, they're mistaken, because we might respond to one particular incident for them, but it doesn't mean we're going to respond to every request that they make of us.
Well, if you can keep a watching brief on this, I think it's a matter to be addressed in the future. And finally, to Peter McKenna, you gave the police authority regarding the recent SO52 call for papers of our chamber concerning an incident of sexual assault here in the Parliament building 10 years ago. How are these advices framed in that in our parliamentary debate we address the very clear precedent that the Don Harwin SO52, Harwin was fined for breach of a criminal matter, public health order, he appealed, went to the DPP. Clearly you might think under the interpretation we had recently, this is administration of justice. And the Harwin precedent wasn't addressed at all in the legal opinion that you sent back to us. So how do you deal with this inconsistency? Because quite frankly, having moved the Harwin SO52 and the recent one about Jamie Clements, I'm totally confused as to what administration of justice means, how we got all the documents on the Harwin matter just a couple of years ago and none of the documents on this other one, even though clearly it's not as much the administration of justice as the first one.
Oh, we take each one on their own merits, Mr Latham. We get our own legal advice around what we provide and don't provide under the circumstances of each matter. I certainly wasn't in this role 10 years ago to say what was provided then. I can only go by what advice we get given as to what we provided currently.
Do your lawyers regard precedent as important? Surely.
Oh, it'll be a matter for the lawyers.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Fairman.
Afternoon. I thought I'd just go back to music festivals if I could. The Minister was talking about a 3-stage process. So firstly, just
review process for user pays you're talking about?
That's right,
yep.
sorry.
User charges, yep.
And that's new, the 3-stage process is new since the changes to the Act late last year, or has this been the process all the way for the last however many years?
No, we initiated a review of our user charges policy.
An internal review recently.
An internal review, and we've completely reworked our user charges policy. Of interest to you might be the fact that written specifically into the policy is minimum police numbers required in accordance with the identified risk. For any event. Whether I know you're interested in music festivals, but we talk about any user pays event.
Yeah.
And so the process, the three-tiered process is about if an event organiser wants to review the number of recommended police officers for a particular event. It starts at a local level, then goes to a regional level, and then from there goes to a state New South Wales Police internal review level.
Yes, okay, thank you.
And then you've got the state on top of that, Mr Graham's panel that makes the decision on things.
Yes, but it can, in terms of the review, it can stop at the police level. Is that correct? So I'm just because I put in a question, some questions on notice. I put one question on notice about this to the police, and I got back an answer that seemed to be slightly contradictory to what was provided to me in the March budget estimate. So I just wanted to clarify the difference there.
Yep, no problem.
So the question I asked in July this year on notice was in relation to music festivals which have had their user pays policing charges reviewed by, and I don't know whether this is the reason why, I just got by the New South Wales Police Force since 1st of July 2022. And then I wanted a list, and then which festivals were successful in having their user pays policing charges reviewed by how much and everything. And I just got back one festival, which was Listen Out Festival, held on 6th of October 2024. User pays policing charges were $134,269.80, and then the review that was submitted said they didn't meet the requirements. But then in March, when this was discussed, I got the answer back saying to date there had been 10 reviews of user pays across the state, a couple of which were music festivals as well. So Juicy Festival, Mode Festival, Subsonic, Stroud. So I'm just wondering what the differences, do you firstly know offhand, just to this question why?
Know all about it.
Yeah, okay, great. Let's hear from you.
Right. So you caught us on the hop a bit in March.
Okay.
When you asked about the number of reviews, and we sent the questions out, well, how many reviews have you had, etc., etc. And then the numbers came back. And when we scrutinised them afterwards, they weren't reviews at all. They were business as usual, communications between event organisers and the police, and didn't actually get classified as a review. Because that is business as usual. You've got to remember their guidelines for our officers, and we do have an event organisers guidelines as well, that talks about this is the process you can go through if you're not happy with the original decision of the police to with the numbers of police.
The formal appeal mechanism.
So we decided that a review is not until it gets to that actual state level review. The rest of us are business as usual negotiations.
Okay, so therefore, if the question might be on notice then, because since you seem to be indicating potentially that with the internal review and the change in the guidelines, is it, around minimum police numbers for risks identified, that would it be fair to say that since the reforms last year and this change, that user pays policing may be reducing for festivals, the costs?
I think that's fair to say.
It's a good message to send if that's the case.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. But some, see, I think before the guidelines were changed, a command might have said, okay, so last year we had 100 officers and there was a crowd of 20,000 people. Let's go with 100 officers again this year.
And it was designated subject music festival.
But now there's a strict criteria that they have to do the risk assessment, et cetera, et cetera. Not that they didn't have to do one before, but they've got to reassess it every year in terms of the expected crowd, any anticipated risk, the risk of large crowd events that might have been there 10 years ago with threats of terrorism, etc., may be reduced now. So the officers of the commands are reducing their numbers, etc. So I'm not saying in every circumstance, but there's certainly with that minimum policy, there is certainly an opportunity for reduced numbers of police in accordance with the risk.
And so with events like, say, the Randwick races, and there's an event coming up that I've seen some advertising for, I think it's polo in the city or something coming up as well.
No, that should be good.
Are there assessments for that in terms of risk? And, for example, do you send the drug dogs to the Randwick races when they happen?
So
because you'd certainly get a little bit of some positive detections, I'd say, Commissioner.
Place for the dogs when it comes to drugs.
Sorry, Acting Commissioner.
So a couple of things there. Firstly, you've got to remember in organised events, they ask for us. We don't impose ourselves on anyone.
The music festivals ask for you.
They ask for us, yep, for sure. They say we need a policing presence here, and then we do the risk and say this is how many police you need.
So Mardi Gras,
to mitigate the risk.
Say the Mardi Gras after party asks for police out the front. I mean, they've got their own security. They pay for their own security, as do all the music festivals.
Yep.
Yep.
But they also know that they need a policing component there in case there's any issues that need to be dealt with.
But no is different to asking. When you just said they ask, is that they submit a request?
Yep. They put in an
that's
application.
because they have to.
Well, they don't have to from a policing perspective, but in order to get their authorities, quite often for example, Sydney Olympic Park will say, you need to show us your plan, your law enforcement plan, etc., etc.
Right.
And then they will show them, right, we've got the police, we've got X number of police that are coming as well.
And so the races, I mean, with everybody, consuming a hell of a lot more alcohol than they do at music festivals, to be honest.
They ask for us
and
as well.
that they do at the Mardi Gras after party. They ask, and so you send the dogs into the races and you'll send the dogs into the polo in the city as well?
Polo in the city and the races, there's generally not drug detection dogs. Drug detection dogs are it's usually where the risk of supply of drugs is present.
Why wouldn't that be present at the races?
Well, it's the risk is higher at a music festival, and we know that we've seen all the deaths and the charges and arrests for significant drug supply over the years.
But you haven't even tried at the races, though.
We may have in the past, yep. I mean, we've tried drug dog operations outside hotels and all sorts of things in the past. Not so prominent now, but we've certainly done it. So for example, Melbourne Cup, you don't think that would be somewhere that if we had
you should be a little bit more.
Melbourne Cup, it's the Melbourne Everest.
No, but don't they have something at the Melbourne Cup? Well, I don't know. Look, nup to the cup is what I say.
The Sydney version of the Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, the Sydney version.
To help my colleague, Everest Day is a big one.
Everest Day, there we go. No?
If we had intelligence that there was likely drug supply happening at them, then we would do it. But as I said, music festivals have showed us that's where the risk. But we've introduced you'll be pleased to know this, we've introduced new guidelines around drug dog operations and our policing of music festivals.
I mean, I think with respect, Acting Commissioner, it's not necessarily supply that you're targeting at the music festivals, and that's kind of been the whole point, isn't it? The kind of you're targeting small-time users, people who are going in to take, for example, MDMA, maybe a little bit of cocaine.
That's not what we target. Some of those people, the drug detection dogs, don't know the difference between 20 tablets and one. So sometimes people that are in possession of drugs get caught as well. But we really want to arrest those people.
Vast majority.
We want to arrest those people that are there to supply prohibited drugs to music festival goers. And they're the ones that pose the risk to the goers, to the music festival attendees.
Out of time, unfortunately.
Kate needs to come to the Everest Day.
Mr. Pisano,
first-hand research.
You may or may not be able to help me with this question, but I understood you to be answering a question from my colleague, the Honourable Nicole Overall, in relation to weapons in schools in terms of police officers seconded to, I think you said it was a safe school command?
School Safety and Response Unit, I think, yeah.
Okay. And the School Safety and Response Unit, does that have officers in schools or officers available to schools?
We have youth engagement officers that are attached to a youth command that part of their charter is to work within schools, you know, delivering education, which is similar to the education, the package that's being delivered at the moment with in terms of 20 schools. But there are police from police area commands and police districts that will respond to calls for assistance with issues in schools. The School Safety and Response Unit is effectively an escalation model that reports into police to basically deal with more systemic things.
The question I have is the extent to which police are involved at all. And I'm not suggesting in this line of questioning that there should be criminal charges. I'm suggesting that there may be a need for investigations for the safety of the children involved and other children who may be involved. In connection with another inquiry, we heard significant evidence about a problem of inappropriate sexualised behaviours being exhibited by even very young children at school, and 2 programs that are run, the Safe Waste program for those children under 10 and the New Street services for those between, I think it's 10 and 17.
Yes.
It's primarily a health model, but I am wondering the extent to which police are involved, because if you have a 6-year-old exhibiting inappropriate sexual behaviours, one wonders the life experience of that 6-year-old and the extent to which other factors should be being investigated for the protection of that child and any siblings. And often those inappropriate sexual behaviours are with other children, and the extent to which police are involved in any of that understandably very sensitive, but I think, to be honest, probably very necessary investigation.
I would agree with you. I think I can't speak to figures and how many, but certainly our child abuse squad, which is a specialist area that comes under Mr Hudson's remit, but police may initially be called if the school becomes aware of that or it's reported via a parent to the police by normal channels of reporting crime, in person, online, or however. But those matters definitely will be taken seriously and escalated up if required to our specialist investigators. So I couldn't agree more. Collaboration between us and health and DCJ are incredibly important in those matters.
Would police always be involved? I suppose my question perhaps is if a 8-year-old child is referred to a health model and the reason that the 8-year-old child is acting in that way is because of what they've been exposed to in their home life. So we can't perhaps rely on those who should be caring for that child to report to the police.
Yeah, they're mandatory reporting protocols. Great. You can imagine the child wellbeing units and an escalation up through that process. And education are definitely a part of the child wellbeing unit model. So I'd imagine a child at risk escalation, if it's made appropriately, should reach the police.
Okay.
I would agree.
No, thank you.
Very serious. Can I correct some just quickly around the RBT, RDC
Sure.
with you at some point in time?
Yeah,
whether now's correct?
Do it quickly now if that suits you. Yep.
So I did make. So you asked a question around alcohol involvement in terms of fatals. It's actually 18%.
Right.
In terms of...
So if I remember the figures correctly, drug-involved fatals are higher than alcohol-involved fatals.
Exactly right.
Okay.
So it's speeding's 41%, drugs 24%, illegal drugs 24%, alcohol 18%, fatigue 17%, and restraints 14%.
Sorry,
that's
what's
over
restraints?
that 5-year average.
Seatbelts.
Seatbelts.
Oh,
yeah,
not wearing seatbelts.
Non-wearing of restraints.
Okay.
And
sorry, I went a very different place there.
And now, can I just correct? Look, our RDT figures are around 231,000.
Right.
That's random drug testing, and that's heading in an upward direction in terms of the frequency.
Yep.
And RBT, we're currently at 2.54 million tests, which is up by about 400,000 tests to where we were at this time last year. So again, RBT is heading in the right direction.
Great.
It's a focus for us.
Yeah, no, great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No problem.
Just 2 quick ones, please, before we might turn to some Hunter questions. A new police station in Tumbarumba, is that progressing?
As far as I'm aware, Priscilla might be able to tell me, I don't think that we have any plans for a new police station in Tumbarumba.
Okay. So
That's up
apparently...
the Snowy somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's sort of past Tumut,
Yeah.
where they have a prison. But yes, so there was a request for a new police station, but you're not aware of that progressing?
No.
Okay. What about Revesby Police Station?
Revesby Police Station is a different thing.
It is.
Revesby, I think there is a proposal by the federal government to resume that land. So we're waiting for all that to be finalised, I think.
Right, so you don't know at this point what's happening with that police station, whether it might be demolished or moved or upgraded or...
Yeah, I think we did have an amount of money set aside to work on that police station, and I think there is some possibility of some work that will be done there. But as I said, I don't think it's going to happen in the near future. Yeah, State Electoral Commission to redesign the intersection may impact directly the police station. Yeah, all I can say is that the discussions in relation to Revesby are ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
And is there a timetable for the resolution of this? Because my recollection is they've been ongoing for an extended period of time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. And working conditions are not very good in that station, are they?
About working conditions, the facilities within the station could be improved, but it's probably not a lot of sense in spending money on something and then pulling it down.
When did the possible federal acquisition of the land become a live issue?
Sorry, I did say federal acquisition. Was it a federal or state? It might have been a state acquisition, sorry.
Okay, when did that become a live issue? Because I don't remember hearing about that as an issue before.
Yeah, it was a few years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
It was designed in a
and
plan.
when will that be resolved so that we get an answer to Revesby Police Station?
I'm sorry, I can't give you a date on that.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, thank you. Perhaps we can ask a couple of questions about Newcastle. I understand that the estimated total cost of the new basketball station at New Lambton is $82 million. Can you confirm if that's correct?
I'm going to have to take that on notice.
Okay. Then perhaps you can also take on notice the factors that have contributed to the increase in project costs from 30 to 82 million over the past 5 years. Or is that something you can help us with now?
No, I'm afraid I'm not briefed on that particular facility.
Okay. There's a number of other questions about that, so perhaps they should all go on notice.
Do you mind? I'm sorry. Thank
you.
No.
Can you help us about ratepayer funds for CEO study leave?
Okay.
Apparently, the City of Newcastle CEO received his full salary while undertaking 2 short courses at Stanford, involving just 6.5 hours of study per week.
The CEO of, Newcastle Council, did you say?
I understand it's the CEO of the City of Newcastle.
So that might be a question better directed to the Office of Local Government.
No, it was yesterday.
Okay. Right, thank you. Can you help us in relation to the Broadmeadow Precinct affordable housing and use of public land? How many of the proposed 3,200 homes in the Broadmeadow Precinct are currently earmarked as affordable or social housing?
I'm just having a quick look at my note on that. I don't have a breakdown as to the number of affordable housing, the allocation for affordable housing, but very happy to take that on notice.
Okay.
20,000 dwellings, 15,000 jobs is the vision, but as I say,
you don't have the breakdown of affordable or social housing?
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. Well, then there's a number of other questions in relation to that we'll also put on notice.
Mm-hmm.
What about the proposed sale of Warrabrook Road reserve land? Can you help us with that? Wondering why the government is proceeding with the sale of public land at Warrabrook that was previously reserved for the Wallsend to Mayfield arterial corridor?
That may be a question better directed to the roads portfolio, but I'm more than happy to go back through our regional coordination team.
Yeah, if you could.
To get
if
an
you
answer
could.
for you. Yep.
And Cardiff Town Park, can you confirm whether the government has received formal requests from the Lake Macquarie City Council for funding or support to deliver the long-promised Cardiff Town Park?
I'll take that on notice too, Ms Carter.
Okay, thank you. And there'll be some other questions around some of those
Thank you so
things.
much.
Okay, thank you.
You might be tipping it, Rosie. None for 8.
Yeah,
Thank you. Can I just ask, at any given time, when does a police officer wear plain clothes?
What police officer are you talking about?
And I'm asking you, when would a police officer be wearing plain clothes on duty?
Yeah, that depends on their duty type. And if we talk about plain clothes, for example, a suit, somebody usually in a criminal investigation role would usually wear a suit. We do have people like, say, for example, our region enforcement squads, which might wear, when I say plain clothes, they might wear jeans and t-shirt, so they fit in a little bit better. But our plain clothes officers that we refer to as plain clothes are things like State Crime Command, your local detectives, counter-terrorism command. Those sorts of commands are generally plain clothes officers.
And what is the percentage usually, of plain clothes compared to uniformed police officers?
Oh, in a Packham PD, you mean,
Yeah.
or within the organisation?
Let's say within the organisation.
Yeah, there's 2,500 detectives out of an organisation of 18,000.
Right. 2,500. Out of an organisation of 8. But I see. There's nearly 16,000 full-time officers, sworn officers.
Human beings in place, yes.
Human beings in place, got it. Yeah. Okay. And so, has there ever been any consideration to... Sorry, I'll just go back one step. You know how the findings are quite clear now that when a police uniform is present in response to a mental health incident, there's an escalation factor just by the presence of a uniform. Has there ever been any discussions about police officers not being in uniform to attend a mental health call out? And I accept that sometimes there's an urgency or there's a difficulty, but has there ever been any conversations or discussions about that possibility?
Not as far as I'm aware. You've got to remember we're a uniform organisation predominantly, and the visibility of policing is half of what law enforcement's all about, the fact that the community feels safer and deterrent, police presence and all that sort of thing. So no, as far as I'm aware, that would require us, because most mental health incidents are attended by our general duties officers. That would require officers to change clothes, go to the incident, then come back and change clothes again, or have a change of clothes with them. It's not really a practical
No, I
solution.
understand that component of it, but has there been any thought given to... Because, there's 2,500 coppers that, deliberately, for the purpose of their work, wear plain clothes or whatever that description is. And I'm just wondering, Deputy Commissioner Hudson, in terms of the mental health response discussions, whether this has come up at all, about, perhaps concealed weapons and plain clothes in order to take out that dreadful factor that seems so simple, that escalation factor of weapons in uniforms.
Well, I think it's not just the presence of the police, attending police wearing the uniform, because ambulance officers wear uniform as well. It's the way we deal with threat. It's the way we deal with people. It's the way we assess risk.
Yeah, I think. Sorry to interrupt. The difference is, though, paramedics don't have guns and tasers and handcuffs. It's a bit different.
Guns the issue, but
It's a little bit different.
But it's not necessarily the appointments that escalate the incident or the presence of the appointments that a police officer wears. It's the way we interact with individuals, the way we are trained to interact with those individuals, the way we are trained to deal with threat, and the way we perceive threat. as opposed to other people in the community. That's part of police training.
And is that
And
what's
we
coming,
respond on that basis.
And is that what's coming through in terms of the consultation with the mental health police responses? Is that, you know, like I'm just going back literally to the evidence. I know that Minister Catley referred to it in budget estimates in February last year, and I know that there is more and more material that's coming forward that, you know, it is often the case that seeing the blue uniform escalates instead of de-escalates. Is there any, you know, is there more consideration being given to that in this review?
Our considerations are that because of the way we deal with threat, because of our training, because we can't train police in a totally different concept without compromising their safety in relation to mental health that might traverse into other operational scenarios, that we shouldn't be doing it. That's our position.
But then, sorry, I understand that, but I'm talking about in the future. Your evidence was earlier. There will always be circumstances that you attend, i.e., you know, if somebody has a weapon, or because they are specifically the most pointy situations where people are going to continue to get hurt, where a paramedic attends. You know, we had it with Burling not long ago. You know, that terrible incident. And the paramedics were clearly there, and then the police attended, and then the chap's now dead. They're the kind of scenarios where, you know, I suppose this is the one view where perhaps if weapons were not so visible and a uniform wasn't so visible, there wasn't a uniform, that's a different type of policing, isn't it? It's more of an intelligence and a de-escalation. But it's clearly not being considered, is that right?
Well, response, because of our safety requirements as well, police need access. If they're in that first line response role, they should be wearing a vest, the protective vest. They should be wearing their appointments. They should have access to a taser because of their own safety.
No, I'm not suggesting you wouldn't. I'm just suggesting you could have those things in a different context. You know, anyway, it's just that it just seems like such a...
Plainclothes police are more in an investigative role rather than a response role.
Yeah, but do they carry a weapon?
They carry a firearm and handcuffs most usually.
They do, that's right. That's all. Can I just ask...
Not tasers?
No, not tasers, yeah.
Or spray, normally.
Can I ask you where the beanbag situation's up to?
Yes, you
Full
can.
of beans.
They kill people.
Beanbag use was reintroduced into the organisation last August.
Right.
Based on research conducted through the Tactical Operations Group, Counter-Terrorism Command, with the supplier, with an independent expert, came back to the Commissioner's executive team on a number of occasions in relation to standing operating procedures. I think on the 24th of August last year, it was presented at SET. There's a certain standoff area that is required, 3 metres from memory, and it was reintroduced into operational use into the organisation. It was considered that we were carrying a fair bit of risk by its suspension. There's certain incidents that the Tactical Operations Group attends, such as individuals who douse themselves in petrol, where tasers were not appropriate for use, obviously. So SET deliberated on that and reintroduced beanbag rounds.
And so, sorry, I think I missed the part about so is there a range now about...
Where practicable, 3 metre standoff range. They should not be used within 3 metres. They're at the actual provider has a 0 standoff that should be safe. That is their specifications.
But we know that's not right.
And that was my point and SET's point. The ballistician that we engaged to conduct the testing was of the same conclusion. But that would be like me sitting next to Mr. Thurtell and pulling a double barrel shotgun no matter what's up the barrel, and we just didn't agree with that. So we've got a 3 metre standoff range at this stage. Where practical, obviously, if an offender or an individual is engaging and approaching, that might infringe upon that 3 metres before a potential discharge, but and We would prefer a 3 metre standoff range where practical, plus limited target zones as well.
Can I just ask one quick thing? With that review and your consideration about that 3 metres, was the Krista Kutch scenario considered in that?
That was the catalyst for it, obviously, and that's was our thinking at the Commissioner's executive team.
Thank you.
Just one quick question before we finish. Where is the riot control truck?
The what, sorry?
The riot control truck.
Right.
It's out the back.
Where's
Sorry.
the water cannon?
The water cannon truck, riot control truck.
Well, we've got Bearcats, the water cannon.
Water cannon, yep.
It's with fire and rescue.
It's with fire and rescue. Okay. Is it likely to be deployed at any stage?
We offloaded that 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. So it's no longer under your control.
The water cannon had never been used and was never likely to be used in this state. And this came up at estimates a couple of years ago, just after we gave it to fire and rescue. It was used in fires as a water tanker, bushfires down the south coast, and information from the Fire and Rescue Commissioner at the time.
So I suppose it's been repainted red now.
It was, but it saved 3 lives because of the additional water it provided to a particular response down the south coast.
No, Susan can go.
Oh, Susan, yeah, please.
Ms Conroy, are you able to give us that list that you were going to read out? You're going to give me a paper copy of it, or?
Yes, I can give it to you. I'll just have to get an extra copy.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I think that we've come to the end of our questioning. Thank you very much for coming today. There are obviously a number of questions that were taken on notice, and the Secretariat will be in contact with you very soon to get the answers. Thanks very much for coming.
Thank you.
Oh, the government doesn't.